Call the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting for June 21st at 9:03 a.m. So first of all, we have a moment of silence, and during this time, I'd like to recognize Kurt Pettit, who's the Assistant Fire Chief at Collegeville, who was killed in a head-on collision by a drunk driver weekend. So if you remember him and his family, and certainly his fellow firefighters. So join me. Thank you. So Supervisor Villapujo, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Villapujo.
Present.
Supervisor Rickman.
Here.
Supervisor Miller.
Here.
Supervisor Patty.
Yes.
And Chairman Nguyen.
Here. Thank you. All right, moving to our recognitions presentations. First, we have a proclamation in regards to Juneteenth, and I'll turn it over to the clerk of the board.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. Our first recognition is the proclamation of Juneteenth National Freedom Day in San Joaquin County, and I would like to request Bishop Dwight Williams with New Genesis Housing Development, Luthel Seawood, President of the African American Chamber of Commerce, and Gloria Johnson and Donnell Shelton of the Juneteenth Foundation to the podium as I read the proclamation, which states, whereas the Emancipation Proclamation was issued by President Abraham Lincoln freeing slaves in Texas on January 1st, 1863. However, slaves were still held until Major General Gordon Granger announced the end of the Civil War and slavery upon his arrival into Galveston, Texas on June 19, 1865. And whereas while the people of Texas began celebrating Juneteenth in 1866 with parades, prayer, concerts, cookouts, music, and other traditions, the recognition and celebration moved slowly through the United States as Texans moved to other parts of the country, bringing the celebration with them. And whereas on January 1st, 1980, Texas became the first state to officially make Juneteenth a holiday, 45 other states and the District of Columbia have followed suit. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board asks everyone to celebrate our freedom for all. Presented this 21st day of June, 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you very much. So we have an excellent group representing the African American community. So I'll turn it over to you for comments.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Gloria Johnson from San Joaquin Juneteenth Foundation. We established this foundation in Stockton in 2017. But prior to that, we were celebrating Juneteenth at Taft Community Center for many years. This year marked our 46th year of celebrating Juneteenth. We had a fabulous time at Weber Point, and the community came together with no incidents, which is a plus, and we had lots of good food, lots of entertainment, lots of educational components, which was different this year. We tried to embrace the young people to learn what our legacy was years ago. Things like teaching them how to play chess, how to play checkers, all the things that we did that we spent time with our youth to take our mind off of things and to develop our minds. So this was a glorious event. We had the Stockton NAACP out there representing the fathers. This year we celebrated fathers because this was Father's Day the next day. So we provided free photos for all the fathers at the event, one for the fathers and one for the fathers with the family. And I would like to thank all of the vendors at this time that supported our event each year. And I'm looking forward to next year's event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. I am Luetta Seawood, the president of the African American Chamber of Commerce right here in San Joaquin County, and the Juneteenth event was excellent. I had the opportunity this year, as Ms. Gloria has already stated, to just interact with the young people. The area that I was in mainly was the stage for the teenagers that had their forum, and they was talking about the difference and disparity at their school. Each school does not have the same curriculum. And at the same time, with the big chess event that was set up, I had a chance to hear the young people interact and talk to each other. And one of the things that really stuck with me was two young men that came up, teenagers, and one said, "Let's play checkers." The other one said, "I don't know how to play checkers." And he looked at him and he said, "Man, you don't know how to play checkers?" And he said, "I wasn't taught." That spoke volume for me, because the other young man then said, "Sit down, I'm going to show you." So it's that connection that was made at the time. I experienced that over and over again with the young people. So Juneteenth not only brought about the food and the friendship and the clothing with the vendors and all of that, it brought unity among our youth. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Bishop Dwight Williams with New Genesis Housing Development and New Genesis Outreach Ministries here in Stockton. As the two ladies said so adequately well, Saturday's event at Weber Point was absolutely wonderful. Representing the faith community and the pastors, which we had a record number of pastors and other faith leaders that were there. One of the traditions off in the African American church is many times for the pastor to get to go around members' homes and sample out the various food and cuisine that members cook. As you can look at me and tell, I do that very well, sampling the food department all very well. But nonetheless, I had a tremendous time. Tremendous cuisine from Louisiana and other parts of the country was displayed. But I must share with you in succinctness that the faith community and the African American church and faith-based organizations play an incredibly important role off within the African American community and the broader community as a whole. We have always been and will continue to be at the vanguard as it pertains to participation of economic vitality, growth, and opportunity. So we want to thank each and every one of you, Chairman Wynn. Thank you for this opportunity. And I also want to thank especially also in a special way to Supervisor Tom Patty for his support, especially in some of our efforts in the past that we have worked with, which allowed our organization specifically to participate this year with Juneteenth in a unique way. But nonetheless, to each of you, you have been true friends of the Juneteenth celebration, and we'll continue to build on that with much success and success and success as we move forward. And you just wait and see. Wait and see. Next year, you ain't seen nothing yet. Wait until Juneteenth 2023 comes. It'll be even bigger than this year. Thank you so much, and God bless each and every one of you for all you do.
Thank you, Dwight. I'm never quite sure what title to call you because you wear so many. So, Supervisor Patty, comments?
Thank you, Chairman. And before you all go, I'd like to get a picture. I hadn't been invited to come down for this proclamation, but I'm proud that last year as chairman, and again this year, my office brought forward Juneteenth. And really, I had no idea about Juneteenth until just several years ago. I was educated and actually went on a walking tour with the gentleman that brought me to, prior to the Crosstown Freeway, brought me to some of the early development stages of what Stockton used to be as a city. And I come to find out that the first, I believe it was the Second Baptist Church, was the first education program for recently freed slaves that had made their way out to the West Coast to California. And Stockton, San Joaquin County, was the first location that they were able to get an organized education and that development and integration. That was also opened up to immigrants as they came through this area. So while that Crosstown Freeway is right through, and there used to be a plaque, and somebody stole it and turned it in for scrap metal, unfortunately. But the marker is there, and I had such a great history lesson, and again was able to add Juneteenth, a very meaningful day in America's history, as we see America continues to evolve and grow and improve and get better for all people. And so I'm very proud that we were able to add this again this year, and glad that you're here to receive the proclamation. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to see you here again today. We've worked together in so many capacities over the years, and this is a wonderful event. It's gone on for so long here in Stockton, and it's always been a real source of pride for the residents of this community. And this year was really exceptional. You're right. It evolved into a new kind of celebration. I think Weber Point was an inspired location for it to really accommodate large crowds of people in a really safe way. And so I look forward to seeing what comes next year as well. And thank you for all that you do in all of your different capacities, for not just your own community, but really for the community at large and for San Joaquin County. Thank you.
Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank everyone for coming today and honoring Juneteenth. It's an historic day, and I really appreciate all the festivities you guys do to honor this day. And I'm looking forward to next year, and I'd like to contribute in any way. Thank you.
And Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And likewise, thank you all very much for being here. It's great to see you. God bless you all for what you do for our communities. And, I want to give a shout out to our here in South County and in Tracy, our Tracy African American Association. They celebrated the 28th annual Juneteenth celebration in Tracy. And I know I've been going to this great event for over a decade, and it was great to see so many of our youth. And, we were able to, or TAAA was able to provide several scholarships to some of our local students that'll be moving on to college. And it's a historical day and to celebrate our freedom for all. So again, thank you very much for all you do for our community, and God bless you.
Well, I want to say a couple things. First things, 1865 was a turning point in this country, and I understand the reason for the celebration. However, I think that was just the beginning, because from then until now, we've seen a tremendous growth and accomplishments in the African American community. You touched upon, and Vice Chair Rickman touched upon it, but I think it's somehow lost in our national dialogue, is that education is a solution to every one of our problems. And if we can provide the education for every youth who aspires to whatever they want to do, that gives them the opportunity to move forward and to enter society and do all the things that we've all dreamed about from the time that we were probably teenagers in regards to our future. So again, I want to thank all of you, thank everyone, especially as Supervisor Rickman talks about, is that the celebrations that took place throughout the county, and I think that obviously from what I've heard, next year will be even better, and I think that's a great opportunity for all of us in the entire county to celebrate. So again, thank you for all that you do, and look forward to next year and seeing what happens with all these events. Thank you. All right. You got to be in the center. Where's Patty? You want to join us? Just pick your spot. Right. Now we got it. Thank you.
thank each of you so much. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the proclamation of June 2022 as Men's Healthcare Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite William Lattimore with My Brother's Keeper and Passport to Fatherhood to the podium to receive this proclamation, which reads, whereas, despite advances in medical technology and research, men continue to live an average of 5 years less than women, with Native American and African American men having the lowest life expectancies. And whereas educating the public and health care providers about the importance of a healthy lifestyle and early detection of male health problems may result in reducing rates of mortality from disease. And whereas men who are educated about the value that preventative health can play in prolonging their lifespan and their role as productive family members are more likely to participate in health screenings. And whereas fathers who maintain a healthy lifestyle are being good role models and have happier, healthier children. And whereas since 1992, the Men's Health Network worked with Congress to develop a national men's health awareness period as a special campaign to help educate men, boys, and their families about the importance of positive health attitudes and preventative health practices. And whereas since 1992, the Men's Health Network worked with Congress to develop, I apologize, I'm reading the same one over again. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim June 2022 as Men's Healthcare Month in San Joaquin County and encourages increased awareness of the importance of a healthy lifestyle, maintaining mental health, regular exercises, and medical checkups during this national observance of Men's Health Month. Presented this 21st day of June 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you. A few words?
Greetings, everyone. Thank you, Tom Petty, really thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Edwards to come up here and join with me because he's one of the fathers who's helping me out in this particular program. So we have a fatherhood program. Passport to Fatherhood is the name of the program. We also have MBK, My Brother's Keeper. And then we have another program with probation called Youth Deflection. And it is correct, the men do die at an earlier age than women. We carry the most load, don't tell nobody. But we also have to teach our young people how to become men, and we're not doing a great job of that, meaning it's birds teach birds how to fly, fish teach fish how to swim, and it's men who teach boys how to become men, and likewise, it's women who teach girls how to become women. So we have to make sure that the two is in balance with one another. Because right now, currently, we are out of balance a little bit. But we thank you very much for this proclamation. And I could not do this without Mr. Edwards here, and my other young man who's working with me is Charles Johnson. I want to say thank you to them. And on behalf of all the fathers I'm working with, as well as the youth that we're working with, say again, thank you for this proclamation.
Mr. Edwards, comments? No? Okay. Supervisor Alpuda.
I just want to thank you for bringing this to the forefront and appreciate. I know Mr. Edwards cares about this deeply, and you guys are doing a great job of recognizing this. So thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you're doing in our communities with young men. It's important work, and you're right. Education really is the key to making sure that our young people grow up to live healthy and positive and productive lives. So thank you for the work that you're doing. And thanks also for bringing the awareness, for helping us to recognize men's health awareness. There's a lot of critical health issues that are unique to men, and it is important to make sure that our young men and our adults are aware of those, what to look for, how to prevent them, and how to treat them. So thank you for all that you're doing. It's greatly appreciated.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Really glad you're here for this proclamation and setting a great example for those young boys that are soon to be men in so many capacities. And we really look at that psychological, the emotional, the physical health of men, why oftentimes they might be silent heroes. I remember my father getting up before the sun would be up and coming home when after the sun was down and the kids were already asleep. But he worked hard and provided for his family while my mother did her part and also worked multiple jobs as they built a life and a family together. And how lucky I was to have such a fantastic father as a role model and mother equally. So thank you for this work. I'm glad that my office was able to bring forward this proclamation, because men's health and that awareness and that celebration and even the enlightenment. I mean, if we didn't have Mary Nichols here in our community, we wouldn't have a stroke awareness recognition. And the action and the activity that she helped spearhead to help make San Joaquin County a more responsive and healthier place to be. So equally, I see that the same here, and look forward to speaking more and maybe joining your organization, helping some of these young men as the examples that you and Aaron and others are. So thank you. Glad that you're here for this.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for being here. This is such an important topic and something you don't hear too much about. And it seems like what you're referring to is kind of gets lost in the background. And hey, we all have fathers that we love dearly, our granddads and our friends. And it is so important that we bring awareness, through education of the preventative health care system that we do have out there. The screening that is unique, like Supervisor Miller mentioned, to men. And I know several folks that you get a certain age and there's certain procedures you got to do as a guy, and you don't look forward to. But the importance of doing those types of procedures will allow our dads, granddads, and our friends to be around longer in our lives, in their grandchildren's lives, and their children's lives. So again, thank you very much, both of you, and God bless you.
I just want to say that what you're doing is something that is life-changing, because unfortunately in today's society and over the past 2 years, it's been exacerbated in regards to the mental health and the physical health of our young men and women. And what you're doing is really, from my vantage point, because I always look at, we have a tendency as politicians to look at statistics, but we don't necessarily realize those statistics are people, individuals. And what you're doing is you're touching one person at a time, one young man, to make sure that they achieve, as we talked about earlier, their goals. And it's the mentoring, the support, the things that you do, the teaching. Those are things that make a difference in a young man's life. And the challenges for a young man today of any persuasion are overwhelming. And whether it be substance abuse, whether it be economically in regards to a job, certainly in education, those types of things. So all I can say is that what you're doing obviously is working. I wish we could expand it 1,000-fold, because there's that many youth that desperately need this type of help to really pursue their dreams. So I want to thank both of you for what you're doing and really appreciate. And to all your staff and all those who are involved in the program, thank them also, because without them, young men, especially that you're dealing with, would not have a future, and that's really the key. So thank you very much. Thank you. I'll ask Supervisor Patty to come down on this one.
Stay down?
Yeah, come on down. I think this is your proclamation, so I'll let you oversee it.
Thank you. We have a proclamation here, and we have, Madam Clerk, do we have somebody from the Audubon Society?
We do, Supervisor Patty. We have Donna Marciano with the San Joaquin Audubon Society.
Thank you. How are you today? I'm so glad you're able to make it. You know, so many times that we have in history, whether it be regional or national or international, we have different recognitions. I'm really proud when you look at the history of pigeons and how initially the colonials brought them over for a food source, but whether they be on the dinner table or as messengers across, you know, the spans of land, they saved countless lives throughout our history. So I thought it's very fitting, and I'm glad that you're able to be here, and there's others that contacted us, but you're representing a very proud legacy and history in our history. So I wanted to share, we have a proclamation here. So whereas carrier pigeons were used during the First World War to relay information when other methods of communication were not possible, therefore having a significant role during wartime, and how fitting we have so many veterans here that know that proud history of war and those risks. Pigeons are saving lives out on that battlefield. So providing life-saving communications to our troops and contributing to winning World War I. And whereas June 13 was chosen to commemorate the death of Cher Ami, a heroic messenger pigeon who died of complications from war wounds on that day in 1919 after saving the lives of over 194 soldiers the previous year. And whereas the now extinct passenger pigeon was once the most abundant bird in North America, perhaps even the world, but was driven to extinction in just a few decades, caused primarily by the unregulated market and hunting. And whereas this day recognizes the people who passionately care about pigeons and promotes the positive portrayal of pigeons in society, educating people about the role pigeons have played in history, highlighting their intelligence and charm. And whereas Pigeon Day is intended to dispel misconceptions about pigeons carrying disease and counter the portrayal of pigeons as nuisances and pests. And whereas ornithologists recognize the value and contributions of pigeons all over the world, and others may too, once positively, publicly, based on truth, is shared on these great creatures. Now, therefore, it is resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim June 13th, 2022 as Pigeon Appreciation Day in San Joaquin County, and encourages all citizens to observe this day by contemplating all the wonderful contributions pigeons have given to our society. Now, just last day, that my first experience with pigeons was upstate in Catskill, and Mike Tyson from Brooklyn built a pigeon coop, and he had the tumblers, the rollers. They would fly and they'd tumble from right before they crashed. Their spasm would end, and they'd fly back up with the flock, and for hours people would be entertained. And then you see there's homing and the carrier pigeons and the variety. So it's not just that street pigeon that makes messes in cities, but actually that important role throughout history. So I was very proud to bring this forward through our county. Please.
Well, thank you very much. So my name is Donna Marciano, and on behalf of the San Joaquin Audubon, I will accept this proclamation. I am the president of the Audubon Group, and so we do foster in saving all kinds of birds, no matter what they are here in San Joaquin County. Also plants. We are a part of the California Audubon Society, which is also part of a national Audubon Society. So we encourage everyone here to go along with the 13th of the proclamation, and to also take awareness to all animals and birds when you're out there doing some your education and you're doing your different things. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Supervisor Villapudua.
Sure. I want to thank you for everything you do for birds. Pigeons were amazing, especially during the war. And thanks for bringing this up, TV.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. And it's interesting that this is here today, because I know this weekend in Tracy, we had the Portuguese Festa, in which we march. And at the end of the march, all the queens, princesses, and everybody gets together and they release pigeons, right? So it's fitting that this is here today. But in preparation for this meeting, of course, I did my research and I learned a lot about pigeons than I didn't think I would learn before. So I'll share some of those facts. Pigeons may have been the first domesticated bird, and it says it was portrayed in art over 4,500, BC. And we all know during the 20th century, it was common for countries to have flocks of homing pigeons for military use. they've been released. They were used to be, or I guess pigeons were released from sinking boats to send for help and other ones. And this is probably one of the most interesting things, and I did not know. Pigeons can find their way home from an outstanding 1,300 miles away. Even if you just take them blindfolded and put them somewhere, they can find their home, as long as, I guess, within 1,300 miles. And, they used to carry mail. And the last fact that I'll share with you is that pigeons, of course, can detect cancer. I guess they have been doing some studies at UC Davis, and of course, once they're trained, and they can be trained to look at biopsies and differentiate between benign and malignant tumors with approximately 85 to 99% accuracy. So some interesting facts. So thank you, Supervisor.
Fascinating, Vice Chairman. Thank you. Thanks for doing this. That's probably history you all knew.
It is too, yes.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for being here today. It's a pleasure to meet you. This first came about in the board's earlier discussions on the process for bringing proclamations forward and opening up the process so that any supervisor could feel comfortable bringing forward some sort of positive recognition in the community. And at the time, Supervisor Patty actually mentioned a Pigeon Appreciation Proclamation as kind of an example of a frivolous proclamation. But I think what's occurred here today is a really perfect example of how these proclamations can be used to bring awareness to an important history, to some perhaps unsung heroes amongst us, and an organization such as your own that is doing really good work in San Joaquin County. So I think today is a great example of how these proclamations can be brought forward by various supervisors in a really positive way for the community to help educate. So thank you very much for being here today and being a part of this. That's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well stated, Supervisor Miller. It is an example of the importance of doing recognitions as we can. It takes a little bit of our time, but it does have significance throughout our history. And stay tuned, because we do have a chicken month coming up. So back to our chairman. Thank you.
Well, I want to say that I've learned a lot today about pigeons. But more importantly, I want to thank you and your organization in regards to all birds, all animals, et cetera, in regards to certainly the need for their care and protection. So I appreciate that, and please pass on to all the members of your organization that we appreciate the work that you do. And without you, who knows what would happen, because there wouldn't be anybody there to take care of these very precious birds. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then I'll let Supervisor Patty provide you with proclamation.
And I will continue on with the theme that everyone else has been saying earlier today is education. And that is what's important. If people know about things, and they can appreciate things much better. So thank you.
All right, moving along to public comment. Public comment on matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors. that are not listed on the agenda, any matters listed on the minutes, appointments, consent agenda, or closed session may be completed in the board chambers by verbally or in writing using the methods below. Please no personal attacks. Persons wishing to address the board in person may complete the public comment card, which I have here, which is located at the back over the board chambers near the entrance. This form is also obtained from the Board of Supervisors suite on room 627, etc. Completion of the public comment card is voluntary. Public comments are limited 3 minutes. Persons wishing to address the board in writing may submit public comments over 250 words online. So that is basically the process. And so I will, in the order I have them here, Denise Estrada.
Good morning. My name is actually Yvette Quiros, and I'm here with Denise Estrada because I know that my 3 minutes will go over, so we're in tandem. So I want to say good morning to the Board of Supervisors, County Council, and County Administrator's Office. Thank you for having us. My name is Yvette Quiros, and I'm the Manager of Diagnostic Imaging at San Joaquin General Hospital. I've been an employee at San Joaquin General for over 40 years. And my colleague here, Denise Estrada Delgado, is the manager of the Graduate Medical Education Department at the hospital. We share the passion, purpose, and pride of so many of the employees that work at San Joaquin General Hospital and throughout the county, many of whom share the sentiments that follow. Throughout my years at the hospital, I've witnessed good and bad financial times. I've worked with at least 6 directors of the hospital, either in healthcare services, hospital director, or CEO. I witnessed consulting groups come in, including the Mercer Group, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and Camden, costing millions of dollars repeatedly to analyze the financial viability of San Joaquin General Hospital and determine whether we remain a community hospital as a safety net organization, or we explore who might be interested in absorbing the debt for the county. In each case, it was determined that San Joaquin General is clearly an essential entity in the community, and that it would be advantageous to remain a public hospital. The challenges, however, remain. The high volume of underprivileged and underinsured populations exist. Minuscule Medi-Cal and other reimbursements exist. Challenging billing and collection processes, convoluted civil service and HR procedures, and other customary barriers to governmental purchases and other requirements of the county. Around October of 2007, the county hired the Camden Group to do yet another assessment of San Joaquin General's viability and operate the senior management of the hospital. Among those enlisted was David Culberson. During this interim period, Mr. Culberson led by example and demonstrated the exceptional leadership skills in team building, faith in the commitment and the quality of care that we delivered in the community, and the potential opportunities for the hospital's success. The Board of Supervisors at the time saw the same exceptional qualities and selected Mr. Culberson as the new leader of San Joaquin General Hospital. He and his family moved up from Southern California, embraced and enriched our community over the last 12 years. Under Mr. Culberson's leadership, San Joaquin General went from a $21 million deficit subsequently to 12, then 11, then 4, then 0. And during the last few years, the hospital turned a significant profit. Here are some of the accomplishments achieved. The development of specialty services and clinics, the development of federally qualified health clinics to take advantage of federal reimbursement, the implementation of both electronic image storage and electronic health record. We achieved Gold Stroke certification. We passed multiple Joint Commission accreditations and statewide inspections. We received baby-friendly awards for the care and the breastfeeding programs. We had successful continuation of the contract with the CDCR, meeting the auspices of inmate care. We achieved first three...
Yvette, if I could interrupt, please. I understand, and I think we all appreciate Mr. Culberson's service to the county hospital, but your time is up, but if your Denise would like to continue on, that would be great.
Mr. Culberson's commitment to the mission of the hospital to provide community-oriented, culturally sensitive, affordable health care and support our teaching programs never wavered. The examples he set continue to influence us, such as inspect what you expect and be present. Mr. Culberson did not ask for a special parking spot. He parks in the various lots around the hospital so he can observe the things needing improvement, not to mention picking up trash along the way. He frequently rounds on the units, the OR, ancillary departments, and the clinics, appreciating staff's efforts and looking for other opportunities for improvement. Whether County Council, Purchasing and Support Services, ISD, HR, EMS, or various contracted vendors, all respect Mr. Culberson's calm, yet purposeful demeanor and vast knowledge of public processes and various healthcare delivery systems. During the last couple years, we have been faced with unprecedented challenges with COVID and the exorbitantly high premium cost of registry staffing for nursing and other ancillary services. To assist with increasing financial challenges, the Board of Supervisors, including Mr. Culberson's support, embarked on entertaining a partnership with another community healthcare system to improve services and specialties, increasing purchasing powers, etc. We wanted a partnership, not a management service takeover, but we all thought, even though Mr. Culberson had to reapply for his job, why would he not be chosen? With his experience in both the private and public sector, he clearly has the professional skills for the job and demonstrated successes. Not only were we surprised at the outcome, but we were also very disappointed in the manner that it was presented. He took the opportunity to publicly announce at a Board of Supervisor meeting that he would be replaced as CEO. Running San Joaquin General Hospital is challenging for even the most talented CEO, and we just hope that Mr. Culberson is around in 18 months when the board may approach him to come back to lead San Joaquin General Hospital. Here are a few sentiments from our last management meeting after the announcement. We're very sad to hear this. So much for human kindness. You've done so much for our organization. We've accomplished so much with you, with all the constraints and barriers of local, state, and federal government. We appreciate everything you've done for this organization. You will be missed. Thank you, Mr. Culberson, for your many years of service and commitment to the mission of San Joaquin General Hospital. Thank you for all your support and service. It's been a pleasure to work with you as a CEO who generally cares about what goes on. You have been the best since Mr. Smith with your passion for San Joaquin General and your leadership. Thank you for giving so much to San Joaquin General. I always remember you saying when you come on board, inspect what you expect and still use this with our own team. Pray all our future endeavors are wonderful and even better than expected. Patty and the team. Thank you for your leadership. I myself have learned a lot from your leadership.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure Mr. Culberson and the board appreciates that. We have expressed our appreciation for Mr. Culberson's service. Thank you. Tito Adamy.
Good morning, Chairman Chuck Wynn and the Board of Supervisors. Carl Ross, Post 16, here today to thank you for the new facility and thank you for your continued support of veterans. But we need continuous support for this homeless veterans. I know the 28,000 plus documented veterans in San Joaquin County, but there are so many that are unregistered and need to be connected with the VA. We'd like to know what steps the county is going to be taking to help these homeless veterans. We need more assistance. And in the past, Colorado Post has done stand-downs and health fairs for the board assistants. But we are now in the need to have more of the health fairs that we've had in the past. So we'd like to thank you very much for your continued support. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Martha Snyder.
Good morning, Chairman Wynn, members of the board. I too am here from American Legion Colorado Post 16. I'm the post service officer. My part in coming to you today is to humbly request that Carl Ross Post 16 be put on the agenda for a presentation about more in detail of our concerns for veterans in San Joaquin County. My part today is to talk with you about the VSO office that's located on San Joaquin Street. It's significantly undermanned. They're at 1.5 people. When I called last week, I was told that they are now doing appointments for veterans for September. They also send our veterans to Modesto. There's an agreement with Stanislaus County that doesn't really work because that impacts Stanislaus County. Also, for our Veteran Service Office to be so undermanned and its location, it is also depriving veterans and their families of seeking out other services right here at home in San Joaquin County. So again, I hope that budget-wise and plan-wise that you will allow us to come back and talk in more detail about the concerns that veterans have in San Joaquin County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carrie Martin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Kerry Martin. I am Judge Advocate at Carl Ross Post, American Legion. I am here principally to tell you that we support the Delta College veterans and the Campus Veteran Resource Center. Some of the 100 attending Delta are considering other community colleges for the 22-23 school year so that they can finish their degrees in a timely manner and with more support. Delta College is another county facility that is extremely understaffed. While the Veteran Service Center advertised and interviewed qualified candidates this spring, the position was not filled. Veterans felt it was due to leadership positions not being filled. This leaves one person trying to support veterans for what appears to be no support. Delta's ability to hire and maintain quality instructors is also impacting students' ability to finish degree programs. While COVID restrictions have been lifted throughout the county, Delta College maintains protocols that negatively impact veteran participation in on-campus classes. It is easier to go elsewhere than face the negativity. That's what I was supposed to present to you. I would now like to take a point of personal privilege. Some years ago, I sent a letter to the President of the United States. I brought copies here for County Council and every member of the then members of this board. It dealt with the leader then, General Shinseki, and this was the realignment process that brings the services from Livermore here to Stockton. I'll have to be quicker with this. The chair of that commission at the direction of the Congress, before the last meeting, said that the decision would be made based on the proximity of getting cardiac treatment for veterans. My proposal there was, I stated, the distance and time was 5 minutes by gurney. The position that has now been chosen to site these facilities, I believe, is still related to that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Melanie Knott.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen.
Good morning.
Board of Supervisors and all present. Thank you very much for your time this morning. I'm speaking in regards to election integrity. Let me start by first saying, if you've ever used a computer to purchase anything, there's normally a little thing down there that says that I'm not a robot. I'm checking, I'm not a robot. And I'm here to say that our machines in our elections, there are questions, many questions in regards to the machines and many of the processes that are used. This is my first time speaking, and I need to do a lot more research, but I'm finding that I'm being stopped on some occasions to do the research. There are places where that information is being censored, and every legal vote should count. Every legal vote should count. I'm an American, I'm a Californian, and my vote should count. And if I'm reaching out to find out if my vote can count, and I'm not finding those areas where I can do that and do it with integrity, something's wrong. I'm just bringing attention to that. And I'm not going to take the full 10 minutes or 3 minutes, but my thing is that can we look at getting rid of the machines? Can we look at getting rid of the machines? And I'll bring up another point. I don't live in Texas. I live in California. And it's my understanding that Texas is now talking about decertifying the 2020 election. If they're taking a look at it, why can't we take a look at it as well? Why can't we make a concerted effort to take a look at 2020? Is there a possibility that it may have been stolen? Let's take a look at it. A concerted effort. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Carla, I'm not sure of the last name, Hin?
Good morning. My handwriting was a little shaky this morning, sorry. Last name is Carla Huney, and I've been before you before, so good morning to you all, and thank you for having me here. I was going to speak on one subject, and I decided I wouldn't. So I understand that later on in the agenda, and I will not be able to be here, you're going to talk about a Citizens Election Review Committee, and I would urge you to do that committee. As Melanie just said, we all have concerns. We have concerns on this election. I've been down to the ROV twice now, and every time I come back, I'm more confused. And that shouldn't be. It should be transparent what we're doing, and I think the citizens need to get involved. So I just urge you all to vote yes and have wide open parameters of what that committee can investigate. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly Watkins.
Good morning. Just one question about the committee that you are proposing to do. If so, that committee needs to have a forensic expert on it. We need to see what's inside these machines. If they're so fabulous, then let's open them up. Let's find out what's inside of them. Let's find out how they work. Let's find out if they have any ability to go on the internet. Let's find out if they move votes from one folder to another. There are some great experts in Colorado. There are some more experts in New Mexico. I would be delighted to help you find some experts. to investigate these machines because they need to go. Thank you.
Alex Ferris.
My name is Alex Olaferis. Good morning. There are questions in the election. And by the way, I have 3 ballots here. This was in 2014. 2 ballots are in the same address. One was a renter. This was under registered voters, Austin Erdman, 2014. My brother was legally registered to vote in Maryland. Why did he receive a ballot in San Joaquin County? And another ballot is a lady that obviously passed away around 2010, and in 2014, she received an absentee ballot at an address of our tenant that she wasn't even living there for a few years. So, and this is ongoing. We had other citizens bringing stuff up. Now, there's an article in 2007, and I found other stuff. This was in New York Times, July 28, 2007. The title is, Scientists Test Hack into Electronic Voting Machines in California and Elsewhere. What does it talk about? California scientists from California universities have hacked into 3 electronic voting systems used in California and elsewhere in the nation, found several ways in which vote totals could potentially be altered, according to reports released yesterday by the state. And we go on, and it says here, it says here, one of the professors says, who led the team to try to compromise the machine, said his group was surprised by how easy it was not only to pick the physical locks in the machines, but also to break through the software defenses meant to block intruders. Are these machines connected to the internet? Now, I know there was some comment submitted to the 209 Times, and the Register of Voters says, oh, no, these... Guess what type of machines we're talking about? We're using the heart machines. This talks about the heart machines. Has anything changed? And of course, it didn't make the changes. And of course, so we have a lot of questions. And it shouldn't be cover-coded, because the other states are moving, in certain counties, they're moving to ban the machines. New Mexico, one county, last week, the commissioners voted to ban the machines. Several rural counties in Nevada have started to ban the machines. People are looking into this. And if you haven't seen the documentary 2,000 Mules, that is very concrete proof of what's in other sectors of our election process that is very questionable. So we have to ban the machines, get rid of them somehow.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, Clerk of the Board.
Thank you, Chairman. We do have a number of written public comments. I'm going to start by having Chief Deputy Clerk Nicole Lee read public comments. Oh, go ahead.
Sure.
This gentleman can go. Was this for the election integrity? Yeah, there will be a discussion item. Would you like to speak now?
It's up to you. Could you state your name, please?
Good morning. My name is Tom Gundershog. I've been a resident of San Joaquin County all my life, and I'm a retired small business owner. I also worked for the state of California, retired, and I've never gone to a Board of Supervisors meeting ever until these last few elections that we've had, where I don't feel they are honest and true election, go to the polls. I've never seen anything like this before, because I've always gone to the polls to vote. And now we have these new machines where you don't even have to be there, you just mail them in, and it's very questionable of whether it's actually true and there's integrity involved in it. But I have about 3 questions I'd like to try to address. Number one is, how is San Joaquin County testing or certifying their voting machines? And why are they used at all, as other comments were made? Also, in this last primary election, at least 1/3 of the ballots had to be resubmitted by county election workers to resubmit their votes. Now, if they're going to all that work to resubmit the votes, why do they put them in machines? Why don't they just tally them right then and there? Why do they have to go through the machines? Also, why aren't we purging our polls of dead people, multiple people that have multiple ballots sent to them? I don't understand this. It's been going on for years. They don't purge the polls. Anyway, I'm a concerned citizen. I really appreciate you letting me talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jody Graham.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen and members of the board. As an American, voting is the very foundation of our constitutional republic. We, as citizens, elect officials to represent our voices in government. It is essential that the citizens feel elections reflect the will of the people. I commend your commitment to forming a citizen election review committee. Confidence in our elections is fundamental to how our elected officials will be able to govern. I think we can all agree that right now our current election is a mess. The sudden tragic death of the ROV and the very unfortunate but preventable printing error has resulted in election 2 months from what once was election day. These events have eroded trust and faith in our results. A committee to review the election is needed to restore the confidence in the results of San Joaquin County's elections. You, as board members, have the power to affect this change in our county to ensure that our elections are actually free and fair. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else? Williams.
Chairman Nguyen, members of the Board of Supervisors, wearing a different hat now, Chuck.
Okay, got it.
I'm going to make it simple and succinct. To this commission. Heard the comments that's just been mentioned. I'm asking you, please, do this commission help restore trust in San Joaquin County? Please, I ask you to do this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Bob, I see you walking up here. Are you going to speak?
Hi, Bob Bentz. You folks know me. I didn't come here to speak about this today, but coincidental to my brothers having spoken earlier, and I've spoken to you guys, I've said this before, you know, you're the highest level of government that actually is working today. The state of California is still closed. The federal government's still closed. They decide what phone calls they're going to take, and they decide what emails they're going to answer, and their door is locked. Unfortunately, Delta College is part of that system too. This may seem like a small thing, but I usually buy my tomatoes from the greenhouse at Delta College. The greenhouse has not been functioning effectively for the last 2 years. I kind of like getting different tomatoes from the college. It's a damn shame that the government is shut down and operating without public input, except at this level. And so I would hope that you folks with your contacts can impress upon the folks who claim that they're doing our business without our input the fact that we have the right to be in the room when decisions are made, when input is added. when public comment is made. Another real small issue, but one that obviously isn't within your jurisdiction, is I have a lifetime fishing license. But the state of California stopped printing regulations. And I choose not to use computers because, well, I'm entitled not to use computers as a citizen. But you know what? I can't get a damn fishing regulation. So I don't know, maybe I'm going to go out and get arrested for fishing in a place where they've changed the rules, because they don't post them anymore either. So we're in kind of in a queer place where government is functioning on its own without the direction of the rest of us. And we'll talk more about the voters later on in our conversation today. But thank you for entertaining me.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Clerk?
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. As I was saying, we do have a number of public comments. I'm going to start with Chief Deputy Clerk Nicole Lee to read some comments, and then I will read more.
Wendy Cicchini writes, Dear County Supervisors, I live in the Lammersville community around Hanson and Van Sosten roads. The new Prologis Industrial Park has increased traffic and decreased the safety of my neighbors. I know you are trying to help us in our struggle to make the area safe again, but your closure of one direction of traffic on Hanson Road made that road and the area around it less safe. I no longer walk or drive on Hanson or Van Sosten roads. Those roads are even less safe than they were before. The one-way travel on Hanson Road is an accident just waiting to happen. Since you have blocked one side of the overpass with huge cement K-rails, there will probably be a head-on collision as cars use the same lane to cross the overpass daily. At the speeds we have seen cars and trucks driving, this will most likely be a deadly accident and affect vehicles on the freeway below. Please close Hanson Road at the freeway overpass. The one-way trial on Hanson is a complete and utter failure. Tammy Merrill writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, please hear this community's plea. The one-way on Hanson Road is extremely dangerous. We have a lot of video footage of one wrong-way drivers speeding in our rural residential neighborhood. We still have semi-trucks using Hanson and even going in the wrong direction. The I-205 overpass is a hill that is a complete blind spot when someone is driving on the wrong side of the road, which happens every single day and night. We see it, and we have videos and photos to prove it. I don't know how this was thought to be a good idea. It is a safety hazard, and we will not allow this to continue. We have had at least 2 head-on collisions into the cement barriers, which are right outside of homes and across the street from the elementary school. The residents can't use our own streets. It looks like a construction zone, but most importantly, it is dangerous. Prologis told the LPA that they don't need Hanson Road. Please give us our safe community back and close Hanson Road at the overpass. It's a simple solution to an immediate safety problem. Please, enough is enough. Tim Bannister writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, please hear this community's plea. The one-way on Hanson Road is extremely dangerous. We have a lot of video footage of wrong-way drivers speeding in our rural residential neighborhood. We still have semi-trucks using Hanson and even going in the wrong direction. The I-205 overpass is a hill that is a complete blind spot when someone is driving on the wrong side of the road, which happens every single day and night. We all see it, and we have tons of proof. I don't know how this was thought to be a good idea. It is a safety hazard, and we will not allow this to continue. We have had at least 2 head-on collisions into cement barriers, which are right outside of homes and across the street from the elementary school. The residents can't use our own streets. It looks like a construction zone, but most importantly, it is dangerous. Prologis told the LPA that they don't need Hanson Road. Please give us our safe community back and close Hanson Road at the overpass. It's a simple solution to an immediate safety problem. Please, enough is enough. Pat Moore writes, Hello, for the safety of myself, my family, and all of my neighbors, please close the Hanson Road overpass. No one needs it. Too many FedEx big rigs have been filmed driving the wrong way into a blind zone over the Hanson Road overpass. Since no one involved with vetoing this request will speak up as to specifically why this has not already happened, could they at least do us a favor and be honest with what is so much more important than our safety? What are the big plans for this aged and small overpass? Cheryl Valdez writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, I am writing in regards to the traffic on Hanson Road. The one-way has helped a bit, but has presented its own problems, such as traffic going the wrong way. Please give our quiet neighborhood back and close Hanson at the overpass. Thank you, Cheryl Valdez. I'll now turn it over to Rochelle DeBoard, Clerk of the Board.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. The next comment was submitted by Peter Moyer, who writes, regarding Hanson Road closure on Monday, 6/20/2022, a holiday for most people, a county employee in a county public works vehicle was taking pictures of Hanson Road. When politely confronted, he stated, quote, it's for the new permanent one-way traffic on Hanson Road, end quote. The county implemented the traffic study. We have not seen the study request. Was it written to benefit San Joaquin County? Was it written to discredit our cause? I don't know. Scott stated the Brown Act and will get a copy 72 hours prior to the July 26 board meeting. Is this what the county is hiding behind? The public is entitled to the report now. The Brown Act entitles us to all drafts, final reports, and etc. Our tax dollars purchased it. Our community has a petition with over 85% wanting Hanson Road closed. The school board, the fire marshal, the city of Tracy, and Prologis are all supporting us. Does the county work for us, taxpayers, or do they have their own agenda? I'm totally confused. We're communicating in good faith. Is this becoming a predetermined item for the county? Was good faith part of a lopsided political agenda? Currently, the state attorney general is going after municipalities with false or doctored EIRs. The Cordes Ranch EIR stated 890 cars a day, not 4,500. This EIR was false and doctored beyond belief. So was your county employee lying to us? Our community is not stopping until Hanson Road is closed. I remain Peter Moyer. The next comment was submitted by Michael David, who writes, my name is Michael David. My address is 16431 DeSerlis Drive. I live on the corner of Hanson and DeSerlis Drive. I want Hanson Road closed at the overcrossing because of the safety for family and my neighbors. I witnessed and took pictures of a semi going the wrong way over the overpass. This is just one of many reasons, including a crazy 55 to 60 mile per hour speeding over the speed humps. Someone is going to get killed, probably a child walking to school. The road needs to be closed at the overcrossing. There's going to be more warehouses. It will get worse. Please do not wait for a fatality to implement this change. Do the right thing and change it now. Close Hanson at the overcrossing. Thank you. Vanny Dart writes, trusted board members, it now has been 5 months since the one-way was implemented. When Public Works presented to the board last October, and the board voted 5-0 to have this trial. It was a 90-day trial with a traffic study performed. Since the implementation of the one-way, we've had cars and big trucks, including semis, going the wrong way to cross the overpass daily. We've had 2 head-on accidents by the school. We've had multiple missed accidents, and we have local residents dodging the commuters speeding down the wrong way daily. We've had big rigs with containers using residential driveways to turn around. Public Works required the residents to pay $250,000 for a traffic study and to purchase land for the turnaround if we want the overpass closed. Yet the one-way forces trucks to use our driveways to turn around, trucks that weigh as much as 80,000 pounds. When did our driveways become public roads? Where's the traffic study on this before the one-way was forced on us? Needless to say, the one-way is an embarrassment of failure. The traffic study is done, but the community has not been shared the information. Please instruct Public Works to share the traffic study with us. It involves the people who live in this community. We deserve to know. Please do not prolong the one-way road on Hanson and close the overpass completely before a life is lost. Thank you, Vanny Dart. Charlene Cresson writes, growth is inevitable. However, safety and well-being of our citizens is imperative. A major thoroughfare through a residential neighborhood and nearby elementary school should not be accessible for commercial purposes. Strict enforcement to disallow passage must be compulsory. The importance of trucking is obviously a necessity. Our city and county leadership needs to first and foremost consider safety and institute a viable passageway for commercial vehicles to access industrial areas that does not bring semi-trucks, commercial vans, etc. through our neighborhoods. where it endangers children and interrupts the quality of life of its citizens. Charlene Croissant. The next comment was submitted by George and Julie Escalante, who writes, "Stop the madness, close Hanson Road. Voters in the 9th Congressional District will unite to make sure we have a voice in this matter." The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, "The Lammersville community appreciates the efforts of Public Works and the Board of Supervisors to mitigate the traffic safety issues caused by the nearby warehouse project in the city of Tracy. As all previous traffic calming measures failed to remove the traffic safety hazards caused by cut-through warehouse computers and tracks, the board directed Public Works to implement their recommended one-way traffic control on Hanson Road. While the one-way road was reduced, the volume of traffic on Hanson Road, it has significantly increased the traffic safety hazard due to illegal and dangerous driving, primarily by cut-through commuters. Drivers use the closed portion of the road to illegally and unsafely pass vehicles going the speed limit. Frequently, vehicle drivers into the oncoming lane to drive over the closed southbound freeway overpass. Many neighbors now avoid this overpass out of fear of a head-on collision. This is a recipe for disaster. Someone is going to be significantly hurt or killed. The only solution to restore the safety of our community is to close Hanson Road. We encourage the board to do exactly that. This is precedence for elected officials to close roads due to increased traffic that causes safety issues. We have provided several recent local examples of this. There is no reason for this board to continue to put our health and safety in jeopardy. Close Hanson Road. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, "With the new VA clinic coming to completion, San Joaquin County Veterans Services Office should expect to see a rise in clients. That should be a good thing, but I know the office is understaffed and underpaid as of right now. I have been told on several occasions that veterans are told to go to neighboring counties and wait for an appointment is too long and the service is lackluster. Veterans of San Joaquin deserve better. They deserve to have services in their own county. They deserve to be helped promptly and enthusiastically, and they deserve to have their county invest in their needs. Other counties are far ahead in delivering benefits in a timely manner in office and virtually. Because of this, the county is losing money. By increasing pay and increasing the amount of allowed full-time representatives will generate money for the county, keep San Joaquin clients in San Joaquin County, and boost morale in the office. There are several veterans organizations in the county that will agree that the office has not been welcoming in years. The location is hard to access, and the hours make it hard for some veterans to come into the office. By bringing in more reps at a higher pay, providing virtual and in-office meetings, and increasing outreach, we can reach all San Joaquin veterans and provide the service they deserve while increasing employee confidence." The next comment was submitted by county employee regarding the proclamation of Juneteenth. "Dear Board of Supervisors, I would like to inquire if the county is taking any steps to make Juneteenth an official county holiday. This is the second year that the Juneteenth has been established as a paid federal holiday. There is also legislation moving forward quite promisingly in the California State Senate that will establish it as a paid holiday for state of California. What is the holdup at San Joaquin County? Why do we always have to wait to see what everyone else does in order to move? We can be positive change agents in this county, but it needs to start with the actions of this board. At a bare minimum, there should a clause on employee MOUs that allows employees that so to choose to take the day off, similar to Chavez Day. I am humbly asking that this board consider establishing Juneteenth as a regular paid county holiday beginning with the 2023 calendar year. Additionally, I am requesting that county employees also be provided with 8 hours of retro floating holiday pay for the 2022 calendar year. Many thanks for your kind and thoughtful consideration of this request." And the last public comment was submitted by Anonymous, who writes, "Pigeon Day, seriously." And that concludes our public comments.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? All right, close the public comment. We don't have any minutes. Appointments, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make this as a motion to approve the appointment of positions for the following boards and commissions. Aviation Advisory Committee, member one position number 1402.3. I recommend for appointment Marilyn Wolf. Housing Appeals Board, 3rd Supervisor District Rep, Position number 3503, recommend for appointment Michael Estrada, and Workforce Development Board as an at-large business representative. Position number 7208.1, recommended for appointment Tony Manor. And again, Chair, I'll make that as a motion, and thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have motion and second. Please vote. And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you. Now we have the COVID discussion. Mr. Diedrich.
This morning, as well as Chuck Davis from Digital Helix.
Good morning, Chair Nguyen, Supervisors. I will give my usual presentation, and then we'll follow that with Mr. Davis's presentation, where he's going to highlight some new features of our data dashboard. So we could have our slides up, my slides up.
It'll be just a moment, Dr. Park.
Great, thank you. So this is an epi curve that shows all of the waves of COVID-19 that we've had thus far since the beginning of the pandemic. Just wanting you to see this in a simplified sort of image form, to see that currently we are going through what would be counted as the fifth wave of the pandemic. Sometimes when you look at this curve laid out over time, the Omicron original wave that we had back in end of December, January, February was so prominent. As you recall, we had to change the y-axis on some of these curves, and it makes it seem as though the current case rates that we're going through are not that significant comparatively. But I do want to point out that if you were to draw a line across these waves, you would see that currently we are surging. And that we've been in a surge that is comparable to the Delta and the Alpha surges of the past. So really, we are in a wave, we have been surging, and if you look at that current wave, the rise has been through because of Omicron subvariants, namely starting with BA2 and then BA2.12.1, and now including BA4 and BA5. This is just a look at if you were to hone in on that wave that we're in right now, starting from end of February, March of this year, going to the present time. And it does appear that we had elevation in cases that are now starting to level off. And it's going to take some time to tell whether we're plateauing and then we'll rise again with BA4 and BA5's arrival, or if we will continue to decline. But it does look like at the moment, numbers are starting to decrease. Of course, the latest numbers are still being added onto. And so this is the CDC's nowcast, which shows which variants are currently circulating in the United States. And as you can see, that pink BA2 was really the predominant circulating variant the last couple months, then taken over by BA2.12.1, which now accounts for about 56% of all circulating variants in the country, BA2 only accounting for 9.1%. But you will see that the light green and the darker green, which represent BA4 and BA5, represent 11.4 and 23.5% of cases now. And this is really mirrored in Region 9, which is our region here on the west, where we do see BA4 and BA5 accounting for at least a quarter of all cases that are now being sent to labs for whole genome sequencing. It is projected that the BA4 and BA5 subvariants will soon become the dominant circulating strains. Here in our county, we continue to monitor the few cases that do go on to whole genome sequencing. You can see that in May, we had 1 case of BA4, and in June so far, we've had 2 confirmed cases of BA5. So it is here. Of course, these are small numbers, and overall, you see that we still had a lot of BA2 and BA12.2 circulating in May. But as I said, the projection is that in the next month or so, you will see a lot more BA4, BA5. I want to move on to a short talk about the vaccines that were just approved for 6 months and older. These next few slides are taken from the FDA's presentations. The FDA did meet last Tuesday, Wednesday, 14th and 15th, 8 hours each day to go over the vaccines for the youngest kids. The CDC then met, and then, of course, the Western States Scientific Safety Review Group met. But as you can see from this slide, children are affected by COVID, and so far over 13 million children in the United States have tested positive for COVID. Cumulative COVID-19 associated hospitalizations have been rising in the last several months, and as you can see, the red line represents those who are 6 months to 4 years, our very youngest children who are now eligible for vaccines. And you can see that that red line has now surpassed the line for 12 to 17-year-olds for a cumulative number of hospitalization rates. And those children who are the youngest, all again represented in red, the 6 months to 4-year-olds, when they do require hospitalization, at a greater percentage will require the ICU, will require high-flow nasal cannula, BiPAP or CPAP, or mechanical ventilation compared to the other age groups under 17. This is the cumulative incidence numbers for deaths in the United States with COVID-19 as the cause of death. So you will see that in that under age 5 group, we've had a significant number of losses. And interestingly, in every single age group, COVID-19 ranks within the top 5 causes of death. So other causes might be for older kids, accidents, suicide, homicide. Younger children might be congenital anomalies, cardiac issues, but still ranking top 5 for all age groups. And, really you don't see other infectious diseases in this top 5 for any of the age groups. And that is really because we've had vaccines for so many of the other childhood illnesses that are protective. So lots of data shown in that 16 hours of FDA meetings, and I can't possibly show you all of it, but anyone who's interested can certainly look up the FDA VRBPAC meetings that took place on June 14th and 15th. This is some data for the state of California, not national data, but honing it down to just our state. 1.68 million cases have occurred in children. With over 10,000 hospitalizations, 71 deaths in the state of California, and 25 deaths out of the 71 have occurred in children under 5, with the highest occurring amongst the Latinx population. So as I said, the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines were approved for these youngest age groups. This just happened after the FDA meetings last Tuesday and Wednesday. The CDC's ACIP met for 2 days after that, and then our Western States Scientific Safety Review Group met, and the director of the CDC did give a final stamp of approval for both of these, occurred over the weekend. And in anticipation of these authorizations, pre-orders had been placed across the country for these 2 vaccines, and I will say that yesterday, Public Health received shipments for both of them, so we're now in possession of these vaccines. The Pfizer vaccine is administered as a 3 microgram dose, which is 1/10 of the original dose for adults. It's given over 3 times as a primary series, so that you have to get a second dose 3 weeks after the first, and then a third dose 8 weeks after the second. The Moderna vaccine was given at 25 micrograms, which represents a quarter of the adult dose given over 2 injections, with the second injection happening 4 weeks after the first. At this point, there's no real way to compare these 2 vaccines head to head, as the studies were done quite differently and during different time periods. So you may see some efficacy data in the media comparing the 2, and it's really difficult to do that. In the eyes of public health, we really see them as comparable, and it might turn out that in due time we find that one is more effective than the other. And if there are questions about the efficacy data, I can go through that. Basically, both of the companies had to do immunobridging studies, which is to draw the serum of some of these patients who received the vaccine and compare them to the older age groups. For Pfizer, it was the 18 to 25, the 16 to 25, and for Moderna, it was their 18 to 25. And they were able to demonstrate with both companies that there was enough neutralizing antibody in the serum of these children. It was comparable or perhaps better than the neutralizing antibody levels that were found in the older age groups. So public health is going to be hosting a mass vaccination event for these kiddos to include the 6 months to 4-year-olds this Saturday at our WIC building on Aurora Street from 10 to 4 p.m. With the assistance of San Joaquin Health Centers. Joan Sing Song's team and our own public health nurses are going to join forces. We will have nurses there from the pediatric and family practice clinics who are comfortable vaccinating babies and toddlers. We will have the Moderna vaccine, and so in 4 weeks' time, we will have a repeat event on July 23rd at the same location, and after that, those children, 2 weeks after that second dose, will be considered fully vaccinated. We have partners who are going to be there, El Concilio, First Five, and we also have our FRRC group giving us lots of giveaways, goodies. We've purchased a lot of giveaways as well. So we'll have diapers to give out, wipes, children's books, gift cards, so on and so forth. And anybody who wants to be vaccinated above the age of 4 will also be able to get vaccinated, boosted, anybody eligible. So we're very excited to be hosting that. And the images I've shown are these kids with capes from previous 5 to 11 vaccine events. But we will have our capes at this event as well. If you go to our public health website, you'll see that we have a new newsletter for the month of June. Recall that our May newsletter went over therapeutics. In our June newsletter, we did highlight where we have 3 test-to-treat sites now in the county. We have the 2 Optum Serve sites at French Camp and in Lodi, and now we have the one at Larch Clover Community Center with Carbon Health there. And this information is also up on SJ Ready, but anybody who is interested in testing, and if they're positive receiving Paxlovid, these sites have the medications. Thanks to Director Chris Woods from HSA and Elise Vigil from his his Aging and Community Services Division, we will probably have a 4th test-to-treat site very soon, working with them and Carbon Health on getting another site up and running at Kennedy's Community Center here in Stockton. And that is projected to happen very soon. We are literally meeting tomorrow to finalize the details, and when the details are worked out, that will go up on SJ Ready. Also, thanks to our community centers run by HSA, we were able to set them each up as places of fixed distribution for anyone who needs a rapid antigen test kit. So these are the boxes of 2 rapid antigen tests that you would perhaps pay $20 for at Rite Aid or Walgreens, CVS. We will hand them out at any of these locations. So the top 3 locations across that top bar are public health locations. It's our public health building as well as our 2 WIC programs. And the other 8 locations are all of the county-run community centers, which now anyone can go to if they are in need of picking up rapid antigen tests. And of course, if you would like to try to stock up on some, we welcome you to come and pick those up. In addition to fixed distribution sites, we've done distributions to the cities of iHealth rapid antigen test boxes that we purchased. The first round went out a few months ago, and in that round we gave about 20,000 boxes, each with 5 tests inside. This time we purchased significantly many more. These are the boxes that have 2 in them, and we did have these go out to the cities just very recently. This is the same information as what I just showed you, but you can see all the pickup dates are very recent. So many of the cities are picking them up and either giving them out at fire stations, libraries, or through drive-through events. They have given them out whichever way they prefer to their public. I will say that the city of Stockton declined their allocation, so we rerouted their allocation to the 2 higher education facilities in the city to benefit folks who are still in the city. So UOP and Delta College did receive that allocation. And lastly, just to show you quickly that we've also been giving these test kits out to our CBOs and faith-based organizations, which they then turn around and give out at their events. And this represents the number of test kits that have been given out since about February of this year. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Davis to show you our dashboard, which we're very happy and excited about to share with you.
So I'm going to give a little context before I bring up the dashboard. I just want to thank the board for their commitment to increasing the data capabilities of the Department of Public Health. Early on in the pandemic, a tremendous amount of information was coming in from the state. The reconciliation of that data at times has been somewhat challenging, and the goal has been, at some point, to give people access to actionable local information with respect to COVID so that people can make informed decisions and choices about their safety consistent with the guidance from public health. Today I'm going to show the result of those efforts with respect to the dashboard, and I just want to thank Director Dietrich and also Zena Blackwell-Rodriguez for their leadership in terms of with respect to the transparency of the data. But I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the epidemiology team. I've worked really closely with them over the last 6 months, and more specifically, supervising epidemiologist Kelly Rose. We've put a lot of work into this. Excited to show it today. So with that, I'll stop talking and start clicking. So if someone wants to see the dashboard, they can just simply go to sjcphs.org, which is the public health website. They should also check out the newsletter. But if they scroll down, they'll see COVID-19 data and reports. Now, in the past, we had a report that was assembled by a member of the epidemiology team. So an epidemiologist would take about 3 hours to assemble that report each time it had to be done. This new process takes about 15 minutes, and there's a lot of complexity going on behind the scenes. We're taking data from all the different state resources, but more importantly, we're also looking at that data and verifying the integrity of it before it's actually published. So if they click there, they'll see data reports and publications. They can go back and look at some of the previous weekly reports, but want to focus on the dashboard itself. So you click on dashboard. So the summary dashboard has been up for a little while. We've actually had this up for a week and a half or so, and it's received thousands and thousands of views throughout the county. What you're going to see today, and this is all live publicly right now, will be the expanded version. But someone coming to this page, they get a pretty good overview of what's going on with COVID in terms of testing, cases, hospitalizations, deaths within the county, and vaccinations, or vaccination status. So we could see right now, if I focus on the positivity rate, that the positivity rate is actually plateauing. There's a little tooltip that explains or shows the current date or the point in time for that particular value. The case rate trend, so our cases, which is currently 33.0, and you'll see that there's that long drop off. That's what the state reports, because the state has partial reporting. So if you were to look at that, you'd say, wow, that's great, the cases are dropping, but that's not that's not true. They just haven't been reported. So we actually list partial results so that someone knows. Really, you want to look at the area before the box, and we explain that here. What our hospitalizations are and the hospitalization trend. So we can see that the ICU trend is going down. Hospitalizations seem to be coming down as well. But if you want more information, the expanded version, click here for more. And now you have the option of looking at, and again, this is all specific to this county, looking at the demographics, cases and deaths, hospitalizations, but we're asking questions like who's getting COVID in San Joaquin County, and then you go to demographics, or how active has COVID been in my community, and then you can see it geographically. So let's just really quickly look at cases and deaths. So if I click on cases and deaths, we get the cases at the top over time, and we also see deaths over time. So I look at this as a data scientist, the epidemiologists look at this, and we know exactly what we're seeing. What we're seeing is that COVID was particularly deadly at the beginning of the pandemic because we didn't have vaccines, we didn't have good therapeutics, we didn't understand a lot about transmission, and so a lot of people died. But what we're seeing here is that, like for instance, with Omicron, this really huge spike, deaths are relatively low going forward. But you can just simply click this button, ask an epidemiologist, and you get a full explanation of this data. So what we wanted to ensure is that people look at this and they have the context and the ability to understand from an expert standpoint exactly what they're seeing. I'm going to go over to demographics now. We can look at these cases by gender, age, and race ethnicity. So I could just click here. And so for our cases, we can see the distribution. How many are male and female, by different age group, and by race and ethnicity. Now what's interesting is we could see that COVID is affecting primarily young people. Younger people, because the age groups are down here, 0 to 17, 18 to 24, and then 65 plus. So the case rate has been, over time, has been highest amongst younger people. But if I were to click on deaths, completely different story. Older people have been dying predominantly of COVID. And we could see that amongst the deaths, by race and ethnicity, it's primarily white or Caucasian, Hispanic, Latino, and then the rest of the groups. And that's consistent with the population of the county. But if I wanted to see, for instance, 25 to 34-year-olds that had died, I can just click here, and all of the data changes around that group, and I can see that 42% of those deaths are within the Hispanic community. So this is really important because people can look at this data in real time and understand where COVID is and who it's affecting. Very much the same way that public health does to establish public health policy. Another thing that I'll show really quickly is geography. So who's getting COVID and where are they getting COVID? So we can look at it by zip code and see our cases by zip code. You can pick your zip code on a map. And when I do that, I can see that the confirmed cases, how many cases to date are in that zip code, how many deaths are in that zip code, and what the death rate is. I can also pick my zip code by just going to a bar here. So in 95205, this many cases, this many deaths, and so forth. Next thing I'll show, hospitalizations. So members of the public can see over time how many hospitalizations we have. If they want, they can say, okay, I just want to slide this date bar over and just see this period of time, which is near the end. And so we can see that currently our hospitalizations are coming down, and I can isolate on just any one of these bars. So if I just want to see ICU, I can look at ICU. Last thing I'll show is the case time lapse. So for each city in the county and also the county as a whole, you could click on any one of these icons. So I'll click on Stockton, where we are. And I can see COVID cases play out over time in the city of Stockton. So what will happen is this bar will slowly move, and we'll start to see the actual COVID cases from the start of the pandemic or a period of time to where they are currently. So it gives you an idea of what's going on with respect to COVID. And it gives people the ability, I think, to make informed decisions. I look outside, and if it's cloudy, I decide I'm going to take an umbrella. If it's 95 degrees, I would look kind of stupid walking around with an umbrella. But because it's easy to look outside and see what the weather is. It's hard to understand what's going on with COVID. So if we are in a period where cases are very low and transmission rates are very low, people can see that information and they can decide particularly what precautions they want to take or relax. And again, this is actually playing out over time. Kind of moves kind of slowly since it's going through the year, but the point is that you can actually start to see where these cases are, and they will start to balloon as we get to Omicron. But while that's going, if there are any questions regarding the website or the technology used to build it, I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? None? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Any questions from the board on either presentation?
I want to say thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Villaputa. You're welcome.
I would say the same. This is really great. It's very helpful for folks to be able to see this in a more understandable way. So thank you.
One thing I'll just simply add is it not only works on the website, it also works on mobile devices so people can get the information right from their phone or tablet.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you. I know last time we met, or last month, they're opening up Large Clover Community Center that you had in the slide. And I can tell you from experience with people that I know very near and dear to me, going there and get tested, and residents themselves. But I just heard absolutely fantastic things. Talking about going in there, getting tested. If you are positive, right then and there, boom, you get the medications. And I know some folks that are have their comorbidities, and it's instrumental that we're getting these medications to individuals such in a rapid manner. So for that, I want to say thank you to your team, thank you for the community center and those that are involved. They've done a phenomenal job in that facility. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that feedback.
I would just offer the observation, I guess, in regards to the public at large. I think, and I'll say this, that the public is over COVID in regards to some of the things that we've gone through over the last 2 years. But I think more importantly, one of the things that I appreciate is that I hope we've learned from our past experiences in regards to how we need to treat this in the future, because just all the things that were tried and some we later found didn't work or maybe were negative in results. But again, I appreciate Mr. Davis in regards to your work. Certainly for those who want to find out more about what's going on, I think that's the focus of the board in regards to informing the public as to what's happening. So anyway, I want to just thank you all for that. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the treatment, the antivirals. Is that only for individuals 18 and older?
So there are two that are pills, the Paxlovid and the Molnupiravir, which all of our sites have both of. The Paxlovid is for 12 and over, and Molnupiravir is for 18 and over.
Okay, and then secondly, for parents, if their children have already had COVID, is it still recommended for them to be vaccinated?
Yes, in general, what the CDC says and CDPH is that the recommendation is still to be vaccinated. What we've seen in studies is that to have had COVID infection and then to add to that a vaccination gives you the highest amount of immunity. There is a choice that you could wait a 90-day period if you choose to after having had infection because some of that natural immunity might still be durable in that time frame. But beyond that, the recommendation is to get your vaccine.
And then with the different variants, is the current vaccine effective against all the existing variants, including the new ones that are we're starting to see more of those?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. And what we've seen so far is that we do believe that it has been effective against the BA1, BA2, BA2 12.1 variants. With BA4 and BA5 emerging, we believe that there will be some protection. However, there are some genetic mutations on those two subvariants that might give it a little bit more of an immune escape, meaning escape from both people who might have that natural immunity from prior infection as well as immunity from vaccination. So it might evade your immune system a little bit better than the previous ones, but time will tell. So far, we're not seeing huge increases in hospitalizations and deaths as we just saw.
So does that mean that we will probably see a new and different kind of booster in a couple of months?
It's possible. The kids who are in that Moderna study are still being followed. They're going to be continually followed for a 12-month period. And some of those kids will go on to get a third dose, much like the Pfizer's already 3-dose series for the Moderna kids. Anyone who's immunocompromised can get a third dose a month after the second. But there will be a subset of kids from the study who will just get a third dose 4 months after the second. And interestingly, those who get a third dose, half of them will get the old Moderna and half of them are going to get the variant-specific Moderna that is new. So we will have more information about these more variant-specific vaccines coming out.
Okay. I am hearing from a lot of folks that made it for 2 years without getting it and now are getting it and are getting very sick with it, and it's carrying through their families, which, yeah, I know mentally we don't want to think about it. We want to think of it being gone, but I can tell you with a family, when one person gets it, they're off work. And if everybody doesn't get it all at once, they're off work until after the last person in the family tests negative, and then they can go back to work. So it is still a real financial hardship. So having the testing sites with treatment available right away, that's still very important to a lot of our families in San Joaquin County. So thank you for keeping the focus on that and making sure we keep our families as healthy as we can and keep them working and earning and doing what they need to do to provide for their families. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. My only question that I have, you were talking about confirmed cases. Did we have a breakdown of that, of these confirmed cases? How many received 2 doses? How many received the booster? And, is it 1 or 2 boosters? Or those who just have, like you mentioned, natural immunity? Do we have a breakup of that? No?
I've asked our EPIs to create something like that, and it appears to be very difficult, so I don't have that data locally for something like that. We would literally have to take everyone who's positive and look them up in a completely different data system to see if they were ever vaccinated. So kind of a labor-intensive study if we were to do it.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Question and by the way, great information as always, fantastic, I appreciate. I know that the Omicron and the variant that's out now we're like 8 to 10 times higher infection rate, but the mortality rate is equal to when the infection rate was much lower. So I know we're doing a great job and fantastic to see. Director Dietrich, question for you. Last time we had a COVID discussion. I was wondering, is there an update? At one point we were going to try to find out. We had a large amount of outcry and concern from the public as it related to Fulgent and taking our ID and our DNA and all sorts of information back to China and Fulgent. I know we had been in communication with them, and there's been many things said back and forth, and you were going to take a little bit of a dive into that. Do you have a report, any information you could share with us on the process, what we did, when we received samples, how they were disposed of, what was shared with anybody's DNA?
Sure, Supervisor Patty. I did some extensive comments, I think, at the end of the March meeting, and after that, upon the direction from the board, I did follow up with some emails to my contact with Fulgent, who shared documents with me for their protocols having to do with testing. They were marked, uncontrolled because they were distributed to me outside of their normal process. In that, the protocol is after the test is run, that they are disposed of in a hazardous waste bin. I had a couple follow-up questions that remain unanswered from them, but I'm confident in their protocol that at the end of the day, after the sample is resulted, as with most other medical specimens, they are disposed of. I have no knowledge, and I have no belief that samples are DNA is extracted and sold elsewise, but I don't have anything further strictly from Fulgent. We no longer have any contractual relationship with them, but outside of their standardized lab protocol for the destruction, the reporting, the retention, I was satisfied with that, but I cannot disprove we didn't do any investigative work of what they're doing in their lab or not. So I do not believe that Fulgent, being a HIPAA-covered entity, as well as a large vendor and lab and genetic space, would do that. That would ruin their company, and I just have no belief that is occurring at any level.
Understood. And our basic protocol here, just to walk through this. So many of us have gone somewhere, we've had swabs, they put it in, they come up, they run a test, and they find out negative, positive. Is there any protocol in San Joaquin County where you've taken the swab test, you've put it into the sample, whatever coagulant would be that comes up negative or positive, that we then take that, store it, take it and put it into some sort of packaging and ship it to Fulgent? Or do we just simply take the sample, get a test result, and then, as you say, put it into the biohazard waste disposal process without sharing with Fulgent or China anybody's specific DNA?
So none of the samples that were for Fulgent transited our public health lab. The initial engagement very early on, these are PCR tests, not rapid antigen. They had provided us under a contract, and we distributed those tests. These are home-based PCR tests that you would take the swab, stick it in the viral transport media, put it in a prepaid FedEx envelope that would go down to their Southern California lab. That was then expanded to some kiosk where they would actually obtain the PCR test with their own staffing here. That would go back to their lab. But to your wider point, when Dr. Park mentioned whole genome sequencing, these tests look for, I believe, up to 5 markers. And sometimes when there's a new variant and we have I think it would be termed with Omicron an S gene dropout, it would be indicated that it is a subvariant. And when Dr. Park mentioned it goes to whole genome sequencing, some of the specimens that were done in public health lab, as far as us reporting those on our own equipment with our staffing, if they had that item, we had sent some of those to the state public health lab for whole genome sequencing, similar to what we might do with seasonal influenza, is it A, B, or a subtype of seasonal influenza. And that's how when Dr. Park mentions, we have some backfill a month later, that would come back, and that's a BA4, if you will. We now have some capacity and capability within our public health lab to do whole genome sequencing. So for a subset of results within public health or perhaps other labs that would be sent on to whole genome sequencing, those might be retained for that specific purpose. But again, what is being extracted is RNA of the virus, not DNA of the individual that the sample was taken from.
Got it. Okay, so then there wouldn't be any laboratory cloning projects or anything going with the RNA?
Again, the RNAs of the virus, and we're looking at our RNA of the virus, not DNA of the individual.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Appreciate you looking through. It was a big public concern, and we wanted to satisfy that because there was, many people came in and spoke out regarding that concern. So thanks for your time looking into that. That's all, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
I'd just really like to comment on what the epidemiology team, Dr. Park and Chuck Davis, our data scientists, have really done. Because I know early on there's a lot of clamor for information. We stood up an additional dashboard that was under ArcGIS technology. I just would characterize it as very brittle. It would break. It would take a lot of labor to get it back up. With that and capacity within public health, we transitioned to a cadence of 3 times a week of doing PDF type reports with a lot of the data. But we really have gone a long ways with the partnership with Chuck Davis. This is real time. You can drill down into it, do a lot of what if scenarios. But the larger thing is we've taken on Tableau as a data visualization tool. And with Chuck Davis and his team's support, has really done a lot of knowledge transfer. So not just with COVID dashboard reporting, but other communicable diseases and issues within public health. It will be an investment that we will continue to be able to use that tool both internally as well as public facing dashboards. So I'm really proud of that partnership, and I know I don't think you see this very much at the state or other county levels where we have this level of detail and drill down analysis. So just really want to thank Chuck Davis, as well as I think, Dr. Park always does an excellent job in informing our board and hopefully an unbiased way of what the current state is. So just thank you again for the opportunity to present to you this morning.
Well, thank you. I would just make a brief comment in regards to, I know when I would just say the state was in disarray and we were doing all kinds of things with colors and social equity and things like that. What Mr. Davis did in regards to his programming is we were way ahead of the state in regards to identifying locations that we needed to really focus on in regards to vaccination, et cetera. So I want to say that, the entire team, Dr. Park, certainly Mr. Davis, Health Services, Greg, I know you've been involved in all aspects, and certainly this board. I think we've probably been, to be honest, maybe ahead of the curve in regards to information, and certainly the latest iteration on this particular program will certainly provide our residents with an opportunity to really get the information that they are curious about in a timely fashion. So again, I want to thank all of you for that. Okay. Any public comments? Anybody wishing to speak from the public? Okay. And clerk of the board? None? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate all of you. Thank you. All right. Moving on in the agenda, we have a discussion in regards to register of voters.
Good morning.
Morning.
Right, so. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and go over our presentation today to inform everyone of what we got going on. This morning, we actually released some results early for you. We were scheduled to do that at 9 p.m. this evening, but we went ahead and did it this morning. And so that'll be reflective in the presentation. All righty, so we are now at 92,314 tabulated ballots. We're at a 24% voter turnout. A voter turnout is the technical term used to describe the number of tabulated ballots compared to the total number of registered voters. Voter turnout does not take into account ballots that have been received but not yet have been counted. Because approximately 109,000 ballots were received out of 385,040 voters, staff anticipate a voter turnout of approximately 28% once the election results are finalized. So we're getting really close to having everything counted. We only had a turnout of 6,731 people, or 1.75% of San Joaquin County's registered voters that went to a polling place on election day. We've received 101,922 vote-by-mail ballots, including 59,468 on the week of the election. So that was Monday, Tuesday, and then the leading days up to the postmark date. We had to have them postmarked by June 7th, but we received ballots through June 14th. Approximately 30% of the vote-by-mail ballots, roughly 90,000 cards, because keep in mind we had a 3-card ballot this time, required duplication because at least one of the barcodes was printed blurry and did not scan properly. This issue was a result of the ballots being printed in portrait orientation by the county's approved vendor, and you can't see it by the naked eye. So here is our estimated unprocessed ballots report. This is also available on our website. It was just updated this morning. We have about 15,000 vote-by-mail ballots that are in process to be counted. There are exactly 530 provisional ballots, 164 conditional voter registration provisional ballots, and then we have about 300 that are going to require duplication because of damage and different things like that, totaling 16,602 ballots left to count. Just to point out, in the 2020 election, we had over 20,000 provisional and CVR ballots, and so due to the poll pad technology, we've been able to reduce that by a huge number. It's always been a concern about provisionals, so we're happy that we've been able to reduce that amount. Over time, you can see that we started out nice and slow with the 22,000 reporting. We were able to get to 54,000 last week, and just this morning we released 92,000 ballots. So we did have the barcode issue, but we've definitely gotten back on track, and we have every intention of getting this done just as we should in a timely manner. Just to share staffing, over 745 staff and volunteers worked at the 127 polling places throughout the county on election day. That's including election night workers that helped us out at the warehouse on election night. We added 125 new staff members to assist with the duplicating process, including a number of internal transfers from other departments in the county. People that were working at different locations throughout the county were assigned to come over and help us out. So we got 2 to 3 employees from each of the departments. It's been very helpful. They brought everyone together, and the resources were definitely there to get us what we needed as far as staffing to get the ballots counted. The Registrar of Voters' office is open to the public, and everyone is welcome to tour the operation at any time. The numerous community members, candidates, and current representatives of the community have visited in the last few weeks to see the ballot counting process. We've reached out, well, media outlets have reached out to us. We've spoken with Fox 40, KCRA, The Record, and even 209 Times. They've come in to observe the process as well. So we are open, and anyone that has concerns, we really encourage you to come down to see the process that we have in place. I wanted to share at this time, too, I'm very much in support of the committee. We know that item is on the board. This is the community's election. Yes, we're here and we're facilitating it, but I stand in support of a committee and for the public to have the opportunity to come in and provide their concerns and feedback, and so that we can educate and share together to get it done how the citizens of our community would like it done, so of our county. So we have had a lot of questions about the voter rolls, so I just wanted to quickly go over some of the tools that we use in the ROV office. So ROV uses a number of tools to keep state and county voter rolls up to date. Daily, we have paper registrations and DMV registrations. So when you go to DMV, it asks you, do you want to register to vote? If you check that box, it's going to update your registration, even if you're already a registered voter. So those are 2 methods that we're getting daily in our office to update our voter rolls. There's the third-party change of address form from the United States Postal Service. We also receive those daily. There's a cancellation form available. You can call our office. It can be mailed to you. It's also available on our website, and those are also looked at daily and updated. We have the National Change of Address Database, the NCOA. We get that information daily through VoteCal, the statewide database that helps us to update our voter registration information. We also receive a list bi-monthly from them that we also cross-reference. The Superior Court of California notices, as far as felons are concerned, we get that update daily or monthly. The deceased list published by San Joaquin County Public Health is also received daily by our office. And then this is all in conjunction with the VoteCal statewide database that's kept up by the state, the DMV record. All votes will be tabulated and certified before the statutory deadline of July 7th. The ROV will be coming back to the board for an additional appropriation allocation once the final cost of the election is determined. The state requires the registrar of voters' offices to do the 1%, and what that is 1% of the precincts, the voting precincts for any given election. The precincts are selected at random, and the ROV, we have actually committed to tallying. We're going to do 6 precincts of our 204 this time, which is more than 2%, just to give a peace of mind to our voters in the community. Lessons learned and best practices. All ballots will be printed in 2022. In the 2022 general election, all ballots will be printed in landscape orientation to ensure the barcodes are printed clearly. We do our logic and accuracy test referred to as LNA. That's required by election code for every election, but in addition to that, we will be receiving, basically for all the vote by mail ballots that go out, if they print 85 of one precinct, they're going to print 86. That 86th ballot would be a test ballot that'll go in a box. They will be shipped to us. We're going to do a test run to make sure those barcodes are scanning properly before we actually release the vote by mail ballots to the mail stream for the 2022 general election. We will conduct outreach to encourage voters to either vote in person and at polling place or mail their vote by mail ballots early to avoid delays in reporting election results. Another portion of why you're seeing results reported a little later is we received a huge amount of those ballots right Monday and Tuesday, so the day before election and election day. We had 42,000 in-house and influx up to, as you see, 101,000 ballots. So with a 3-card ballot, that would still take time regardless of the barcode issue. We are hoping to hire a vote by mail and outreach supervisor that will create an additional spot for outreach in our department to be able to communicate more clearly with the public and provide more information and education for them. Great. Thank you. I want to take a moment to just thank our staff and the volunteers for the resiliency and the professionalism they have displayed throughout this process. The County Board of Supervisors and my colleagues for rallying around us together to get us the staff we needed. I do feel completely supported with the loss of Heather Diddy. We are very grateful to have had the entire county rally around us and help us with staffing and all the things that were needed to get this election done. The services they are providing are essential to our democracy, and I'm sincerely grateful for their efforts. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to all of you, your entire team, to all the employees from other departments that came over to help, and all the volunteers that stepped up. We had a huge number. When we put the word out that we needed extra help, they filled the spots and more within about 48 hours. It was incredible. So many thanks to everyone who pitched in to make sure that this election went smoothly. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my takeaway from, at least one of my takeaways on this is, part of the education we need to do is to make sure people understand that the vote by mail is for folks who want to vote earlier. And that if you want to wait and make sure that nothing changes right up until Election Day and that you've got all the information you could possibly need to cast your vote, you should go to the polling place and cast an in-person ballot.
We want to encourage the voter to use whatever method they choose that's the best fit for them. And so we do know that the state has went to this full vote by mail option, and that's why every single voter receives one. That's one option. The polling place is an option. Coming into our office is an option. I had a voter call, and he said, can I come in and hand my ballot to you directly? And I said, if that makes him feel better, by all means, he can do that. So.
Right. And of course, you know, some people aren't able to get to the polls. I understand that, but it really does seem like part of the education process needs to be, if we want to get our results earlier, we need to get the ballots in earlier.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I have a couple of questions. Oh, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. First, congratulations and on working through this difficulty and having such an open, transparent. I know there's perhaps people present, but many of the candidates that were on the ballot were able to come in open to the news and the media for dealing with this unexpected printing issue, and as well the extremely untimely and tragic passing of our ROV, Ms. Diddy. And thank you, Austin, for stepping in. Also, I'd like to recognize our CAO that I'm sure that you were tireless and putting in the extra hours and making certain to give the support that you need. I know, and again, lastly, myself and Supervisor Villaputo, I spoke to you early on, and you guys were very proactive and took action and brought in people to help supplement what was needed to get where we need to go. So great job, and I appreciate the idea that we have members of the public that are speaking out with concerns, and I know that Ms. Diddy in the past and even yourself have been available to address the questions, and they are actual. They are concerns, and we should have that assurance to the public that we're doing everything possible to make certain that we have voter integrity and that our votes are actual and the results are as the public would want. So I'm glad to hear that you're in favor of the commission, and I guess that's a discussion at some point today, and what that looks like. But I'm glad that you guys both and the public is here, engaged on the process and looking for pathways and assurances. But really, truly, congratulations for working under the circumstances and getting us this far. You're doing a great job. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. Lee, I just want to say great job what you're doing. We did the tour with you, and you were very informational, very wide open, and you and your staff are stepping up and doing a great job for our county. I want to thank you.
Thanks.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to reiterate what my colleagues were saying. You guys done an excellent job. I know it's been very, very stressful. I did have a chance to go in there and take a tour and check things out, and our workers are working diligently. And, I think it's instrumental that you guys reached out to the media or reached out to the board and invited folks, candidates, whoever wanted to come and see the process. We talk about transparency and how important transparency is, and above all else. And so, kudos on you guys for implementing that and inviting the folks there. So we appreciate it, and thank you for what you're doing. And for those that aren't aware, like you mentioned earlier, it has been updated this morning. So if you go to the ROV, you can look at the most current results. So check it out. Again, thank you.
Well, I want to add to my fellow colleagues' comments a couple things. Obviously, did a great job. I know that it was a team effort. I want to thank Mr. Wilverding because, as he said at one point in our frequent conversations, we probably need one of those red phones that you just pick up because it was back and forth. And also, thank you, Olivia, because you were always accessible when I had a question in regards to things that we could do better. I also want to thank our HR, Human Resources, Brandy, and I think she had a team of 5 or 6 individuals working on the applications for additional volunteer help. I know there was some question about the numbers. I think we had 150 applications or thereabouts, and but I know when you and I talked and Jay, we had met. I know one of the questions, because we sit here and we're thinking, let's add more, let's add thousands, to get through this problem. But you very astutely commented that you only have so much room, you only have so much space, so much equipment, et cetera. So there was a limitation about how many we could actually use without jeopardizing the integrity, and certainly by expanding the number of rooms that we were already using on various floors. So I want to thank you for that. I do have a couple of questions in regards to the process, because I know that there's been an effort nationwide in regards to, vote by mail, and we all got ballots, et cetera. But it seems to me that to some degree that kind of complicated the effort, because a lot of people did not vote in person, which in the past we've always voted in person, and therefore we've had a lot of results, precincts reporting and all these things, percentages, but when we have less than 7,000 of our registered voters out of over 100,000 that actually cast a ballot on that day, that kind of hampers the result process, because then we're not able to count votes, if I understand correctly. We're not able to count those ballots until after the election closes, which is 8 o'clock on Tuesday. So they're just sitting there, and that's one of the challenges we've had in regards to getting the results in a more timely fashion. A couple of things. I know that's been read, Hart's been mentioned. I know, and I guess maybe you could update us in regards to the future beyond the general election in November. My understanding is that we are going to replace all those machines as soon, and we can't now because of the complexity and all the changes that need to be made internally and externally. But is that correct, that we are going to replace all these machines? And I understand the concern about paper ballots. I get it. But, and I'll ask Austin, well, I can ask Olivia the question. We're pretty much locked into the Secretary of State and the way we handle our election process. We don't have a lot of latitude as far as ID, paper ballots, no paper ballots, whatever. It's pretty much the Secretary of State and that's why one of the delays was this balancing of the numbers with the Secretary of State periodically, which took quite a bit of time each time we did that. So anyway, getting back to my original question, are we planning to replace the equipment we currently have, which has been plagued with some errors or mistakes in the future?
When Austin did the recall for us in his final report, he shared that he agreed that we absolutely should replace the voting system, and I am in agreement of that, and can go into more detail if anyone's interested in hearing more about that, but my recommendation at this time would be to replace the voting system.
Okay, and I believe we've budgeted for that, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And then to you, Austin, I want to thank you for stepping in, because I know in retirement you're certainly enjoying life, but it's always good to have somebody that can help out, especially with the unfortunate passing of Ms. Diddy. So again, I want to thank you personally for your efforts. I know in our conversations you've also had a lot of knowledge as far as past elections and some of the things we can do to make them smoother. And that's why we want to really look with a variety of perspectives in regards to how we can do better in the future on this. But again, I want to thank all of you and your staff, certainly HR, all the departments that contributed. And I know some couldn't because they're just understaffed, but I think the entire county workforce did a tremendous job in getting to a positive result. So with that, I thank you all, and I will open it up for public comments. Anyone wishing to speak on this particular item? Yes, sir. Yes.
And we do have written public comments.
Okay. Yes, sir. You want to speak on this?
Again, my name's Tom Gundershaw. I'm directing this question to the Registrar of Voters. You talked about provisional ballots and then another type of provisional ballots. Now, what exactly is that?
So provisional ballots are in the instance that you don't vote at your normal polling place, and so your name won't be on there. So they'll have you do a provisional ballot so that we can identify you and make sure that you get that your ballot is counted for your precinct. So that's one reason that we do a provisional. The other portion is called a conditional voter registration. And so it used to be that 15 days prior to an election is the close of registration. And so if you weren't registered by that 15-day mark, you could not participate in the current election. Now there's been legislation passed to where you can do a conditional voter registration. It's very much like a provisional. You fill out a new registration card because maybe your name changed, you changed your address, you changed your party, any of those items that would require you to update your registration. Or even if you're a brand new voter, you have the opportunity to register there. It's placed in a provisional envelope with a registration card. It comes back to our office. Once they validate that you're a qualified and eligible registered voter, they'll go ahead and count your ballot. So you can do what is referred to as same-day registration and still cast a ballot through election day.
When will those ballots be counted?
They're now beginning the process of getting
They're
those.
like the last ones to get counted?
They are, yes.
So a provisional ballot is when I surrender my mail-in ballot and then I can vote at the ballot.
That's not correct, no. So when you surrender your vote by mail ballot, which are actually not, if you surrender your vote by mail ballot at a polling location and you vote on a poll ballot, they cancel that one that's in the envelope that you return to us, and they give you credit for voting live at the polling place. So yeah, and it would only be provisional if you went to a different location, sorry.
The reason I'm asking that is when I voted in 2020, I was told I didn't have my mail-in ballot, and they told me that I could not vote at the ballot place unless I did a provisional ballot, which they then said wouldn't be counted until 2 weeks after the election. So that's changed? Or was that erroneous, what I just said?
No, that did change. So prior in 2020, you did have to surrender your vote by mail to vote at a polling location, and then that legislation changed recently as we went into the recall election, and you were no longer required to surrender the vote by mail ballot because we could cancel it right then and there, and as long as we were able to confirm that your vote by mail was canceled, and so that's what changed. Yeah, it was a change from 2020.
Okay, thank you for clarifying
that.
Of
course, no worries.
What else? Yes.
Molly Watkins, I'd like to know why we don't get a daily update. In the real world, in the packing shed in Linden, when we pack cherries, every day as a grower, I get a list at the end of the day how many loads they received from me, walnuts, cherries, peaches, whatever it is. So why do we not know at the end of the day how many votes you counted and how many you have left to count?
So in most counties, they do twice a week on updates. Every time we do an update, we're also required to do inventory of everything that's left, and it's quite a process to get that done daily. And with the barcode error that we have in place and how many resources it's taking, this election we've chosen to do one update per week just so that we would be able to get as much counted for you. I mean, if we would have done daily updates, everyone would have probably been on the edge of their seat. So it just seemed like the best decision. And going forward with, if the committee is established, we could definitely discuss, other options. If you all want more results, we'd be open to discussing that for future elections.
So that's a county decision and a department decision on when you release the information.
We just followed what we've seen in other counties, and we tend to, all the counties try to, I don't want to do anything different than what another county's doing as far as giving our results. So it's usually twice a week, but with the barcode error, there was a lot of resources at that. So we made a decision to do a weekly.
But that discretion is yours. You make that decision when to release the information.
Yes.
Okay. It would be the registrar of voters.
Yeah.
Decision. Okay. Thank you.
Well, just to add to that, the question is every time that we release results, we have to balance with the Secretary of State.
Correct.
And that's a multi-hour exercise. So by doing that every day or twice a week, whatever, it just delays because you got to pull resources to go through that exercise, which takes away from trying to get the ballots counted. So I understand your concern, but we're trying to expedite the process as much as possible. Any other comments? Yes, sir.
I was going to preface this by saying I live in a high propensity precinct, and I voted at 8:30 in the morning, and I was the second voter. Are the voting places irrelevant? Have we outgrown the process of actually voting in person? Could we have an election on election day? How many folks don't trust the process anymore? You know, I've been participating in this process for over 50 years. I walked thousands of houses for a candidate, coincidentally, and it's a little disappointing not to get results in a timely fashion. Let me digress a little bit, because related to this is the numbers, the few people who choose to vote. You know, there were some statistics released a while back for the City of Stockton Unified School District. You know that 20% can calculate at grade level, 30% can read at grade level, none of them can write. In fact, many of them can't even sign their own name. 86 or 87% graduate. What are we doing to ourselves? What's that forecast for the future for this process? I heard a report on Armstrong and Getty this morning where they're sending, in other districts, they're sending 10-year-olds to coding camp. Kids are actually writing code for computers at the age of 10. Hell, we can't even teach our kids to write their name. Where does the buck stop? Are we failing our kids? This year's voter turnout was abysmal. The future is not bright. You folks are the leaders. Would you kindly show us the way? Make some decisions. Do some hard and fast reasoning, and tell the Secretary of State that it's our election, not theirs. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes.
Alex Olaferis, you know, the whole talk of lower voter turnout. I have friends and I know people, and they said, what's the use of voting? I mean, when films come out like 2,000 Mules, we have multiple levels of issues after issue. I mean, and people look at that and I'm like, wow, oh, geez. But they don't vote. What for? And if they do vote, we have representatives. Do they listen to the people? Are they there to protect the government system or special interests? We have competing things going on. And the people feel they have no voice left at all. I mean, for example, you want to run for office? How much money does it take? If a common man, a common trucker wants to run, good luck. Good luck, especially in the state of California, State Assembly's district, how many thousands of these districts are. It's not like the size of New Hampshire where, you know, one district in the State Assembly could be, I don't know, 2,000 voters. I mean, Congress, let's look at Congress. You want to run for Congress as a common man? Good luck with that. Good luck. So people don't really have the trust. And we're hitting critical mass. I mean, we have the issues of the machines. Doesn't matter what machine, Hart, Dominion, whatever, Diebold. I gave you the article, the example. I could give you I found other stuff. Second, absentee ballots. Huge issues there, folks. Huge issues. I know it's a statewide issue and the county has no say in it. Huge issue. Heck, we could go down to Mexico. They all vote on election day. The process in Mexico is more secure than the United States or the state of California. In other nations, they vote on actual election day. They don't have these absentee ballots like we do. Places like France and the UK, they have a lot of corruption, a lot of issues on the absentee ballots. What did they do? A couple years ago, they banned it. There's a lot of trust issues in the system.
Anyone else? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I had a couple of quick follow-up questions for you as you're here. The midterm, Mr. Erdman, in your history, knowledge here in San Joaquin County, midterm is normally a low voter turnout. Is it usually like the 30–40%? What's your take on what we saw in this election, 30%? Is that average or below?
This is below. This was the lowest, I think, turnout in history in San Joaquin County for a midterm election. And what has happened is you have voter apathy, you've had the recall election, and so during these elections, during the midterms as they call them, people aren't coming out to vote. And so what you're going to see is a huge influx in 24 when many more people will go to the polls when they think that's when it makes a difference.
For the presidential, is that top of the ticket drives turnout?
Correct.
Is it normal? What's traditional in our San Joaquin history? If when you were here, midterms, you'd see 40–50% turnout?
Yes.
Right about, okay, so we're way low and historically so.
Correct.
Got it. Did either of you see 2,000 Mules? Is there issues or identified like, wow, glad I saw that, we're making sure we're not doing that, or that's not an issue here?
There's actually some talking points on the Secretary of State's website about that documentary, and it appears that our state wasn't actually one of the states included in the documentary, but I would just point people towards those talking points. I think it would give more information, and it's on the Secretary of State's website. So.
Excellent, thank you. And Mr. Alaferis had mentioned, a common person couldn't run. Actually, a truck driver in New Jersey beat the state Senate leader, Democrat, and so the Republican won with $1,000 after the primary. He had $1,000 in his bank account, and the common man truck driver won his election. Prior to my running, I was a common man crane operator, so local business owner. So we do have options and opportunities, and I would just share, Chairman, in my last statement, I'd say, things have changed. Without question, things have changed. There is technology, there's a different process, there's vote by mail, there's other things. And while some people, and Mr. Alaferis pointed out that he talked to somebody and they didn't vote, well, did you get their ballot? Did you convince them to vote? Did you tell them the importance? And you may have shared with them. But if we keep complaining and don't engage, and we have a 30% voter turnout, whose fault is it? If it's important to us and all of us here and those that feel it matters, are you making phone calls? Are you knocking on doors? Are you making a difference to make sure there's voter turnout? It's not just a magical wand that's going to get waved. It's our community. It's our elected offices from school board up. If you want to complain about it, keep complaining. You want to make a difference? Start knocking on doors and collecting ballots, because you can legally do that with legal residents and legally registered voters. And if they're not registered, get them registered and get them voting. It's that simple. So I appreciate, again, all the work and effort here, and thank you, Chairman, for that.
Okay. Clerk of the Board.
The first public comment was submitted by Holly Moore, who writes, "We want clean voter rolls for bulletproof elections and secure elections over convenience. People are fed up with crooked elections, and we demand action and results. Voter rolls must be free of all dead voters, illegal aliens, ghost voters, double voters, etc. by November 2022. You accepted Zuckerberg's money for drop boxes, which has turned out to be a colossal failure. We demand an end to all drop boxes. BC, they are the main source of illegal votes. One lady saw mules dropping off multiple ballots into the drop box located right in front of this building. He took a picture of them to get paid for his efforts. That makes a mockery of us all. This would not happen if voting were in person. We demand the sheriff open a case into ballot mules and the nonprofits that serve as the stash houses in SJC. All of you BOS members must watch 2,000 Mules and require the ROV staff to watch it so you understand how the drop boxes work in ballot trafficking. Mathematician and poll expert Seth Keschel says that SJC is a dirty ballot county. Do you want that to be our reputation? We don't. It's time to clean our voter rolls, do away with drop boxes, dump Zuckerberg, and do all that it takes to clean our elections. One person equals one vote. Next comment was submitted by Ty Bruckmeyer, who writes, I wanted to talk about the recall election. Me and my wife went to vote in person at the Grace Presbyterian Church. Upon signing into the kiosk, they had informed me that the Register of Votes, ROV, had received my mail-in ballot. I have pictures of my ballot in my hand in front of machine. Also, they never asked me to surrender my ballot. I even asked them if they're gonna take it, tear it, and write surrender. They said, no, you can keep it. I have pictures and taped phone calls from several individuals, and the results, well, we will never know. I filled out provisional and took pictures as well. I feel voter ID and in-person voting should be implemented, period. No more mail-in ballots. After all the problems I had voting, then they never asked me for ID or anything. I could have been a different person that stole someone's ballot. And with that being said, it should be a walk-up, show an ID, then vote situation. Also, maybe some sort of database that you can access at ROV to see how you voted and who you voted for and when your vote was counted. Why not? A lot of individuals don't trust what's transpired with our elections, and I hope that I can feel like I actually voted one day and for who I voted for. Next was submitted by Pete Valdez, who writes, I, for one, am not sure we've been having fair elections. We need some kind of election integrity, election security, one-day paper ballot ID to make sure those who are allowed to vote or voting and no one else. It seems the whole world been voting in our elections. And that concludes public comments.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments from the board? Seeing none. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate all your work.
Thank you, and thank you to this board, and thank you to Jay Wilberding. You've done an excellent job in turning this place around. Appreciate it.
All right, moving on to, before I do that, how many are here to comment on the Citizens Review Committee? Anyone? On the Election Review Committee? None? Oh, okay, all right, thank you. All right, moving to consent items. Anyone wishing to pull any items off the consent calendar?
Chair, can I get 10 to 14?
14?
10, please.
Anyone else? Okay. All right, I'm going to pull 3 and 35. Okay, so in regards to item number 3, this is a San Joaquin County Employees Retirement Association audited financial statements. I just wanted to bring this to the attention of the public in regards to the results of the audit in regards to our retirement system, because we have been focusing on this for several years, and the numbers are excellent. So if you could just talking about the financial part as far as the funding. Liability. We've been dreaming about something in the 70s, and you outdid yourselves.
Oh.
So if you could just talk about that briefly. 2 things, just one on our investment strategy, or what's been the result of our improved balance sheet, and then the second part is the 77.4%, as I recall.
Yes, thank you, Chair Nguyen, and good morning to supervisors. I'd like to introduce to you Carmen Murillo. She is S.J. Serra's financial officer, and as has been said many times this morning, it takes a team to do just about anything, and I would be remiss without acknowledging all of her work on preparing these financial reports. So I wanted to recognize her and give you all a face to the person who put together the reports. As you know, my name is Johanna Schick, and I am the CEO of the San Joaquin County Employees Retirement Association. And yes, this is a good news report, absolutely. So we had a 13.6% net return, which is nearly double what our assumed rate of return is, which is the target for funding the plan. Our assumed rate of return is 7%. Additionally, our unfunded liability is the lowest it's been in a decade, since 2012, so that's phenomenal. Our funded ratio at 77.5% is the highest it has been since the Great Financial Crisis, since pre-2012. Again, phenomenal results. So to your question, Chair Nguyen, you know, what caused this, and I think a big piece is that the Board of Retirement really focused very finely on what is it going to take to achieve our assumed rate of return. We have a diversified investment allocation, which is designed to perform in a variety of market conditions and maintain some downside protection. Over the years, we have received some criticism on our investment allocation because when the markets are going gangbusters, we're not going to be the #1 performer. This is a strategy that wins through base hits, does not win through home runs. And what it is doing is it's proving its success over time. We have exceeded our assumed rate of return over 4 of the last 5 years. And this year, as you know, is a very difficult year. The markets, both the equity and the fixed income markets, are down significantly. And yet we are a top 4th percentile performer because we maintained that downside protection. Now, the board did take a look at our investment allocation and has fine-tuned it over the last 5 years to emphasize or to increase the upside potential. So there was kind of a look at how much downside protection do we really need? Are we giving too much up on the upside? And so there was a decision made to increase our allocation to growth-seeking assets, and that has proven to be advantageous. Additionally, the board has been looking at optimizing the portfolio, really looking at not just the asset allocation, but then the managers within that allocation. And when we are making sure we're only hiring top-tier managers, rolling off those managers that are not performing, and looking judiciously at when does it make sense to use active management versus passive management, because you pay significant fees for active management, and you want to be sure that you're really getting the return that would warrant paying those fees. And a couple of years ago, the board made a decision to move a significant portion of the portfolio to passive investing because we were not getting the bang for our buck. So in developed markets, in developed equity markets, it didn't make sense to be investing actively because you just weren't getting the value there. So those two things, the fine-tuning the investment allocation and then optimizing the portfolio, on top of prudently lowering our assumed rate of return in light of what we can expect the markets to bear, have enabled us to achieve the return, the success of outperforming our assumed rate of return, as I said, for the last 5 years. Now, again, it takes a team. And as you know, this has been a team effort, and the county has been a real significant partner in working with S.J. Serra on our funded ratio. And significantly, the additional contributions by both the county and 2 of our other employers have made a significant difference. This last year, the county contributed an additional $72.4 million, and the other two employers, which are much smaller employers, contributed an additional $1.1 million. So that money is invested and is helping us to see the gains that we're achieving. So that plus, obviously, there's some actuarial gains, things around mortality and things like that that we don't have any control over, but that also plays a part in the increase in the funded ratio.
Well, thank you. Any questions? Well, I want to thank you. I certainly want to thank Supervisor Miller for her years on the retirement board, and our current Vice Chair Rickman, who's representing the board, and certainly appreciate his efforts. And I guess one thing for the public to understand is as our portfolio grows, that reduces the overall cost to the county as far as our contributions. So it's those types of things that the three-legged stool, the employee contribution, the employer contribution, and the investment returns. So when the investment returns go up, everybody wins, and especially our employees.
Absolutely, yes.
So I want to thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, item number 14? 10, I'm sorry. You're on.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Diedrich, thank you for being here today. And you just give us a quick synopsis.
Certainly, Supervisor Rickman. This is an add-on item. Several months ago in February, we brought an item to the board that allowed us to expand the number of mobile crisis support teams we have at Behavioral Health, adding additional 3. Obviously, we have to staff those, but there's an additional opportunity for funding under that grant, and that's what's before the board today. And it's really looking at increasing our mobile crisis support team and the activity specifically with Tracy and in collaboration with the Tracy Police Department. As mentioned in the board letter, Behavioral Health partners with Tracy PD on recurring engagement with the homeless communities there, specifically Dennis Buettner and other Behavioral Health staff, and standing up a Friendly Faces initiative. That's really going to be looking at homeless individuals and getting them linked. So this grant basically will provide a passenger van, several computers, radios, desk, and other equipment to Tracy PD, and then 2 consultants that really are looking to stand up more formally this Familiar Faces program. But ultimately, we need to have diversion to other facilities. Hopefully, by the end of this calendar year, Tracy will have stood up their homeless shelter with some wraparound services. I believe some of the supervisors were at community and medical centers late last week, where they, took a 4-year effort. But Christine Noguera and CMC, now we have the first medically managed detox facility within the county. So ultimately what we need to do is diversion opportunities. And when I mentioned CMC, prior to that, they had not a 24-hour service over on Waterloo, and we have a partnership with law enforcement assisted diversion. There's Stockton PD on bikes that go out. We have BHS staff also on bikes. That would be brought to these alternatives to booking or where they can get services. So ultimately, this is a start or an expansion of mobile crisis support teams and deepening our partnership with Tracy PD on hopefully finding alternative solutions and destinations for individuals that are homeless or otherwise in the community, and something we hope. I know also on today's agenda we have over $100 million in our budget for the next year of Mental Health Services Act. So things do take time, but we continue to. I think Ms. Schick mentioned base hits, and that's what we're continuing to try to do.
Thank you, Mr. Diedrich. And the reason I pulled this item is just to let everybody know, what's going on in South County. And I know we've spoken since I got on this board over a year and a half ago about the need for more resources in South County. And you mentioned like CMC, and we were all there on Thursday, and getting those types of resources in the far reaches of the county or the farthest south or north in Supervisor Wynn's district. But I appreciate it. Your hard work. I appreciate you listening, not just to me, but to our residents. And as we've spoke countless of time, mostly when For example, Supervisor Patty and I met with the city to get funding for the homeless shelters and the wraparound services, how important it is to get help for mental health, for substance abuse, and that is an underlying cause for a lot of different problems, homeless being just one of them. After COVID-19, what our residents or the country or this world had to go through with the restrictions and being isolated, and you're seeing the impact of that now with depression, mental health issues, substance abuse issue. So I think this funding and this help will go in a long way. And so thank you, and thank you to your team. And I know I appreciate it very much.
I appreciate those kind words, and really why it's called Familiar Faces is these are individuals that are on the behavioral side reluctant to have treatment. So we have our staff go out there, engage with them, bring them a bottle of water, a breakfast bar, something like that, really trying to engage them and get them voluntarily into services. So a lot of need in the community, but this is hopefully another base hit.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair, first I'd like to recognize Supervisor Rickman and the Tracy Police Department and Mr. Dietrich, Mr. Farnham for the effort taken to move this forward. And this isn't, the dollars, just to reiterate, this doesn't come from the county budget. There are some pass-through dollars available.
Correct. So this is not county dollars. These are state grant dollars, and we, in the February timeframe, accept some dollars to expand 3 mobile crisis support teams. I don't know the nexus, but basically there was additional dollars available. So in partnership with the city of Tracy, we applied and are able to draw out additional state funding.
And as I'm certain this is going to prove to be very successful and beneficial to the community, and again, compliments to the Tracy Police Department. I know it. About a year ago, I went up to Olympia, Washington with a designated member from the police department to look at the crisis response unit and see how Olympia, Washington was responding to those living in their unsheltered environment and in need of services. And it wasn't really a police call. It was more of a crisis response unit that would come out and work with behavioral health and administer other services other than just the law enforcement aspect. So I'm thinking this is going to be a great addition. It's a fantastic tool and level of engagement for those that are at risk and really in need of some help. So I'm wondering how, and if this proves to be a good successful model, other cities are standing up their homeless shelters, and I'm wondering how we could expand this. Is there opportunities to bring something like this and offer it to Stockton, which had sent a representative to Olympia with us, but we've got Lodi, we've got Manteca. Manteca has their officer, Kelly, already, but I'm wondering what additional resources might be available that we can let them know that if you actualize this level of engagement for a crisis response unit of any sort or name, but we've got some dollars available to help them do this. Do we have any mechanisms?
So we're not shy about reaching out and trying to get more state funding. As I mentioned, there's about $107 million in the Mental Health Services Act. We're going from 4 to 7 mobile crisis support teams, staffing those that they will not be 24/7, but that's our goal. But when I mentioned our partnership with CMC and Stockton PD, there's something else going on, and it's really the city of Stockton with the city manager back in late 2021 allocated ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act dollars. They are working with community medical centers on a co-responder model. And as you mentioned, some of these lower level 911 calls are not a law enforcement call. It's really not an EMS call. I don't know what they're really looking to develop, but I know CMC is in dialogue with them. Will this become kind of like the Cahoots model, which is in Eastern Oregon, where there's either a behavioral health specialist or a behavioral health live consumer writing with a more highly trained patrol officer to respond to these calls? Because our goal is to get them the treatment they need, not to have law enforcement have to escalate a the situation needlessly, but there are definitely some opportunities there with further partnership with our cities, and but ultimately it's going to come down to staffing and more places to divert these individuals to. Right now, it's something we've worked out long term. Right now, fire departments also might not want to roll on some of these purely behavioral health calls. And the pickle we're really in is then the backstop is an transport ambulance. That's an advanced life support ambulance that might be needed for somebody in cardiac arrest. This person might be a Medi-Cal consumer. They have to take them to an emergency department in order to get that's not the proper place to take them. Long term, can we develop alternatives? We have our crisis stabilization unit at our 12 Bud Psychiatric Health Facility at 1212 California. The ambulance, the advanced life support ambulance, can't take them there. Eventually could a basic life support ambulance or volunteer or maybe eventually the mobile crisis support teams in a cage car type environment. We're looking to expand to a second 12 Bud psychiatric health facility, but realistically this is 2+ years out. But long story short, we need more ability to divert these individuals to the proper level of care rather than jail booking or an ED, a crisis stabilization unit, a sobering center, or a detox facility.
Excellent. So maybe this is the first phase of what's continuing as we see that need has increased for homelessness. Although we've had a recent decline, we know that it's not going away.
It's definitely not going away. I know having Mental Health Services Act fund balance, we stepped on the accelerator a couple of years ago when I mentioned we're spending $107 million in the budget. The inflow this year is probably about $65 million. So hopefully I'm taking a dent at some of the fund balance. In that $107 million, there's 15.5 for permanent supportive housing. I know some of you were at the groundbreaking for Sonora Square. I've mentioned how we've also partnered with the Housing Authority. We're going to be developing the old Golden Bear Insurance Building into a park center. Of that 15.5, I believe we're going to have to allocate 6 towards that, such that in July the Housing Authority can apply for MHP funding, and then in April of next year the tax credit round, and hopefully our investment, we paid 1.8 to buy that parcel and 2 adjacent ones, plus the other 6. That should draw down an additional $28 million and get us another approximately 50 more units, because beyond shelters, we need exits from shelters. Very pleased, and I know that the Stockton City Council last Tuesday did have a proposal for the city manager to approach the county on the funding for a shelter. So a lot of opportunities, a lot of shelter beds coming online, a groundbreaking this Friday at the Stockton shelter. So I think now also building exits from shelters as well as expanded wraparound services.
Would you maybe take it upon yourself, and you may already be having these conversations, but would you maybe reach out to some of the city counterparts and say, look, we're putting this program up in Tracy. If you can organize and come forward, we've got some dollars available for a vehicle and for support personnel, and maybe even I know that there's a shortage of personnel, but there may be, up in Olympia, Washington, there was people that were formerly homeless that were brought on board, and they were part of this crew, they called it, Crisis Response Unit. And while they were originally integrated to the police department through a local nonprofit, I believe, the results were so fantastic that they brought them into the police department as staff. So there's several mechanisms that we may not get a Harvard graduate with behavioral sciences and certifications, but we may have people that are qualified and experienced, and they would be quite effective being a representative of a crew team.
And a good segue here, I mean, some of those are evidence-based practices, and I have our behavioral health director who's licensed to more eloquently speak to this.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yes, absolutely. A couple of things. I think that with reference to our work in collaboration with City of Stockton and this grant, initially, actually, we did approach the City of Stockton to engage on this grant, but they were not in a position to engage at a time to expand this program. However, we do have our law enforcement assisted diversion program, our LEAD program, that has been functional for the past 4 years, that is very similar to what we're doing, and actually more concentrated with the police department and the individuals on the street. So we definitely have had conversations about doing further expansion of that LEAD program in Stockton. And, as there's more funding that becomes available, we definitely will be approaching other cities as well. We've already started working on expansion of our centers in Lodi and Tracy, so our counseling centers will be expanded this coming year. And as a part of that and expansion of our 24-hour services, we would look at other opportunities such as this to be able to really engage individuals early on. What we know is that the model works really well. You have seen the data that we presented, for example, on our Inspire program. That Inspire program, LEAD, all of these go hand in hand and kind of build the continuum of engagement of the homeless population into the services. And I believe that this will further improve our success of the Inspire program because, again, it creates more engagement. The other focus that we have is we are looking at expansion of our homeless assessment engagement team. I think that will also bring all of these to forefront. And I know there's a lot of work, but they really are designed as such that will really weave together to build that structure that we need for homeless interventions and engagement.
Fantastic. Fantastic. I'd just like to compliment you and all the staff and all the efforts taken. I know it's evolving, and it's there's a great cry for help for those that are living out there in despair, and they need some treatment, they need services, mental health, you name it. I know that there's a crisis, and many of them are in need of help and a place. I look forward to where that might go and as it evolves, because we know that it's helping out. Thanks.
Thank you. If I may also, I just wanted to make a comment with reference to the 988 that Greg mentioned. As you know, there's a piece of legislation that is still being worked on with reference to the 988, the entire process that is being proposed. That we don't see that piece of legislation going through this year, potentially may end up on next year's bills, but there's a component that will actually come online, and we want to always clarify to the public that the actual three-digit number of 988 will become operational effective July 3rd. What that will do is basically that will help people avoid dialing the 800 suicide support line. Instead, they will use a three-digit number to actually reach the National Suicide Prevention and Support. So that's the only thing that will come online July 3rd for 988, because because of the pending legislation, some cities and providers, as well as the EMS services or law enforcement, starting to get confused about, 988's coming. Is behavioral health going to respond? No. The only thing that will happen on July 3rd is the three-digit number will be in effect in lieu of the 800 number for the National Suicide Prevention and Education. Thanks.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't see you sitting back there, Mr. Bertan, so I just want to say thank you. I know I said thank you to Ms. Diedrich. You were in several meetings and, talking about mental health and substance abuse, so you've been instrumental in this whole process also. Where we started a year and a half ago, some of the deficits that we had in behavioral health services and mental health services, and we're cutting that more and more and more every year as this board, I think, recognizes, I should say, the importance of mental health and substance abuse treatment for homeless and the underlying causes that we are experiencing here, not just San Joaquin County, but the state. So I just wanted to give you some kudos and tell you thank you. I think we all, and I know I appreciate it. I can't speak on behalf of the board, but I'm pretty sure the board appreciates your efforts also.
Thank you, through the chair, Supervisor Rickman. I appreciate that, regardless of whether Mr. Diedrich or myself receive the kudos. We know that it's really the work of our entire behavioral health team, and either way, we trickle it down to our staff. So thank you either way.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that report. All right, Supervisor Rickman or Vice Chair Rickman, item number 14.
I just need just a quick synopsis. Again, this is such great information. You thought you were going to come here today and nobody was going to call you, right? But thank you for being here.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Chairman Nguyen, board members. The STEP program is a program that we have, the Employment and Economic Development Department has been running for the past 4 years. It's a grant from the Department of Rehabilitation to serve students with disabilities. So this year they are offering us $3,449,611 to operate their STEP program. So it started off as a summer program where we would take individuals or students with disabilities and help them find employment during the summer months. They have now asked us to run it year round. So instead of steps, it is now a STEP. So it's student employment program. So student training employment program. They took out the S for summer. And we are going to be running this program with your blessing to serve 150 students year round, help them find employment year round. And I'm open to any questions.
Questions?
No, I just want to say thank you for you and your team. I mean, this is, an exceptional program. And we were just talking about earlier today in the proclamation, the importance of education. And,
Absolutely.
And you push that into getting in the workforce, making a living, being independent, being self-sufficient. And, you mentioned 150 students between the age 16 and 21. And, provide a little bit more background, providing up to 20 hours of workplace readiness training. And, this is an important part too, and up to 300 hours of paid work experience at private and or nonprofit work sites here in San Joaquin County.
Absolutely.
And keeping them, the folks here local, work in their community. Who knows their community better than people that actually live here?
Absolutely. And we have found that they are some of our best employees. We get that from our employers all the time. They're just so eager to learn, eager to work, and it is a very fulfilling program for us to run.
No, well, that's it. I just want to say thank you. Thank you to your team, and keep up the great work.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair, I know we just talked earlier about the local nonprofit group in Manteca that has a program for autistic children. So are they part of this STEP?
Yes.
They are.
We are working with that program through the STEP program, yes.
Right, and this funding talks about operating student training and employment programs. So if they've got some students that are ready for employment, we're helping that gateway.
Correct.
What about the training portion of it if they are?
So the training comes through the employment. So we pay, we place them at a work site who's willing to train through employment, and we pay the wages. So we are the employer of record.
Understood. So what do we do when you have a special needs student that may not have the ability to walk right in and start interacting socially and taking direction immediately? They might need some pre-training in advance to the actual performance and integration into a job.
Correct. So we do work with Department of Rehabilitation for any other needs, as well as we do workshops in preparation for that work site. So before placing them, we will work with them, do the workshops, get them ready, get them to be job ready before we put them on the work site. And then if there's any tools or any additional needs, Department of Rehab, we work with their case managers to facilitate whatever other needs are necessary. Like if they need a coach, for example, Department of Rehab is able to provide them with a coach that could go with them to the work site. Any other accommodations, we can work with the employer and Department of Rehab to provide that.
All right, and are we, when we have special needs students, are we specifically capable or utilizing any of our staff that works with autistic children as this nonprofit in Manteca is doing?
Yes, our staff is able, again, we do have 3 Department of Rehab specialists on our site working with our staff to address whatever needs the students may have.
Excellent. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Just a quick question in regards to the STEP program and, for example, with the superintendent, the Stanislaus County Department of Education, they have programs for special needs children, and obviously that goes up, into high school, et cetera. Is there a discussion between your particular program and their particular program?
Absolutely. A lot of our referrals come from the County Office of Ed SELPA programs. So we are working together to get those referrals. They take care of a piece of education. We work to place those students at the work sites and get them job ready. So we are working with County Office of Education.
Okay. And the reason I bring that up is because it's always better when you have a goal. And if you're working with youth that obviously are challenged, but if they have something in mind to shoot for, and certainly their teachers, their counselors, et cetera, know that there's some light at the end of the tunnel, it just seems like that would be something to provide them some hope.
Absolutely. They are one of the offices that provide the most referrals to us.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
All right, item number 35, Sheriff's Department. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just have a kind of a quick question, actually a couple of questions. In regards to the $501,000, it talks about a program that was suspended. And I guess my question is, if we're not receiving the benefit of the program, then why would we pay for it? I'm not trying to deny the payment. I'm just questioning why we're making a payment for something that wasn't provided.
So the education program itself was not necessarily suspended. However, due to COVID, we were not able to collect attendance credit for the students being in attendance. So we were still able to run the educational program. We still had teachers providing paperwork to the sheriff's staff that were delivering it into the pods, into the units, to the actual students. But due to COVID and our teachers were not able to be face-to-face with our students, we weren't able to collect daily attendance credit for that.
Okay, so the program continued, correct?
In a sense, yes.
Okay. Well, I guess the question is, did any of the inmates receive any, like the GED or any of those particular certificates that obviously they need to get employment after their release?
Yes, we did have students graduate.
Okay. And then one last question. In regards to their attainment, what assistance are they given in regards to pre-release to maybe work with employers to find them a job before they actually go back into the real world?
So we are the educational side of it. We don't really work to provide anything like that. However, I would love to be able to do that in the future. That would definitely be something that we could do.
It would seem, and I know this is outside your realm, but it would seem to me, certainly working with these inmates and being able to evaluate their potential and maybe areas that they may do very well in, it would seem like we would have another connection to the business community to at least give them an opportunity to start a job upon their release, because if they don't, then what happens? They end up homeless or whatever.
They end up back.
The question, and I don't know, maybe the Sheriff's Department has a program that I'm not familiar with. It just, but I appreciate your answer that kind of solves my dilemma. in regards to the $501,000. And then as far as the career development or our future jobs, I would hope, and I suspect the Sheriff's Department has that program in place. Because if you train somebody and they have nowhere to go, I don't want to say it's a waste, but certainly you've lost maybe the greater benefit.
Yep.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you very much. Appreciate your answer. Did the sheriff have any more comments?
Chairman Nguyen?
Yes.
If I could ask that she step up to the podium so we get it on record. Thanks.
Sorry. We do resource fairs. We have employers come in and actually talk to the inmates that are prepared to be leaving out of the custody of the jail. The educational component is something augmented besides that. So we do offer those services, but they're not through the Office of Ed.
So I guess my question would be is I understand job fairs, but is there an opportunity for an employer, for example, to interview inmates that have been at least deemed to be potential good employees so that the inmate has the hope or the expectation that when they're released, they actually can go to work? That's just my question.
We haven't built in an assessment tool, I guess, for the educational component of it, but that is something, I just actually wrote that down on my notes, so that's something maybe worth looking at, of asking the teachers if there's areas and start to connect them with those resources prior to specifically for those jobs.
Okay, and the reason I ask these questions, when I taught college, one of the classes I taught was career development, and in regards to preparing a student for those job interviews, for resume creation, those types of things. So I would hope that we would prepare the inmate to really, hit the workforce, or at least the business community prepared. And I can't tell you enough how important it is to train them on how to prepare for the answers in those job interviews. It's amazing that a college student is lost when they get asked just a basic question from an employer who's looking to find the best qualified employee to hire. So again, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair, while you're here, so question, I see with the county's engagement and with the sheriff being proactive and looking at job training, we have our behavioral health director here. When they're doing job training and getting skills, and perhaps if they're doing some of the work detail, volunteer work detail perhaps, do they earn time off of their sentence? If they're there 1 year, they might get out in 8 months if they do certain accolades of accomplishment?
The credits for your sentencing are done through the courts, so they're actually given good time and work time credits. If they refuse or do not follow rules and regulations, those good time credits are added back on. So they're automatically given those things, and then from there they're added back on if they do not comply and go with the programs.
Okay, and then so I'm wondering, it'd be perhaps a bigger systemic question and perhaps through the courts, but when it comes to job training, and that is a component to a person having perhaps a successful life and reducing recidivism, but also there's some successful models out there where they have anger management programs, they have successful relationship programs, they have other mechanisms of helping a person improve their life. Are we doing anything like that now, or is that something, I'll segue right over to Mr. Vardam, who's there. Is there any integration and idea to utilize some programs? We see this we're going to our budget hearings for the next 2 days, and such a large portion of our budget goes to our law enforcement and public safety. If we're able to reduce recidivism substantially by a little bit of investment now and bringing in some of the mental health services in addition to the job training, that may be a very strong impact, as has been proven out in Texas in particular. I've read extensively about a program in Texas that reduced population, and they ended up shutting down prisons because the population contracted so dramatically.
So correctional health care under Mr. Dietrich actually provides the medical and the psychological care and treatment inside the jail. And they have a lot of extremely good programs where they go in and work with the inmates independently. But besides just the Office of educational programming, there are a lot of anger management classes. Friends Outside comes in and does a RAP program trying to work with the inmates. We have social workers that do a discharge planning and start to connect them to services through a human services agency and those types of things prior to release. So there's a lot of different components that make this a whole big process for us, and the Office of Education was just the educational component at this point.
Director Vartan, did you have a comment?
No, I think I was called on. That's why I thought that just to add to that is that if the individuals who are in our jails do have a behavioral health need, those are recognized and referred. And there's actually a process that we actually have psychiatrists who does see those individuals via telehealth, and they're prescribed medication, and there are other intervention services that are provided to the individuals at the jail. I think with reference to can they do more, perhaps looking at the lower level individuals that may not rise up to the level of behavioral health intervention could be a possibility of looking at any type of early intervention type of project, and the right funding, of course, to start something like that. As you mentioned, for example, anger management, domestic violence trainings and deflection, things like that. So definitely there is some opportunity there.
Through the chair, finishing, would you explore that? Maybe come back to the board with an ask, and as you said, those key words, looking to do more. I think that would be fantastic if this board were to consider accentuating what we currently offer, and maybe use that as an incentive through the courts, that if you complete these gateway programs, there could be a reduction of the time, whatever's legal, of course, but there could be an incentive.
We can definitely start some conversation with the jail staff and the sheriff's department, and if it becomes such that we can actually grow it into a bigger discussion with the DA and public defenders, that'll be perfect, and we can give you some information about that.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Lapudra.
Thank you, Chair. These programs, are they strictly for the main population or just for the Ready for Work program?
No, Ready for Work is not a part of the jail.
Okay.
That's a community-based organization that we don't partake with. The actual services for the inmates are what we actually provide.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other questions? Any comments, clerk of the board? None? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, move forward. I need a motion and a second in regards to the consent calendar.
Move to approve. Second.
So moved or second, whatever. I'm easy.
I have 2 moves and 2 seconds, so thank you very much. Please vote. And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on. The San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, Public Works has requested that be continued and re-agendized for a public hearing, Board of Supervisors on July 12th at 9 a.m. I need a motion and a second, or any comments from the board?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second that motion to continue. Thank you.
Please vote. And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. Now we have a public hearing on considering approval of San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency Mosdale Track Area Regional Urban Level Flood Protection Development Impact Fee.
Chairman Nguyen.
Chair, that's the one we just continued.
That's one we just continued.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm following my notes. That's okay. All right, moving along. Public hearing to establish Proposition 4 appropriation limits. Mr. Wolkamp.
You stopped me halfway down there when you started.
It's okay.
On the other one.
Okay, sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair Nguyen and members of the board. My name is Jeff Wolkamp, and I'm the county's Assistant Auditor Controller. I'd like to make a very brief review of the county's Proposition 4 spending limit for fiscal year 22-23. Proposition 4, also known as the GAN limit, was approved by voters in 1979 and amended the California Constitution to limit the growth in appropriations made by state and local governments. This limit in the rate of growth is a factor calculated by the percentage change in the California Cost of Living Index times the percentage change in the county's population. For fiscal year 22-23, the state cost of living increase is 7.55%, and the county population increase is 0.59%, for a combined limit growth factor of 8.18%. This combined growth factor is applied to the current year's adopted limit to come to the new fiscal year's limit. My office has calculated the county's Proposition 4 limit for fiscal year 22-23 at just over $793.8 million. This represents the maximum appropriations for the county that can be financed by proceeds of property taxes. The term proceeds of property taxes includes revenues from property tax, franchises, homeowners and Williamson Act subventions, and related interest income. It does not include revenues from sales and use taxes, licenses, permits, grants, or any other services. The 22-23 proposed budget proceeds of property taxes is anticipated to be just over $300 million, which will be well below the calculated limit. With that, I'd like to conclude this brief presentation and take any questions from the board, and then request that we open the public hearing for any comments.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Open the public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to make comment? Comments, clerk of the board? No. Close the public hearing. All right. Questions, comments? Otherwise, I need a motion second.
So moved.
Motion second. Please vote.
Chairman, when I apologize, I didn't notice that
Very brief.
Supervisor Villapudua had walked away.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to have to mark him as absent.
That's fine.
The others all voted yes.
Right. Adopted 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. All right, moving to item 2, public hearing regarding designation of County Road Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Chair Wynn, members of the board, CAO Wilverding, County Council Miles, Brandy Hopkins, your Human Resources Director. Human Resources has requested this hearing today because the California Streets and Highway Code Section 2006 requires the county to have a designated road commissioner. On May 23rd of 2022, the Director of Public Works position became vacant and the former incumbent had been previously designated by this board as the county's road commissioner. Mr. Fritz Buckman was appointed by the Board of Supervisors as the new Director of Public Works effective June 20th of 2022. It is recommended that Mr. Buckman also be designated as the County Road Commissioner effective June 27, 2022. California Streets and Highway Code Section 2006 specifically requires the Road Commissioner be a registered civil engineer. Mr. Buckman has held that status since February of 2000. He also served as the Deputy Director of Public Works for San Joaquin County since October of 2011, prior to the appointment to the Director position on June 20th. In accordance with legal requirements, a 14-day notice of this hearing was published in a local newspaper, the Stockton Record, and posted in the county courthouse. This concludes our presentation. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors conduct the required public hearing and, if supported by the hearing process, approve the designation of Mr. Buckman as the County Road Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, all right. Open the public hearing. Any from the public wishing to make any comments? Okay, seeing none, close the public hearing. Any public comments online? Seeing none, all right, need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please vote. Adopted 5-0. Congratulations, Road Commissioner Buckman.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 1 on discussion general government. Board of Supervisors approve flying commemorative flag. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. This is pretty self-explanatory. We actually discussed it at length at our last meeting, but we were unable to take any action on it because it requires, pursuant to the new commemorative flag policy that was adopted, it requires a 4/5 vote, and there were not 4 supervisors present. It is the first request that is coming from a supervisor under the new commemorative flag policy. It is a request to fly the Pride flag, which would be provided by the Pride Center in Stockton, to fly it for 5 days, pursuant again to the new policy. This flag is flown for the entire month of June in both the city of Stockton and the city of Tracy. It is flown at numerous public buildings and governmental buildings all over the country. It's the flag that you see everywhere in television commercials and at festivals. It is not a specialized commemorative flag. It is the traditional rainbow flag. We discussed at the last meeting that the flying of a commemorative flag represents a statement by the local government flying it. The statement for this particular flag, which has been provided to me from the Pride Center and members of the LGBTQ community throughout San Joaquin County, is that while we've recognized their contributions through a proclamation, flying the Pride flag is a very visible statement that would represent our county government saying that discrimination, harassment, and physical harm to LGBTQ plus individuals in San Joaquin County is not acceptable and will not be tolerated. So it would be the first time this board has made such a visible statement. It is not intended as a political statement. It is intended as a statement of inclusion, welcome to well over 100,000 residents of San Joaquin County, stating that they're valued and their local government will deliver services equitably and will protect their rights equally and in a fair fashion. So there's no financial impact to the county on this. The flag will be provided. It will be raised for 5 days along with our regular flag raising only outside of this building. So there is no additional staff time, really no additional cost to the county. So with that, I'm open to further discussion or a motion, but I would recommend that the county take this step as a positive first commemorative flag to fly. Thank you.
Supervisor Filipudra.
Thank you, Chair. I support the LBGT community and the Pride Center, so I have no problem raising the flag for the amount of time they need. If you'd like, I can make that motion, or would you like to do it, Supervisor Miller?
Whenever you're ready, I would.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve this recommendation.
I'm
sorry.
We have some more discussion.
Well, I have some public comment. So anyone else wishing to speak? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. County Council, is there any, do we have in San Joaquin County, in our known purview a lack of equity or fairness or any known disparity against anybody that is identifying as any type of race or sexual persuasion or interest or community? What's the county's policy when it comes to discrimination against anybody in any ethnic group or any identified interested identity?
The county has a non-discrimination policy.
Okay. And mostly the county has jurisdiction over areas throughout the county that's unincorporated. Like, for instance, the city of Stockton is a city and they make decisions outside of what the county might decide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we've got, like, let's say Stockton, for instance, if they've got a flag policy, whatever it may be, that pertains to the city of Stockton. Correct?
That's correct.
So if San Joaquin County is unincorporated and we're out in the farmland, do we have jurisdiction, authority in cities? I guess we could do it, but why would we, or have we ever imposed the county beliefs into the cities? And do we have flagpoles in all of the cities throughout the county? If we're going to do a flag somewhere, wouldn't it be everywhere that the county has, throughout the county? There's cities, obviously Escalon, Lodi, there's cities called, and there's Mountain House, soon to be a city, there's Lathrop, there's, Woodbridge, there's multiple cities throughout. Do we have flagpoles in all those cities if we're going to have a flag policy?
The way that the flag policy is written is that the flying of commemorative flags are only flown at this facility.
Only at this facility, inside the city of Stockton?
On this county property, yes.
Got it, but within the boundaries of city of Stockton?
Yes, it is.
Understood, okay. Because it seems to me like, for instance, when we had the marijuana policy that we discussed, it had to do with the unincorporated areas, and the city had their own policy as it relates to dispensaries or whatever their policy might be. So it seems like we're kind of blurring lines here of what we are or are not doing in counties. How many other requests do we have from multiple organizations? It could be, there's flags for POWs, there's flags that represent different nationalities and heritages throughout our country and the county. Do we have flags? There are multiple flags from those different organizations. Do we have requests yet from those organizations? And once we start with one, we open the door for all others. Would that be correct? Or is that possible?
All of the flag requests have to come through a member of the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. So only if a member of the board proposes that flag and the board approves it, that flag would be flown in the county or at this county building. That's
correct, because it is an issue of government speech. And so it is the Board of Supervisors making its statement or using its voice and conveying its meaning with flying that particular flag.
Okay, so wait, repeat that again to me. The approval of flying a flag is what now?
It's government speech.
Government speech.
It's government speech. It is the Board of Supervisors speaking on its behalf, making a statement about conveying a meaning with the flying of any particular commemorative flag.
Okay, so I would just say my challenge is that if we're making government speech to stand for any community organization against, and as Supervisor Miller noted, talking about the equity and fairness and disparity, but I'm unaware of what aspect of our government, of our offices, of our employment. I'm unaware of any police department or any area throughout San Joaquin County where we allow discrimination based on how a person might identify I'm uncertain that we're firing people based on any particular heritage or identification. Do we have a history, a recent history in the last several years that I'm here where we are firing people based on how they're identifying?
Not that I'm aware of, Supervisor.
So if we're making a statement here in support of equity and fairness, I'm unable to find then the instances where there's a lack of equity or fairness, or that where there's a disparity. And again, we've had recent conversations about it. I've got family members that identify as part of the LGBTQ plus or IA plus communities. I've got very dear friends. One of them sent me a message that this is grandstanding. I see no purpose in doing this, and he says this is offensive because there isn't, as the language says, a lack of protection for a person's rights. I've been on a recent meetings where there's a multitude of agencies that participate in this meeting, and the transgender representative of that board was very comfortable being transgender and dressing and identifying in this manner, and I didn't see any disparity. I didn't see any prejudice against that person conducting the meeting. I saw that person conducting themselves professionally, effectively, efficiently. I'm just struggling to find where the challenge is here in San Joaquin County that we're assuring equity, fairness, and a lack of disparity when, in fact, we're not experiencing it. So I'm really uncertain what we're highlighting here. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to ask County Council those questions.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I appreciate that Supervisor Patty was not here for the discussion at the last meeting. The issue of the specifics of the flag policy were discussed at length. I guess I just assumed that would have reviewed them a little more closely, but this is not an opportunity for any group to exercise their own political speech. The policy itself states very clearly that that is not what this is. We had legal opinion provided. This is an opportunity for the board as local government to either make a statement of support, as many other countries did by flying the United States flag shortly after 9/11. Some governments are flying the flag of the Ukraine right now as simply an expression of support for a democratic government in the world. It can be to raise awareness of an issue, as we saw today with Men's Health Month. Breast cancer awareness has a pink flag that is flown oftentimes to raise awareness. Alzheimer's associations have a purple flag that in some places are raised to kind of just heighten awareness with the public for causes or issues. It can also be, the policy also incorporated the means for flying the county flag, which we did not have that policy in place prior to that. All of these requests must come from a supervisor, a sitting supervisor. They are not going to be received by organizations or individuals. They will be brought forward by members of the Board of Supervisors, who it is assumed would exercise professionalism and restraint and do some research in terms of what the government's message would actually be in a particular case. So, as I said, the policy was approved.
we're not here today. What is before us is not the policy. What is here before us is a request under that policy to fly this particular flag. There is no criteria for proving that a country or an individual or a community has experienced enough discrimination to warrant a flag being flown. It's up to the individual supervisor to do the research. And as I said, in my discussions and my meetings with members of the community, the message that they intend and that the flag represents is one of inclusion, especially given what is happening in other parts of the country. Thankfully, we have not experienced LGBTQ-motivated violence or shootings in this county, but they have occurred in other parts of our country. This is simply making the statement that that is unacceptable, and that we stand in solidarity with our residents who identify as LGBTQ. I realize not everybody will agree with this. They believe this flag represents something else. But I think as we saw here this morning, it is about education, and flying the flag is about the county sharing this particular positive, inclusive message. To me, that's the criteria that I would run any request by. Is it positive? Is it inclusive? Does it uplift our community? Is it a message of really of hope and positivity? And this flag, to me, met that criteria, which is why I opted to bring it forward. So it's really not about anything else. It's only about today, do we grant the request to fly this particular flag for 5 days this month?
Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So this is a one-time request, or this becomes a county policy every June? Supervisor Miller?
It's my understanding that for it to become a regular annual flying, that issue would need to come to the board. County Council, correct?
I don't believe that that's addressed in the policy, but I would recommend that, yes.
I guess what I'm saying is because it's not specifically addressed in the policy only calls for flying a commemorative flag one time for up to 5 days. So my understanding, Supervisor Patty, would be if there was a desire to make it an annual event, that issue would come to the board. It would be up to the board. Every single time these requests are up to the board and they require a 4/5 vote.
Okay. So just to finish where I'm at and be slightly repetitive, where I'm having a problem with this is that it talks about that flying the pride flag is a visible statement to the public that discrimination, harassment, and physical harm to LGBTQ plus individuals in San Joaquin County is not acceptable and would not be tolerated. And I just don't know when it was acceptable or tolerated. And to that point, I'm just, I appreciate that this is showing solidarity. We are in a city boundary with our building, and we're going to, want to demonstrate some solidarity with the LGBTQ community, which I'm fine. I understand. The 5 days, June 27, 28, so 27, 28, 29, 30, June 31st, June 32nd, June 30, I guess it would go to the 31st or 32nd of June. Would that be correct? How many days do we have in June?
30.
There's only 30 days in June.
So 5 days then puts it into July, right around July 4th. So I would amend this. I would prove this if we want to do 1 day, Monday, June 27, as a day, but the 5 days being asked for goes right into this July 4th weekend celebration, as oftentimes happens. So, I have a problem with the language, as if San Joaquin County ever tolerated discrimination, harassment, or physical harm to any member in the community. I believe that's why we have law enforcement and a proud legacy of enforcing the law against people that would do harm to others. So, I'm really torn on this issue, but, again, I've got friends and family in the LGBTQIA plus community. We're not turning our back on any of them. I believe in America that we have this wonderful diversity amongst us. Different cultures, different nations, different interests, different eating habits. Some people like to be vegans. Some people eat meat. Great. There's freedom and opportunities of all sorts here in our great country. And it's supported by the Constitution and the rule of law and law enforcement. So I'm a little bit concerned by the language of this discrimination, harassment, and physical harm to individuals here in San Joaquin County, and that by flying the flag, we're demonstrating that it's not acceptable when it is not acceptable. It never has been acceptable, flag or not. So I'm challenged here on this one, but the 5 days doesn't make sense. June into July is no longer part of the month of June recognition for gay pride. Thank you, Chairman.
Any other comments? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to? I have some cards here. Atlas Rivera.
Good afternoon, Chair of the Board and Supervisors. My name is Atlas Rivera, and I'm the Mental Health Outreach Director of the San Joaquin Pride Center. I'm here to show my support of the raising of the progressive pride flag here in observance of Pride Month. I was born here in Stockton, and I have lived here for the entirety of my 25 years of life. In those 25 years, I have not once felt supported here in this county. The fact that June wasn't recognized in this county as Pride Month until this very year shows how undersupported and underrepresented the LGBT community of San Joaquin County is. As the great artist Vincent van Gogh said, great things are done by a series of small things brought together. Thank you for recognizing the month as Pride Month, but there still needs to be more done, and allowing the pride flag to be risen is one of those things. As the Board of Supervisors, it is your responsibility to represent and provide for the citizens of this county. There are 789,410 people in this county, and out of all of them, 150,000 identify as being LGBT. Flying the progressive pride flag shows these 150,000 people that not only do you support them, but that you acknowledge them and that you won't forget about them. It is one thing to say you support us, it is another thing to show it. And raising the pride flag shows it. Historically, the LGBT community has been forgotten in our society. Whether it be the hundreds of thousands of people that we lost due to the improper care and acknowledgement during the AIDS epidemic, or the severity of police brutality that has been inflicted onto our community, or the growing number of violent crimes that are inflicted onto our trans siblings, I ask of you, do not ignore us. The raising of the progressive pride flag would not only represent the LGBT community in the San Joaquin County, but it would represent the San Joaquin County as a whole that strives to facilitate kindness and acceptance to a community that has once suffered and is still suffering much pain. It takes many steps to make important changes to happen. The raising of the progressive pride flag must be one of them. Thank you for your time.
James, I think it's Patner.
Good afternoon, Chairman of the Board and the rest of the supervisors. My name is James Patnod, and I am here to show my support for flying a pride flag in observance of Pride Month. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, allow me to remind you once again that we have the privilege of being one of the most diverse counties in the nation. Approving the raising of the pride flag in observance of Pride Month every year is crucial to honor the diversity of our county and help garner acceptance and support for our LGBT population that has historically faced immense amounts of discrimination and violence. With respect, you may not see the challenges that are faced by the LGBT community because you yourself are not LGBT. That does not erase the hardships that we face on a daily basis. Fostering tolerance is critical as we have seen the number of anti-LGB and especially anti-transgender hate crimes and murders increase worldwide year after year. Last June, one of my transgender siblings, Jessica, was murdered. She, an out and proud transgender woman, was the victim of a murder motivated by hate right here in our county. She and many others who lost their lives are a driving force behind my efforts to advocate for the betterment of our society, starting right here in San Joaquin. The former chairman of the board struck down every proposed county proclamation that observed LGBT awareness days, even going on record later to make some egregious comparisons between Pride Awareness Days and Love Your Pigeon Day. Our county is finally recognizing Pride Month in June for the first time this year, but we must continue pressing forward and making the San Joaquin County a safe and accepting place for our LGBT community members. Let me remind you that as our County Board of Supervisors, you represent all of your constituents, not just the ones you agree with. Do the right thing. Raising the pride flag is only one of many steps that we are looking for the board to take, and it should be an easy one. Thank you.
Teddy Lewis.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to address you this morning. My name is Teddy Lewis. I am and have been a resident of many countries and one of the few people you will meet who has worked and lived on all 7 continents and sailed all 7 seas, as well as many states and cities of this country. I have been a resident off and on since 1960 and have called Stockton home permanently since 1980. I have been a member of the now referred to as the LGBTQ+ community most of my life. A member of Stockton's LGBTQ+ community and the Stockton Pride Center since its inception and early beginnings. I say all of that to make the point that in my life's global travels, many of the cities that I've had an opportunity to visit or live in, excuse me, and an LGBTQ+ community as large as that here in San Joaquin County, and some much smaller. Many and most of those have and do display at their city hall and some of their other public and city and county buildings that display flags have displayed the LGBTQ+, aka the progressive pride flag, during the entire month of June, as well as other LGBTQ+ milestones to recognize the LGBTQ+ citizens and the community. To many, it is just a flag or another flag. To us, it is more. But is really a beacon of light and hope and possible a road to a safe space for many of our LGBTQ+ community, especially the young ones struggling with their identity of who they are and looking for guidance and direction. There are many of us who are not openly out, but are LGBTQ+ nonetheless. Many of these members of our community are and have been integral and major players of this city and the county, as well as this state and our country as a whole. And without them in their daily roles, would likely severely impede or cripple the way the infrastructure of these entities and its operations function. I am sure that this act and gesture of acknowledgement by raising and displaying the pride flag for the entire month of June annually would not only let them know that they are being recognized, but appreciated for not just their hard work to support this city, the state, and the country, but as vital citizens and members of the LGBTQ+ community. A community that all, sorry. Thank you.
Therese Barrett.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, I thought it was going to be hot today, but it turned out to be winter inside. My nose is getting frostbitten. Happy first day of summer. 21 days into the designated month of Pride, yesterday I had the privilege of accompanying the director of the San Joaquin Pride Center, Simone Reyes, at the state capitol, as she received a certificate from our California State Assembly members in recognition from the state members for her decades of commitment to service. I had a great experience of hearing not only Assembly members, but Senate members, their journeys of being a member of the LGBTQ community while living with stigma and discrimination within their own peers. It is time that we all get on the same page and embrace the raising of the pride flag, which should be a given, so that all people, young and old, of our county not only see it at city and state levels, but at the county level, showing equalism as our Constitution states we are equal. If a pigeon, this was the good one, made my day today. If the pigeon and the chicken gets their own day, why is this flag such a discussion, as Supervisor Patty commented a few minutes ago on another matter stated? It's our community. Give it back to us. You know, I was at the Pride Center, the Pride Festival a few weeks back at Lodi, and a young lady was at the Pride Center's table, and she came back. I asked her a question, and I said, it was asked to her, where do you hang out? You know, where do you hang out? And she says, we mostly hang out at home. And it was asked to her again, if you had a safe place to hang out, would you come? And she lit up. She must have been 13 or 14. She lit up from one ear to the other and just said, heck yeah. Because these kids who are our future need a safe place to go it's not commented. You know, we got over the stigma of wheelchairs and other people's, you know, disabilities. Now here's the other stigma that we need to get over. You know, I mean, mental health is kind of moving over, but why are people of this population still being stigmatized as, I don't want to say those words. I was brought up with another set of words. But thank you. Please see that this is done. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk of the board, any other comments?
Thank you, Chairman. We do have a number of written public comments. I'm going to again ask for Chief Deputy Clerk Nicole's assistance with reading public comments at this time.
An anonymous comment was received. It says, Supervisors, San Joaquin County, please focus on free and fair elections. Oh, I'm sorry, reading the wrong one, sorry. Again, anonymous comment. I'm a citizen of this county and have been my whole life. You must do better in supporting LGBT folks. Raise the pride flag. It's the least you can do if you observe Pigeon Day next to Pride Month. Another anonymous comment. Stockton is the most diverse city in the nation. It goes without saying that San Joaquin County is also one of the most diverse counties as well. Being a rapidly growing city, we are seeing more and more LGBT folks be out and about, unabashedly proud and open about who they are. This is something to be celebrated, as this community is one that has been historically affected by oppression, violence, and discrimination that continues to this very day. Stand in solidarity, raise the pride flag. We refuse to let this county continue to stand on the wrong side of history. We must do better. You must do better. Another anonymous comment. Good morning, Chair of the Board and Supervisors. My name is Nikki, and I am a transgender woman who has lived in Stockton her whole life. I am writing to show my support of discussion item number 1 in raising the progressive pride flag in observance of Pride Month in June. People like us have to overcome a lifetime of discrimination, intimidation, and often violence from people who want us to be ashamed of who we are. This flag represents not just all of the countless LGBT people in Stockton, but also all of the family members and loved ones who are fighting alongside us. It's a much larger percent of the county than you may realize. Raising this flag is a rebuke to generations of hatred and prejudice. It lets people know that Stockton is a safe and welcoming place where there's pride, not shame, to be found in who you are. It would mean an awful lot to an awful lot of people. I really don't know what all this talk about pigeons is. I'm not going to jump to the conclusion that it's being used as a dig against our people, because if it was, that sure would not be common sense. Much love to all the people at the Board of Supervisors. I hope we could all come to an understanding of each other soon and raise the flag so that you could move on to your next order of business. There's another anonymous comment. Please raise the pride flag. We need the representation in San Joaquin County. You as the board need to show your support for the LGBT community so that we can create a better, safer place for our community members. Camille Zapata writes, good afternoon, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. Earlier this morning, Chairman Nguyen said, we have tendencies as politicians to look at statistics, but we don't necessarily realize those statistics are people. San Joaquin County Pride Center reports there are 150,000 plus people in San Joaquin County who are members of the LGBTQ plus community. Supervisors, please reflect on this statistic for a moment. Here today, San Joaquin County Pride Center staff is asking the Board of Supervisors to bring representation and visibility to the LGBTQ plus community in local government and public space by raising the pride flag for 7 days. As public servants, it is your responsibility and privilege to uplift people in your community who have a limited platform and the unseen issues that impact them. The LGBTQ plus community has a long, rich history of fighting for their visibility and inclusion. It is only by celebrating, honoring, and respecting their efforts can we ensure they feel welcome and included. I encourage you to reflect on the 150,000 people this could positively impact when casting your vote to raise the pride flag today. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thomas Lee writes, good morning, Chair of the Board and Supervisors. I am a resident of San Joaquin County, and I identify as a father of a transgender man. I am writing to show my support of discussion item number 1. In raising the progressive pride flag in observance of Pride Month in June, there are over 150,000 individuals that identify as LGBT here in our county. Approving this policy to allow for the raising of the pride flag and observe June as Pride Month every year is important to showcase the diversity of our county and show our county's support for our LGBT population. Observing Pride Month and observing the progressive pride flag will facilitate the tolerance and support of our community that has historically been ostracized and oppressed. San Joaquin County must take a step in the right direction and move forward in making our county a safe and accepting place for our LGBT residents and community members. I find it disgusting that Pigeon Appreciation Day is placed on the same level as LGBTQ Pride. This is clearly an attempt of homophobia by Supervisor Patty, and I find it disturbing that other supervisors support this. Thank you for your time. An anonymous writer states, good morning, Chair of the Board of Supervisors. I am a resident of San Joaquin County, and I identify as female and am an LGBT ally. I am writing to show my support of discussion item number 1 in raising the progressive pride flag in observance of Pride Month in June. There are 150,000 plus individuals that identify as LGBT here in our county, a few of whom I know personally. Approving this policy to allow for the raising of the pride flag and observe June as Pride Month every year is important to show our county's support for LGBT population. Observing Pride Month and raising the progressive pride flag will show the tolerance and support of our community that has been oppressed for decades. San Joaquin County must take a step in the right direction and move forward in making our county a safe and accepting place for our LGBT residents and community members. Thank you for your time. Sunshine Wiggins writes, "Good morning. As a non-binary person, I feel like I need to be represented alongside with my LGBTQIA people. We would like it if the progressive pride flag be held during the month of June in solidarity and support of the LGBTQIA. Please vote in favor of this new flag." Joseph Benavides writes, "Good morning, Chair of the Board and Supervisors. I am a resident of San Joaquin County, and I identify as non-binary. I am writing to show my support in discussion item number 1. In raising the pride flag in observance of Pride Month in June, there are over 150,000 individuals that identify as LGBT right here in our county. Approving this policy to allow for the raising of the pride flag and observe June as Pride Month every year is important to showcase the diversity of our county and show our county's support for our LGBT population. Observing Pride Month and raising the progressive pride flag will facilitate the tolerance and support of our community that has historically been ostracized and oppressed. San Joaquin County must take a step in the right direction and move forward in making our county a safe and accepting place for our LGBT residents and community members. Thank you for your time. Joe. An anonymous writer states, "I am a resident of San Joaquin County and identify as transgender. I am writing to show my support of discussion item number 1. In raising the progressive pride flag in observance of Pride Month in June, observing Pride Month and raising the progressive pride flag will facilitate the tolerance and support of our community that has historically been ostracized and oppressed. San Joaquin County must take a step in the right direction and move forward in making our county a safe and accepting place for our LGBT residents and community members." Xavier Vasquez writes, "Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. I am a resident of San Joaquin County and I identify as a gay male, pronouns he, him. I am writing to show my support of discussion item number 1 in raising the progressive pride flag in observance of Pride Month in June. There are over 150,000 individuals that identify as LGBT here in our county. Approving this policy to allow for the raising of the pride flag and observing June as Pride Month every year is important to showcase the diversity of our county and show our county's support for our LGBT population. Observing Pride Month and raising the progressive pride flag will facilitate the tolerance and support of our community that has historically been ostracized and oppressed. San Joaquin County must take a step in the right direction and move forward in making our county a safe and accepting place for our LGBT residents and community members. Not only will this make LGBT residents feel like they are in an accepting place, it will also make the children of LGBT community feel good knowing that it is okay to be who they are and they are acknowledged. Thank you for your time."
The next comment is submitted by Julie Bates Livesay, PhD, who writes, "As one of the estimated 150,000 LGBTQ plus people in San Joaquin County, I would like to see the LGBTQ pride flag flown over City Hall. Raising the pride flag would serve as a great reminder to the community that the LGBTQ plus are accepted in this county and can no longer be ignored. Raising the pride flag would send a positive message to LGBTQ plus folks that discrimination and bullying will not be tolerated. Raising the pride flag during Pride Month further serves to bring recognition and awareness to county residents. The pride flag would highlight the fact that our county has a very diverse population and that we are acknowledged of the need to have policies in place to garner acceptance of others who have long been discriminated against. Raising the pride flag facilitates tolerance and support of a community that has long been ostracized and oppressed. Thank you. The next comment was submitted by Richard Slazak, who writes, please hoist the pride flag for 5 days for that state San Joaquin County recognizes LGBTQ people are equal citizens. On 6/14/22, a Christian coworker told me, quote, abortion is wrong. Christ appealed to a higher law. The Bible forbids homosexuality. Homosexuals choose to commit homosexual acts. Homosexuals choose to be homosexual. Homosexuals choose to their homosexuality, as have transsexuals. Men saying they are women choose to do that. It is sinful. Women saying they are men, choosing to be men, are choosing to be transsexuals. You are for abortion. You should not have voting rights. End quote. Allison Aranda writes, please vote to raise the pride flag. Raising the flag would show the LGBTQ plus community in San Joaquin County that they are supported and loved. As LGBTQ plus rights are coming under attack nationwide, we should demonstrate that hate and intolerance have no place here. Please vote to approve. Thank you. Christine Olin writes, respectfully requesting that the pride flag be flown in honor of Pride Month. Wayne Adler writes, raising the pride flag facilitates tolerance and support of a community that has long been ostracized and oppressed. Support the pride flag raising at the county administration building. Thanks. Michelle Muniz writes, why has the San Joaquin County refrained from celebrating Pride Month by not raising a pride flag? Your omission speaks volumes. As a 20-year educator, I ask you to partner with us in making all our children feel safe and included. Raise the pride flag immediately, and please issue a statement stating the reason for the omission. Thank you. Sam Ellen writes, good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. I am a resident of San Joaquin County, and I identify as LGBTQ+. I am writing to show my support of discussion item number 1 in raising the progressive pride flag in observance of Pride Month in June. There are over 150,000 individuals that identify as LGBT here in our county. Approving this policy to allow for the raising of the pride flag and observe June as Pride Month every year is important to showcase the diversity of our county and show our county's support for our LGBT population. Observing Pride Month and raising the progressive pride flag will facilitate the tolerance and support of our community that has historically been ostracized and oppressed. San Joaquin County must take a step in the right direction and move forward in making our county a safe and accepting place for our LGBT residents and community members. Thank you for your time. The next comment was submitted by Robin Cole, who writes, June is Pride Month. As I write this, it's June 19th, and still the BOS has not hung the pride flag. Why? Well, some fail to show up at meetings. I suppose campaigning for a higher office that offers more photo ops is more important than doing county business. That being said, Via Boudoir will follow whatever Patty does, and Patty, who claims to want to do the will of the people, doesn't seem to think that the LGBTQ plus community are his people, as shown by his lack of attention to the issue. A vote should be held, and it should be approved so that the pride flag can wave proudly, pun intended, for the entire month of June this year and every year going forward. It shouldn't have to be an annual discussion. While the estimated number of LGBTQ plus population of San Joaquin is only about 150,000, that doesn't mean that they should be ignored. Like every group of people, they should be seen, they should be heard, they should be treated with dignity and respect. By raising the flag each June, we show that as a community, everyone is important. If our BOS representatives or anyone in any public office doesn't see this or can't understand this, they don't deserve to serve, as they're not serving all of the community. The next comment was submitted by Ann Baird, who writes, common knowledge assumes that every single San Joaquin County supervisor wants to do what's best for the residents of our county. If so, voting for the commemorative flag policy is a no-brainer. Flying the pride flag costs little but says so much about our supervisors' desire to serve every single resident. So come on, supervisors, it's not that hard. Do the right thing and vote to fly the pride flag. Ann Baird, Stockton, California. An anonymous comment writes, "Dear Clerk of the Board, thank you to Chair Joaquin and Supervisors Miller and Rickman for adopting the commemorative flag policy for our county during the last meeting. It is time for each board member to take the next step and approve the raising of the pride flag. It is time we bring our community together by acknowledging the acceptance of a population of people that have long been ostracized. Thank you for your consideration of the county's LGBTQ citizens. Sincerely, a concerned and voting citizen." The next comment was submitted by Kay Pontuti, who writes, "Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'm a resident of San Joaquin County and I identify as trans and non-binary. I am writing to show my support of discussion item number 1 in raising the progressive pride flag in observance of Pride Month in June. There are many individuals that identify as LGBTQ+ in our county. Approving this policy to allow for the raising of the pride flag and observe June as Pride Month every year is important to showcase the diversity of our county and show our county's support for our LGBTQ+ population, which unfortunately has been coming under attack, again, in recent months. San Joaquin County must take steps in the right direction and move forward in making our county a safe and accepting place for our LGBTQ+ residents and community members. Thank you for your time, Kay Pontuti." The next comment was submitted by Madeline Kirk-Connell, who writes, "There are people from many cultures and backgrounds in our county. It would be wonderful to recognize them at times by displaying their flag, as long as it is not for a political party or a terrorist group. The pride flag would highlight the fact that our county has a very diverse population and that we are knowledgeable of the need to have policies in place to garner acceptance of others who have long been discriminated against." And Chairman Nguyen, that concludes our public comments for this item.
Thank you. Bob, did you still have a comment?
Man, am I going to step in some crap here. When I was a young man, I was attacked by a queer in a bathroom in Sacramento. Recently, you can look it up, Sheriff's Office has got the report. A couple of gay females called me out in my own damn driveway. They want to fight. I'm 75 years old. I get along with everybody. I served with gay guys. I worked in San Francisco with a lot of gay guys for about 8 years. Some of them have been guests at my home, and I have been a guest at their home. This flag business is about dividing us, not including us. When are we all going to figure out that it's okay not to declare yourself as different than the rest of us? We're all part of society. I don't get it. Why do we have to invent reasons to declare ourselves different than everybody else when in fact we are everybody else? If we don't know that every day you get up, you put your pants on, you go out into society, you do the best you can with what you got to work with, you help other people because it's the right thing to do, and you don't invent a bunch of damned excuses why you gotta be different. You know, I'd like to propose that a county supervisor come up with a different flag. How about one for guys like me, guys who spent $100,000 trying to see their children, and the building across the street, they declined at the cost of about $300 every time I walked in the room. They declined to let me see my kids. And they falsely accused me of a crime, and they tried me twice. And as a father, I haven't seen my daughter since 1988. I got visitation orders. Nobody honors them. I'd like to see you guys honor fathers for a change. We just had Father's Day. Well, let's not divide us. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Yes. Sure. State your name, please. But it's in the microphone so we can have it on the record.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Simon Reyes. I'm the Executive Director of the Pride Center. I'll be quick. I prepared a statement, but I'm going to be very quick. Just to kind of answer a couple of questions. The reason we are here is for certain statements that we've heard today. It's obvious that not everyone agrees that our lifestyle or our choices, or they're not even our choices, our lifestyle is a choice, when in all actuality, I don't think anyone in my staff woke up one day and decided to be how they are. I didn't wake up one day and decided, oh, I feel like wearing a dress today. Let me just start. But in actuality, I just wanted to do a little bit of history lesson. The taint in our county stain comes back to the 1800s. In 1897, there was a gentleman by the name of Jack B. Garland, who was a trans man who lived in Stockton. His father was the consul of San Francisco from Mexico. And so at the time they were stationed and living here in San Joaquin County. He presented as a trans man, was detained and held and questioned as to who he hangs around with and why is he dressed the way he is. His simple statement was, I tend to mind my own business and live my life that way, and moved on. There was no laws on the books about wearing different clothing. But sadly, in 1903, police ordinance, I believe it's 819, that the city and county adopted, which specifically addressed individuals that dressed in clothing outside of their assigned gender. So it's my specs. Everyone has spoke eloquently about why this is important, but most importantly, it's for the kids. As a young trans individual growing up in this county, I felt alone. I felt like I had to do this by myself. I was fortunate enough to have the support of my family, and that's why I am the way I am now. But I see it on a daily basis. If kids whose parents, they have to come in hiding from their parents. We have to go to the schools with counselors to treat them because their parents are of that mindset. Kids that are on the verge of suicide, and we treat these kids every day. And I think seeing a flag, and I've heard it from many of our kids. The day we raised the flag at City Hall, one of the kids said, I saw you at City Hall raising the flag. That was so beautiful, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. I feel seen. Mind you, this is a 9-year-old little boy. So that's how important it is to us in our community. It may just be a flag to some people, but it is a beacon of light to some of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Before any other comments, I'd like to add my 2 cents. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Miller for the ordinance, the flag ordinance itself, because we didn't have one, and therefore it provides some clarity for what we would or would not fly over our county building. Secondly, as some may recall, I'm not in favor of other flags being flown on our flag pole, period. It doesn't matter what they are. However, since Supervisor Miller put an ordinance which I thought was all-inclusive in regards to the opportunities provided, and then Vice Chair Rickman put in the qualifications by which it would pass, I did support it, and I do support it because there may be an opportunity sometime in the future to fly some type of flag. One of the reasons also, which I stated, was a situation like this where we have a lot of residents who thankfully speak up and provide us with their input. But I'll also say that I also get input from various other individuals in my district, et cetera. Supervisor Miller, I've always appreciated her commitment to her constituents because maybe a little bit we don't always agree. However, I always respect her because I believe that she puts forward things because it's in the best interest of her constituents, as I do. We talk a lot about tolerance, acceptability, all those things, and the reality is that unfortunately we have become a divided country, divided county, divided city, whatever you want to say. And we don't get along with each other very well because we're always, taking shots. And I'm probably the oldest person in this room. And I grew up in an area and through my experiences, experienced a lot of diversity, I'll put it that way. I remember as a young officer working in West Hollywood, and this is in 1969 and 70, where the gay community was almost unheard of, certainly where I had, let's put it this way, I had contacts and I treated them the same, and I appreciated the way they responded. But my point is that we're all human beings, we're all residents in this county, almost approaching 800,000, and I believe in representing all of us unilaterally, irrespective of our maybe perceived differences. I would like to see, and of course, I don't have the magic wand, but I would like to see an opportunity where we don't get hung up on our identification, but we talk in regards to respecting one another and understanding that there are different points of view. And if we didn't all have different points of view, we could get rid of all of us and just keep one person for the sake of having an opinion. So, having said that, I will, again, I am not in favor of any flags, period, but I do appreciate Supervisor Miller's efforts in regards to getting us some cohesion in regards to how we do address commemorative flags if in fact we want to. So I'll leave it up to the board. Need a motion and a second, and then we'll move on to our next item. So
I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay.
Chairman, before we make a motion in a second, I'd like to just clarify. I had brought up a point about 5 days would put us into July. Is there a reason why we're starting this, why this request is starting on the 27th?
I think the discussion in our last meeting was it would start on Monday and end on Friday. And we had our General Service Director talk about the process by which we raise and lower our flag, and it was only during weekdays.
And it was on the agenda 2 weeks ago, but we have 4 supervisors here. So it would have already been flown had we been able to move forward with it then, but we weren't. So it would go up on Monday, the 27th. It would come down on Friday, July 1st. There's still 3 days before the holiday of Independence Day. And hopefully next year, one of the supervisors will bring this earlier in the month as it was originally intended, but we weren't able to get things agendized. So that is why it's coming down on July 1st. It's still coming down that day.
Okay, we have a motion. Second?
I will second it.
All right, please vote. And it was adopted 4-1. Thank you all. All right, moving on to item number 2, create a Citizens Election Review Advisory Committee. I'll make this brief because I know we're getting late, but I'll offer this as a synopsis of what I'm proposing. Very similar to what we had in regards to the redistricting committee. I'm suggesting that maybe that we create a Citizens Election Review Advisory Committee after the election, and we have an opportunity to see everything that's happened and get together and discuss, as we did partially today, discuss ways that we can improve our election, certainly facing the general election in November. As you've heard, and you've probably received emails, and I'm sure you've probably had face-to-face conversations with individuals, There's a lot of concerns in regards to maybe the integrity of the elections, the process itself, et cetera. And so this is an opportunity to discuss it, as we would do an after-action report anyway, to include the public as a participant, at least in these meetings, to share some of their thoughts, et cetera, and maybe explain some of the events that occurred during this election. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them, but that's essentially what I'm asking, that they go through the application process, that each supervisor pick 2 representatives plus 1 alternate, and then at a point in time with the chair and the vice chair and the CEO and other staff members that we put together this committee to discuss how we can improve our elections. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question, why 2? And this is a question I had, the redistricting too. Why not just 1 from each supervisor?
It's up to you. If you thought 1 was fine, that's fine.
I mean, I would like this to, I don't know, I did think it would be easier to manage.
So you're suggesting 1 and an alternate?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be.
That's fine, not a problem. I'm not hung up on 2.
And no, I think it's a great idea, and mostly from what we've heard from our residents, and transparency. I've always been a huge advocate. I know when I first came on the board, I think the first thing I pushed for is the audit of the ROV and that was done. We found some issues and corrected those, and here we are today. But no, I think it's a great idea, and I'm 100% for it. And we have to make sure we have the trust of our residents, our constituents, that the process is being done correctly and fairly, and everybody's voice is being heard. And I think this is an excellent way to accomplish that.
Supervisor Miller.
Yeah, I also think this is a really good idea. I'm fine with either 1 or 2 with an alternate, but I think we should make it specific from the very beginning that the alternates attend every meeting, so that there's always someone there that's up to speed representing our districts. And I would say go ahead and advertise for the appointments immediately instead of waiting until after the election. We don't need to start the meetings, but I think we should go ahead and get going. Frankly, I think there'll be a lot of interest in people wanting to serve on this. Yeah, and I want to give the board, all of us, enough time to meet with the applicants and sort through it and make sure that we have the best folks. So thank you. And thank you for bringing this. I think it is a really good step toward transparency that will reassure the public.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Sorry, was that me, Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. I love the idea. Great idea. Glad you brought it forward. I'm in support of 1 plus an alternate, and I think that would be great. And I agree to Supervisor Miller's points. Let's start it and move it forward and get engagement from the public so that the greater concerns are addressed on a regular basis with levels of engagement. So great idea. Thank you.
All right. Anyone? Okay.
Through the chair, just as clarification, this will be a Brown Act body and required to comply with notice and agenda.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. And that's why we want 2 members. Okay. Public comment. Mr. Benz.
Important issue that needs to be considered by a wide range of the community. I'm concerned because it's an election year. And so if you initiate this committee before the midterm, Well, that tends to exclude people who are actively engaged in the community because we can be accused of having a conflict of interest if we're actively campaigning for a candidate, and at the same time we're volunteering for a committee to review the process. So my concern is that perhaps either you have people without a conflict of interest, or you initiate the committee immediately after the election so that there's sufficient time for them to actually do their job. It might make more sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Grendersar? Tom? That's you.
I had talking about was earlier. My name's Tom Gundershaw. Anyway, I was talking earlier about the election integrity, and there I certainly am for this committee. I think it's a very important thing that everybody should be aware that there is problems in our election. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for information, as far as the criteria, it's up to the supervisor to determine, and to respond essentially as I think somebody who's involved in the election process or campaign probably is more invested in the process. But that's up to the supervisor. There is nothing in my board letter that talks about disqualification. It's strictly up to them, so they can decide whoever they want and the alternate. I'd put on no preconditions in that. Right? Vice Chair Rickman.
Chair, thank you. I can wait after public comment. If you don't.
What's that?
I can wait after public comment if you want.
I think I'm waiting for the clerk of the board.
We do have a couple of written public comments.
Well, I guess I'll just do it real quick. He brings up a good point. I know Jay, for ROV, when we had volunteers, isn't there some kind of criteria? You can't be actively involved in a campaign, can't be a consultant, and so on. It's just something to think about. That's just going to throw my 2 cents in there.
Well, okay.
That's it.
What I would offer, if you want to make a motion eventually after we get the public comment, is because we have some time for this. We'd like to do some advertising quickly as possible. But if you have any concerns in regards to conflicts of interest or whatever, but again, I trust each supervisor would make a wise choice in regards to who they'd want to represent their district. So it's up to you. Mr. Miles, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I appreciate Mr. Benz bringing up the issue of the conflict of interest, and in the interest of transparency, at a minimum, if someone is involved in a campaign or participating in a campaign, then that needs to be disclosed so that everyone is aware of those other activities.
So what you're suggesting is not any conditional, but a full acknowledgement of any involvement in a campaign, et cetera. I would suspect a lot of people who will apply, maybe, walking, knocking on doors, things like that, putting up signs. But on the other side of it, some of those individuals are more, I guess, attentive to the election process than. But again, and the other side I talk about, they may not even apply. So again, I don't know how to balance that out. But if there's anything that in your research you just run into that you think would be a consideration, we can discuss that in regards to before we advertise.
Well, given the fact that this is a backwards-looking committee, that they're looking at the events that occurred in the primary, and how to and make recommendations on how to improve that process, I I don't see that the conflict is as great as if they were involved in looking at the ongoing operations of the ROV as they're presently being conducted.
Well, obviously, there were those who were involved in campaigns for the primary that their candidate isn't going on.
Correct.
So they had some firsthand knowledge. I think another concern would be you wouldn't necessarily want to select anybody who's either held office or is looking to hold office in the future, because, as you say, this is looking back, and we are looking forward as far as making improvements. So that might be another, lack of a better term, disqualifier. Because, to be honest with you, my thought is simply, I've heard enough from the public. I just want regular people who have given me input to participate, because, whether it be 2,000 mules or whatever it happens to be, I think those issues need to be addressed so that we can go forward thinking that we have everything in place to prevent any kind of other unnecessary events. Any other thoughts before we ask for a motion? No. And any other comments? Look at the board.
The first comment was submitted by Melinda Dubra, former San Joaquin County Register of Voters, who writes, "Dear Chair Nguyen, Vice Chair Rickman, and members of the board, I strongly support a County Citizens Election Review Advisory Committee, as it will likely be extremely helpful to restore and enhance trust in the electoral process in San Joaquin County. Based on the experiences and best practices from other counties in California, it is recommended that the members of the advisory committee be broadly representative of the general public. Qualifications of the members of such an advisory committee often include members with a nonpartisan background in California election law, a background in public sector project management or financial management, and a perspective and lived experience of members of communities with traditionally low rates of participation. The independence of the proposed Election Review Advisory Committee is essential, and at the same time, the process will need support for meeting facilitation, identification of goals, and provision of education on issues like California's voting system, certification process, election law, state guidelines, local procedures, vendor options, and/or the ROV organizational structure and its evolution. If such a committee existed in 2018 or 19, perhaps we wouldn't be discussing issues Elections Department today. Thank you." The next comment was submitted anonymously regarding Citizens Election Review Advisory and writes, "Supervisors, SJ County, please focus on free and fair elections. Consider removing all machines, paper ballots, have an independent committee of county citizens that can advise the supervisors on this issue. Ballot harvesting is not the best option. Go back to the way it was. Same-day voting, paper ballots, results on that day or next. Follow the model used in France." And that concludes the public comments.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments? If not, I need a motion. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Vice Chair Rickman.
Oh, I was just going to make him.
Go ahead. Are you going to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve what's recommendation.
Which is
one, to create this. Oh yes, one for each supervisor and alternate.
Okay.
I will second that.
All right. Please vote. Adopted 5-0. Thank you. And I also want to acknowledge our CAO, because I'll tell you, through this process, he's been a tremendous help in giving me the information that I need to give to my constituents. So I appreciate all his support in regards to this process up to this point, and obviously moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
All right, moving item 3, adopt ordinance adding Title 4, Public Safety Division 5, Chapter 2, protecting critical infrastructure.
We're requesting that be continued to July 12th. There was a noticing issue.
July 12th. Okay.
There's a what?
Noticing,
sorry, through the chair?
Noticing issue. There was
noticing. Okay.
I was all prepared, though, Chair.
Noticing issue.
Yeah.
A noticing issue.
Yes. Publication of the notice.
Oh. So anything we would do would be null and void, correct?
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, okay, and then we did the ROV update. So moving to Health and Human Services.
Mr. Diedrich, we're going to go to lunch. We'll be back about 4.
Room, and I thought there was a couple other items coming up before us still. So, come to the room. So good afternoon. We have a presentation that will be jointly led by Christina Gilbert with Children's and Youth, Tony Vortana and myself. And Christina, if you please start with your slides. Please introduce yourself formally.
Good afternoon. As you all know, I'm Christina Gilbert with the San Joaquin Children's Alliance, but I stand here today on behalf of the Children's and Youth Task Force. It's nice to see you again, Chair Nguyen and Supervisors, CAO Elverding. Today's report constitutes about 10 months of collaborative work, and I'm eager to share with you this proposal today to strengthen the mental health workforce in San Joaquin County.
Okay.
Next. I don't have it.
No.
All right. So the Children and Youth Task Force, as you all know, convened the first time in September. And we've convened as a large group 4 times, September, November, February, and April. We've had strong representation in that group from all across the county, including school districts, the department heads, and a lot of community-based organizations. You would be pleased, Supervisor Rickman, to know that we had robust engagement in Tracy as well. We spent a lot of time. I had 15 additional small work group meetings and a myriad of one-on-one meetings and calls, ensuring that we engaged broadly and asked a lot of the same questions of what are the significant impacts that we see to children and youth from COVID, and what are the ways that we can advocate with county and before the board of what those impacts are. So strong agreement from the very first meeting was the mental health impacts, which is truly not shocking to anyone. That the mental health impacts to children and youth were the largest, most significant issues we were facing, and in part because you can't address some of the other issues until we address the mental health issues. Teachers will tell you it's difficult to teach a child to read or to catch up on any of those learning losses if they're struggling both internally or with their family situations, and that our biggest challenge was that we did not have the staff to deliver the programs that currently existed. So behavioral health services, healthcare services, and the robust engagement with the Children and Youth Task Force propose investing in strengthening pathways to clinical positions here in the county. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Vartian.
Thank you. And as you know, Health Force Partners did a study prior to the pandemic and found that we were short of over 200 clinicians in our county, and that the workforce needed to be expanded by that many at that time. Of course, as you know, we have continuously talked about the shortage, not only in the region, but in the state. And particularly, the state does look at the major shortage that exists in our region and looks at how can it really approach that in a different way. However, it also continues to keep the counties accountable to have adequate workforce and network adequacy to provide the services for the beneficiaries. As we know, those numbers have increased even during the COVID. We did a study back in November 2021 as per board's recommendation. During that time, you saw that the vacancy rates were high. And since we continue to monitor that, and we see that the vacancy rate for children services continues to be at 32%. At the adult system of care is currently at 35%, and our current vacancy rate for our mental health specialist twos is about 32%. Although we do continue to have recruitments, we see that kind of revolving door process, an aspect that continues to happen in our department and in our region. Of course, currently what we do at BHS is place priority of those new hires into areas that we see the greatest deficit and greatest risk impact that may be applied to the department. And often because we are held to the timeliness issue of the responding to the initial request for the services, we do tend to put a lot of individuals at the front of all the services to meet that type of the need. But we continue to see the shortage, and the shortage continues to occur. Of course, the other piece has to do with the financial sanctions. We try to avoid the financial sanctions, and we have been very successful in doing so. However, the approaches that we've had, of course, continue to need further interventions. As you know, the center of everything we do is the stakeholder process. The community stakeholder process tells us where the gaps may be, where the community looks at further services and adding services. And with that process, we have in the upcoming budget budgeted our services that are needed based on the stakeholder feedback, and particular focus has been put in place for critical areas that needed to be expanded. At the same time, what we see is that it is a good practice to continue to address the mild to moderate mental health issues that involve our community, involve our schools and our kids. The sooner we get to these individuals, the sooner we intervene, the more chances of really reducing significant need for specialty mental health services for the severe or moderate to severe level. So we see this work as a very important part of what we do, because we need to continue to slow down the flow, and the best way to do this slowdown is treat individuals early on and prevent them from decompensating further. And of course, we continue to look at the fact that this solution is going to happen, whereas we need to do interventions to bring more staffing, and this is one step to that intervention. How can we not only return and recruit staff?
I'll refer to it. Gives the student an opportunity. We're essentially focused on removing barriers so that we can quickly speed students through this pipeline and into those necessary positions. The program allows the student to apply to one place, not multiple places. It gives them, if they are accepted to the program, the opportunity to move between various organizations. Students in their internships and the hours that they need will find that their needs might be met at various locations, whether that be within behavioral health or within other community-based organizations that are a part of this program. And so it does give them the added ability of a little bit of flexibility. Gives paid internships. There are many, many individuals who would be very interested in pursuing this line of work, but cannot go unpaid for the full duration. Paid internships, tuition scholarships, scholarships for books and materials, loan forgiveness. This loan forgiveness can help stabilize current staff and keeping them in place, and arguably they are the first step in staunching the blood flow, so to speak, and that if we can keep them there, they are what house the current knowledge and the current understanding, then we can supplement, and we're not constantly dealing with a revolving door. Paid supervision is a problem, supervision is the problem, and that it can be very difficult to find for each individual organization. I know BHS has had to contract out in the past. Moving everything under one program gives us the ability to offer larger chunks of works to less people, thereby being more attractive and thereby being able to move more people through the program more quickly. And then there are several licensure fees that need to be paid that are rather extensive. So the county and community benefits. This obviously proposes increased services and increased system coordination. It obviously would pull in more partner organizations so that we might be working together more closely, and it would be an end of siloed funding. Our seed funding request is for $5.2 million. This will help us serve a minimum of 50 students over 4 years and a minimum of 70 current staff. They would hire 2 supervisors to oversee students. There are levels of supervision that are required, so we would be able to stratify that. And we would hire 1 program manager to build out community engagement with the goal of long-term sustainability. We know through the last several months of conversations with various organizations that there are other efforts out there in different ways. For example, to expand cohorts at universities, to several things like that. And what we would do is by layering this in, we see all of those efforts amplified.
And we hope to be able to sustain many of these proposed program benefits after the initial ARPA investment, which will allow us to launch our program earlier and at a much larger scale. There has been discussions at the legislature for including funding for behavioral health workforce needs in the state budget, and Senator Eggman's noted recently that in the budget hearings a disconnect between education partners and workforce needs in the field, and our local program I think specifically addresses this via our engagement with health force partners. We're hopeful that there will be a sustained investment from the state for behavioral health workforce, and we will see what actually makes it into the final state budget. By expanding billable Medi-Cal services within the county, behavioral health will be able to draw down additional federal financial participation, especially for services provided to childless adults under the Affordable Care Act expansion of Medicaid. These are 90% federally funded services. We also anticipate being able to build some of the cost of the proposed workforce pipeline project into our approved Medi-Cal rate structures over time. With the proposed state plan amendment, behavioral health should eventually be transitioned from what's termed a certified public expenditure process, which draws down federal financial participation, but that is limited to retroactive cost settlement. During that state plan amendment, which is pending right now, there'll be a transition to what's termed intergovernmental transfer process, which can leverage incentive fundings and opportunities, and is not specifically limited to cost-based reconciliation. There's also the potential to eventually seek support from foundations and other healthcare partners that share a need to recruit and retain mental health workforce, and these include our local managed Medi-Cal plans, health plans in San Joaquin, commercial insurance companies, the County Office of Education, and our school districts, as well as many community partners that contract to provide mental health services. Today is really a conceptual ask for investment of ARPA funds, and if approved, we will continue our work to develop a memorandum of understanding with the various potential entities that could participate in the Workforce Pipeline project. If approved, we will work to create the policy and procedures to access the various incentives and reimbursement funds, along with determining the expectations of individuals and partners that would directly benefit from this funding. This would include how long staff would have to be required to provide services within the partnering organizations in consideration for any funds that they directly benefit from. We will eventually return to this board with necessary contracts and for final authority to fully implement the pilot. We will continue to engage community organizations to collaborate on the recruitment and retention of staff with our primary focus on Medi-Cal services to the community. Work with health force partners or as needed another nonprofit to oversee this and support the program will occur. I also understand that there's a second, that the second tranche of ARPA funding has not yet been received by the county, but we also do not anticipate actual use of any of the funding for several months. And as mentioned, we'll need to return to the board to obtain final approval for MOUs and certain contracts. Supervisors, this concludes our presentation today with Christina, Tony, and myself are available to answer some questions. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you. And I know there's a transition in the executive leadership of Health Force Partners, and the new executive, Paul, could not be here today, but I believe Christina has some statements to relay from them.
So Health Force Partners, as you all are aware, is a community-based organization that has been engaged with this conversation throughout and is very supportive of this moving forward and potentially being the entity that would house this proposal and implement and oversee it. So I have met with their outgoing ED for months now, and I've had the opportunity to meet with Paul a few times. They just wanted to provide a little bit of background that Health Force Partners brings together top executives and operational leaders from healthcare, education, and workforce development to craft innovative programs and systems change strategies that address the staffing priorities of employers and expand career opportunities for community residents in the North San Joaquin Valley region. By facilitating collaborative planning, the partnership is changing the way healthcare employers, educational institutions, and workforce development agencies work together. This partnership has been sustainable with 20+ organizations represented and engaged since its launch in 2018. Since 2018, HFP has facilitated programming and registered nursing, certified nursing assistants, medical assistants, behavior and mental health, with more than 150 graduates receiving a certificate or degree and licensure. 90% have been employed and 100 plus more are in the pipeline. HFP is excited about this opportunity to continue to support San Joaquin County and expand its scope in behavioral mental health through the proposed Mental Health Workforce Initiative to meet the outstanding need through the implementation of systems change strategies. And that Paul Lanning, is the new ED, is eager to work with us and meet with you as well.
Thank you, Supervisor. That concludes our presentation. We're available for any questions you may have.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all. Great to see you. Great to see you again also. I have a couple of questions. I just want to make sure I understand this. When you mention students, like internship, are you talking about the students, for example, that are coming from college or they're majoring in psychology or whatever, some kind of mental health, and they're sort of leaving college, looking for a job, and they're interning, or they're in like their junior year or sophomore year in college? And is that the type of folks we're talking about?
So yes, so twofold. One is we're looking at individuals who are currently in master's program who need to have a paid internship, and that usually will result in being attracted to the location that they're interning. And being hired. So that is one, trying to support that group by providing the environment and the supervision, as well as in some cases paid internships to create that type of a opportunity for our county. Secondly would be individuals who want to go for further education of their masters, but they do not have the ability to go. We see those in our staff. We see those individuals who may be graduating from their bachelor's degree, and they may be working in the mental health field somehow. And by attracting those individuals, we'll be able to actually have some sort of an agreement upfront from them to support them through that education process while they will do their internship or practicum hours with us every week. As a learning. Yes.
All right. I just wanted to confirm, it wasn't clear to me in here that, okay, they're getting into the field that we are actually low on, the field that we actually need. And hey, I'm a huge fan of, internships, and, I did it when I was in college. However, it was free. But, so what about supervisors? Where do they come from?
So a couple of things happen. For those individuals who are currently in their master's program, they need to have what they're called the field supervisors. Those are individuals who will supervise them while they are in our department doing their practicum hours. By expanding the numbers here and also expanding and working with the university to expand their cohort, we see that there will be a need for expansions of supervision opportunities so that the proper supervision clinically can be provided to these individuals. The second fold to that supervision is individuals who have completed their masters and they may need clinical supervision to get their license. So we can combine all those needs into these two supervisions.
All right. No, that's great. And so you're looking at future county employment with these individuals that are coming here. Now, are we looking at, like, if they have outstanding debt, student loans, for example, do we have a mechanism in place, or are we looking at a mechanism with this money, to lure them there as, hey, we'll pay off your student loan up to this amount of money, but you have to spend X amount of time here in San Joaquin County?
So the ideal,
are we or no yet? Is that something that we can look at? I don't need a huge.
That is definitely one of the cafeteria items you mentioned, but really the discrete parameters, if we pay off X dollars, how many years would you be required to continue to work for the county? So you saw one of the slides had kind of a cafeteria of those. We really need to flesh out the dollar amounts, the allocation, the head counts. But what you're speaking of is definitely a possibility.
No, I think that would be great. One of the huge problems that we have is retention, right? So they come over here, we get all the training, and then whoop, they're gone. At least we'll have them for a certain amount of time. Now, so when these individuals or these students or supervisors, they go intern. So where are they interning? Are they interning at, licensed facilities like, Sutter Health, Kaiser, I mentioned, but did you say like nonprofits?
So a lot of the work that we've put in place right now for this process currently focuses on BHS and our nonprofit CBOs that are involved with BHS already. So the front load process will be that they'll be coming in, they'll be interviewed by a number of groups. Yes.
The reason I ask is, and I brought this up before, some of the nonprofits. I mean, are we doing like RFPs or anything like that for these individuals? Because why is it fair to, and I have an issue, a little issue on this. Why is it fair that we have already nonprofits in our system and they're going to get help, while other nonprofits may be doing the same type of work and they won't be getting possible internships? So and what's the switch over with that RFP? We don't do it every year, right? So we do it every certain amount of years.
So generally what we do is for behavioral health services, particular services that we recognize we need to expand, our purchasing department will release an RFP specifically for that particular service. And when the organizations apply into or respond to the RFP, they have to meet minimum qualifications and requirements of the written RFP. And the RFPs are then scored by individuals.
Right, I understand how it all works. I mean, even looking like consultants, and people have a huge problem with the consultants. And you know what, to be honest, I certain ones I do too. Just if you look, you always use the same consultant over and over and over again. And the reason being, they have the expertise. So we're going to stay with this, this consultant for years without, really an audit, without, looking at whether there is advantage for the county or the employer or the employee, that there might be something better out there.
So Supervisor Rickman, specifically, we have done some RFPs, and I think some contracts will be coming to the board for trauma-informed care. But for this particular program, you mentioned CBOs. No one's in or no one's out. So any entity, a CBO, contracted or not with the county right now for behavioral health services, they could potentially participate in here. Our goal is to grow the overall workforce, specifically because when we mention network adequacy, it's not just BHS employed, it's BHS contracted and those available for medical services. So we have a lot of contracts in the community that provide services for different populations. So we hope to expand and grow that. But for this program here, no one's being excluded at this point in time.
Which is great. I just, another thing, I just wanted to make sure like some of the nonprofits or the entities that we're using are effective. I mean,
we talk about QAPI?
We talk about, we talk tons of today about transparency, but the other side of is accountability. If we have somebody who's not being productive, then maybe they shouldn't be on the list anymore.
So we have, from an accountability perspective, we have two tracks. One is our quality and compliance assurance program and department that actually reviews these providers. Secondly, we have our contracting process that has actually outcome measures in each contract.
Right, and I know because I know we've been here for a long time already, so I don't want to, go more than I have to. I understand all that, and I've heard it all before. I've asked for, audits and some of this paperwork, and I still haven't seen it. And, and that kind of gets frustrating. I just want to make sure, we're being productive. Look at the homeless issue. We spent tens of millions of dollars, and it's only getting worse, right? So I want to make sure that the nonprofits, or any, not just nonprofits, but any employment type of system that we're using is being effective. If we're going to spend $5.2 million, or even like in homeless, we're spending tens of millions of dollars. I think last year, $20 million. If we're not going, if we're not tackling the problem efficiently, there's something wrong, and there's something we need to look at. And I would love to look at some of those entities and to see exactly what your guidelines are, and see. I heard of one or a few that during COVID, they shut down, meaning that they didn't have any school kids seeing them. I understand schools closed, but if you look at the COVID-19 pandemic, our kids probably suffered the most. Why didn't we see, we know where the kids are, they're at home. Isn't there a way to get those kids to get the help that they need, except, instead of saying, well, school's closed, sorry, we can't do anything. Something like that is totally unacceptable, and it puts our youth at risk, and we're seeing it now in the statistics. We talked about that 2 years ago, and to deaf ears, and people are, there's no evidence of that, and now you're seeing it, and now we're behind the 8 ball.
Well, just got to make a comment through the chair on that, Supervisor Rickman. With reference to what you're referring to, actually, we did utilize our CBOs that are contracted during the dawn school time in various capacities to assist with that. We also had a special line for youth and hotline for youth and children and their parents to contact for behavioral health services that was specifically put in there to support those individuals who now don't have access to those services in the schools. So we can talk more extensively about that.
That's great. Love to see the paperwork on it, though.
Sure.
And the last question is, it says here, negotiate a contract with a local nonprofit organization to administer their program. And who is that?
So nothing's been approved, but the Health Force Partners has said that they are interested in pursuing this, and that would be a contract that Mr. Dietrich would negotiate and bring back to the board.
Okay, so it will come back to the board.
Correct. I would assume it'd be over 200,000. But Health Force Partners is a locally grown, now a regional sector partnership between higher education and other education entities and healthcare, hospitals, skilled nursing facilities, other healthcare. It came about, healthcare services funds what's called the Community Health Leadership Council that Chairman Nguyen sets on about 4 years ago with some seed funding from the state through Delta College and Dr. Kathy Hart. We selected healthcare as the focus here. And it's something that was birthed. It's grown quite a bit. It's focused on nursing. It works with one of the high schools here in town. We have a partnership with Delta. We have a partnership with UOV and Stan State. Tony's worked with them on standing up a second cohort for the Master's Prepared program, and this would be a pipeline into there. But to your point in regards to getting some feedback, we have a quality assurance process improvement for all of the contracts at BHS. Quarterly, they provide information. I would imagine this is a public record. It does not contain PHI, but what the contract demanded, their performance to those line items of the contract is reviewed quarterly. So that's something we could share with you if you have a specific concern on any of our contracts.
I've been asking for a lot of this stuff for the last year and a half, and I still haven't seen it. There's public records. I can do a public records. I can do a Public Records Act request. You don't want to, because I will be asking for every piece of paper that you have.
If you have specific CBOs or contracts in question, I will get you that information to your office.
No, with that being said, I think this is a great idea. I think this is a great program, and kudos for coming up with this idea. And again, mental health is huge. I've been a big advocate of mental health. I just want to make sure that this is going to be effective. That is, we're going to help people. We're not going to just be like, you see, again, with the homeless industry, we're dumping tens of millions of dollars into a program that's not showing effective results.
And to your point, I don't want this to be status quo, that we're just, I wouldn't say rewarding existing workforce. I need to grow the workforce and really collaborate between BHS and the Office of Ed, the school districts, other entities that play in this space. At the end of the day, I need to move the needle, grow the pipeline here, sustain that pipeline, and ultimately have a lot more workforce to do the needed services.
No, we have an opportunity to dig ourselves out of the hole that we are in because of a lack of employees, and to expand our mental health to help so many people. And, a lot of time we get, one shot at this, and mostly if you're coming out of the gate with a new program, how you set the tone of that program is how that program is going to respond for years down the road. So kudos, like I said, kudos to you. I love the program. I love the idea. I think it's an awesome way to get people working here in San Joaquin County, getting young minds, people fresh out of college, ready to, done and hitting the books when they got in the field, and, make them employees and make San Joaquin County their home. So with that, I love it.
Thank you. And point of clarification, that I just want to say that behavioral health has stood and delivered on every measure and promise that we've taken funding for. Mm-hmm. So if you can find one that we failed, I'll be happy to answer to that. Thank you.
I'm not saying behavioral health as in general, but
Thank you.
It's, like you said, we branch out with, so many other different entities and I want to make sure those other entities are living up to our expectations. But no, behavioral health, I love you guys.
Thank you.
You guys are good.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm a little bit confused on something. I'm getting what we're looking for is workforce enhancement. Where is it that the Children's Alliance fits into this? We're looking at hiring and bringing people to the county to increase the numbers for engagement, and there's clearly got to be some bridge here. Explain this to me. I'm not understanding. I was on the Children's Alliance for 2-3 years, whatever it was. Gladly, I know there's a collaborative effort and talk about, and First Five's there, and all these agencies talking about things to do. Wonderful, because obviously kids are the next generation of our region and county. But how's the Children's Alliance fitting into this right here? Mr. Varnum and Mr. Dietrich are here representing that part of this puzzle that they need.
Right.
More clinicians. What are we doing with the Children's Alliance here?
Well, I do this dance quite a bit. I'm the director of the San Joaquin Children's Alliance, and I participate in the Children and Youth Task Force, which is who I'm here representing, because we all know that any effective work done by task force and committees need to be staffed. So I've taken it upon myself, because it aligns closely with the values and goals of the Alliance, to put a lot of effort in behind keeping us organized and moving forward. I think that this proposal is the greatest example of what it looks like when you have a broad collaboration that cares about the community but doesn't care who benefits financially. With one voice, we have to tell you, this has to be done. We have to do something about the massive mental health workforce shortage, from superintendents to preschool teachers to pediatricians from the hospital. I have had zero problem everywhere we've taken this conversation on behalf of the Children and Youth Task Force, saying we believe these should be the #1 priority brought to the board for funding from ARPA to mitigate these impacts to children and youth. Yes. You have no one arguing. And so it makes most sense to work with our county partners, because this is the entity for which is most educated on how we engage all those different funding sources to make it long-term sustainable. My job is really just to convene. So that's why you have someone from the task force here, but also to just relay, I know you must have missed me. I haven't been here for a few months, but I'd been at every public comment before then, and that we take this process very seriously. That this is a unique opportunity, this funding that's coming in, to impact the children of our community. And we believe and support the efforts of Mr. Dietrich and Mr. Vartan to say that this is a profound crisis in our community.
Okay. What's missing for me is use of funds. I don't have a breakdown. Being a business person, where's the use of funds going?
So that's really the follow-up from this meeting. If this is blessed, let us go forward to do that work and bring back really the policies and procedures. We have some estimates of people. We mentioned that cafeteria of loan forgiveness, stipends, paid externships. We have some dollar amounts proposed for some of those and some volumes. But that really that slide with the cafeteria listing is there is some draft behind it, but it's not fully fleshed out, and it's a lot, rolling up our sleeves over the next 3 months to form this collaboration to continue the convening and the actual interested CBOs, how we can partner to make this successful and get that detail to you.
Okay, yeah, I mean, really, that's all of it. To me, it's the bottom line. What's the use of funds? Where's it going? As to Supervisor Rickman's point, it's like, where are they going? Because we've got agencies that might be more or less effective with the use of those dollars. We know that you need staff. We've all read the reports, and we have the impetus to do, to do a staff building here.
And we'll have to continue dialogue with Health Force Partners. I think they're the natural entity. I'm pleased that we've been able to help support their development over the last couple of years. But if they are the entity that was going to be managing this, obviously that contract and a lot of that detail will be coming back to the board in the coming months.
Okay, I look forward to it. Thank you. That's all, Chairman.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for bringing this. But more importantly, thank you for being really active members of the Children and Youth Task Force. Ms. Gilbert's role here is to represent other task force members. She might have been Ms. Rustaller from Family Resource and Referral, or Mr. Troy Brown from the County Office of Education. There's just a host of members of the task force, but brainstorming started last fall. A lot of ideas were thrown around the room in terms of, okay, we've got all of these federal dollars that are going to flow in. What are the biggest, greatest needs for children and youth in San Joaquin County? And we had the big Post-its along the sides of the room, and all of that occurred. And this particular need rose to the top of really every single person in the room saw this from one perspective or another. And it is a great example of how, when people don't care who gets credit, a whole lot of really positive work can get done. Because we heard from some of the members of these community-based organizations that deliver these services and have a terrible need as well for clinicians. Their position was, well, we can never compete with the county in terms of salary and benefits, but we might really benefit from a program like this by being able to offer the internships and have them for a while, and then they'll probably migrate to, the private sector and the county because there'll be higher wages. But we can benefit tremendously from being a part of this kind of a workforce development pipeline. And so it was really exciting to see. I mean, this has been months, almost a year really, in the making. And to see the concept coming forward, I really, my hat is off really to the three of you, because Christina, you have just worked tirelessly with the outreach all over the county. But Mr. Vartan and Mr. Diedrich, you as well, on behalf of the county, you really engaged in this. You really stepped up and had those conversations with people from throughout the county in terms of what can the county do to take a leadership role in this. And this is the kind of investment that the county can make with these federal dollars, that it's one-time money. We're never going to see this level of funding flow into us in our generation again. But this is the kind of investment that can really reap benefits for generations in this county. And so thank you for being real visionaries. I think it's a great program. I think it's a really good concept. I think we've got lots and lots of good, strong buy-in, and I think there'll be a lot of details coming where this stuff will be kind of fleshed out and details finalized, and then it'll come back to the board. But yes, in concept, I definitely support this vision, this program, and all of the hard work that's gone into getting us here today.
Thank you. Through the chair, just want to say that we who are doing these processes are also aware that we have a visionary board. Therefore, we get energy from that. And with that said, we're not going to be satisfied without a 5-0 vote. So here we are.
Well, let me offer this because I chair and still do the Community Healthcare Leadership Council, which back in 2015, one of the things we talked about is the desperate need for nurses, healthcare professionals. And to their credit, especially Kathy Hart, former president of Delta College, UOP, Stan State, the Business Council, certainly Mr. Diederich, Mr. Culberson, who was on there, a couple of CEOs from hospitals. We had in fact, Jamie Mussolamus, was on that also. It was from my vantage point, it was a very august group of individuals, of decision makers, which really impressed me from the standpoint that when we talked about something, they didn't have to go back and check. They made decisions, move forward. And when we, the vision in regards to healthcare, and then especially to the Health Force Partners, one of the things that I was impressed by was the 7 hospitals that agreed to come together, because they obviously had the greatest needs. But also in this particular vein, as far as mental health, I've talked to Ms. Gilbert several times. She shared with me, what the various agencies do in regards to the services they provide to our youth. And so I kind of see, based upon what happened with Health Force Partners as far as the hospitals and their push to grow our own, as we've said time and again, and then seeing what's going on in that world as far as youth mental health services, I can see, because it isn't just the money. It takes infrastructure, it takes training, it takes certification, it takes all these things. And I think that's the real value of what you're doing, is because you have all the necessary parts. And unfortunately, you miss one part, you're dead. And that's really the challenge. So the internships, et cetera, and I agree with my fellow supervisor. I think it's a great program. We have the Health Careers Academy, which is another component. With the E2D2, we have, 2 apprenticeship programs in regards to, getting our high schoolers trained. And the reason I bring all these up is because what I'm really impressed by is the collaboration amongst all these different groups to meet a desired goal that everybody can benefit from. And that's really the challenge. So I understand this is just a preview, basically an overview of what we're trying to do. Obviously, there's other things. I mean, there's things, I'm reading about the 3 years as far as I'm thinking, it takes 3 years just to find your way around as far as healthcare. And I'm not trying to set your policy, but if we're going to invest and spend that much time and effort, not just the county, but certainly other organizations, we need a longer commitment, I'll put it that way, because as experience we've had at our county hospital, oftentimes we're just a training ground. We hire people, they, get proficient at what they do, and they go somewhere else. So I would like all the agencies, especially the county, to benefit a longer term, because the initial investment is horrendous. And so again, I appreciate all of you and what you're doing. So having said that, any other questions, comments, public comment?
You have a few written public comments when you're ready.
Okay. Anybody in the audience? No, they've all left us. Okay. Yeah, just if you could read the public comment, please.
Don Wiley writes, "Good morning, Chair Wynn and supervisors. My name is Don Wiley, and I am President and CEO of Dignity Health St. Joseph's Medical Center. As fiscal sponsor of Health Force Partners Northern San Joaquin Valley, a healthcare sector partnership committed to addressing regional workforce challenges, we are enthused by the prospect of the partnership to drive forward the mental health workforce initiative being proposed to you today. Health Force Partners has a track record of success in areas of nursing, medical assisting, certified nursing assisting, and in bringing forth an evolved, articulated behavioral health career pathway map to guide students in pursuit of careers in the profession, exemplifies the expertise and resources available to support expanded work in this area. The alignment with Health Force Partners and Mental Health Workforce Initiative is evident. I urge the board to invest in strengthening the mental health workforce pipeline in San Joaquin County and to recognize the immense potential in Health Force Partners to support its design and implementation to effectively address the outstanding need. Thank you." Michael Schrader writes, "Good morning, Chair Wynn and supervisors. I am Michael Schrader, CEO of Health Plan of San Joaquin. I have participated in the Children and Youth Task Force meetings and would like to express my support for the mental health workforce development proposal being presented today. Chair Wynn and Supervisor Miller serve on the HPSJ Governing Commission. HPSJ provides Medi-Cal healthcare coverage for nearly 1/3 of San Joaquin County residents. This coverage includes outpatient mental health services, including individual and group therapy, for our members with mild to moderate mental health conditions. These services can be rendered by psychologists, clinical social workers, and marriage and family therapists. There is a need for more of these master's level behavioral health providers so that adults and children in our community have more timely access to the much needed services. Further, increasing the provider tool would also help bridge the gaps in access for the range of services from mild to moderate to severe mental health conditions. I urge the board to invest in strengthening the mental health workforce pipeline in San Joaquin County. In ongoing support of the program, HPSJ looks forward to serving together with other healthcare organizations as a collaborator and financial supporter." Troy Brown writes, "Good morning, Chair Wynn and supervisors. As San Joaquin County Superintendent of Schools, I have participated in the Children and Youth Task Force meetings and would like to express my support for the mental health workforce development proposal being presented today. The task force's collaborative and deliberate engagement has concluded that mental health impacts are one of the most significant negative effects from the pandemic on children and youth. If left unaddressed, the mental health impacts will impede our students' ability to learn and recover from the pandemic. Unfortunately, our county is experiencing a shocking staffing shortage, disrupting the ability to deliver needed programs and interventions. Many San Joaquin County schools have struggled to find qualified mental health professionals to support students. On the California Healthy Kids survey, students are reporting feelings of sadness and hopelessness is at an all-time high of 30%. The San Joaquin County Office of Education's Comprehensive Healthcare Director, Dr. Sherry Coburn, says that mental health workforce pipeline is the only relief in sight to support the future success of students. I urge the board to invest in strengthening the mental health workforce pipeline in San Joaquin County. Services are desperately needed as the impacts on mental health from the pandemic are vast. Thank you. And Chairman Wynn, that concludes written comments for today.
Oh, thank you. Actually, Don Wiley, I think, committed to 200 doctors at Dignity through the Health Force Partners. So
he is definitely growing. I think they're in the last year of their cap growth for the graduate medical education, but I'm very pleased that they are. I think they have 6 training programs now.
Fantastic. Any other comments?
Chairman, I make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Adopted 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, moving forward to waive supervisors' comments. Anybody going to make any comments?
I'll go briefly, Chairman, just to move along here.
Sure.
I have the privilege to participate. We had earlier Mr. and Mrs. Tino Adame. They celebrated their 52nd wedding anniversary at Mickey's Grove, our park. And it was very well attended. The weather was fantastic, good food, and celebration. It was absolutely wonderful. For many hundreds of people showed up. That was absolutely great reflection of our appreciation to them and this community. I also had an opportunity, along with Supervisor Rickman, to attend the Defense Logistic Agency Change of Command ceremony this past Friday. We had Marine Corps, Colonel Tiffany Harris, U.S. Marine Corps, transitioned to the Pentagon after 3 years, relinquishing her command to Colonel Kevin Choon, U.S. Marine Corps, who's come up from Camp Pendleton to run the installation. Present, we had Major General, it's a 2-star general, Keith Revenlow, a former DLA Tracy commander and now 2-star general, officiating the ceremony. Very well attended and nice to see. I had no idea, but there had almost 1,500 employees at that location, mostly civilian, with probably a staff of less than 20 or 30 actually that were military. So fantastic event and nice ceremony and a lot of good cheers for Colonel Tiffany Harris as she departs. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I would just like to thank our public works staff for conducting a neighborhood cleanup at Tully Knowles Elementary in my district. I know Supervisor Villapudo can attest, Public Works and the rest of our county staff, they do a great job on these cleanups, and it's greatly appreciated by the neighborhoods.
Yes.
Supervisor Villapudo.
I'm good.
Okay. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of things, and I mentioned it earlier. Here on Sunday, we had the Holy Ghost Festa in Tracy, and I mean it's the tradition. This year was 98 years, so I know it's been a tradition in my family. It's great to be back after the 2-year hiatus from COVID, and it's a great tradition that continues for so many families. And it was cool because, I mean, if you've never been to one, I mean, you had representative from Tracy, Manteca, Escalon, from all over the San Joaquin County, but from all over the state, Sacramento, Monterey. So the Portuguese community gets them together. If you have never seen one, please, I know other cities have them throughout the year, so check it out. AgFest. Last week with AgFest, it concluded on Saturday with the auction, and I just want to congratulate all the 4-H and FFA students on a great year. You all worked so hard, and spend so much time with these animals to give them up at auction on that Saturday, and it's so cool to go there again. You see all the FFA jackets, again, West High, Tracy High, Escalon, Ripon, Stockton, Manteca, Lodi. I mean, all these schools here in San Joaquin County. So kudos to all of you students for all your hard work. We're all proud of you. And I want to give a special shout out to in Tracy, West High students, Peyton Del Calte, Emily Barnes, and Cadence DeColte from West High FFA for allowing me to interview them. I mean, I know I have it on my Facebook page if you get a chance. And just the reason I say, if you see the girls interview, I mean, they're just exceptional. They're smart, they're bright, they're well informed. They're just impressive, and there are future leaders here in San Joaquin County. And I know Supervisor Patty mentioned DLA, but I just want to give a shout out to I'll just do a blank here. Oh, Colonel Tiffany Harris, great working with you. Godspeed, and we'll miss you in San Joaquin County. And give a shout out to the Mountain House High School boys tennis coach Andy Sue and the boys tennis team, they won the CIF San Joaquin Sectional Championship. The girls won it a few months ago, so you guys are awesome. And lastly, we had a bunch of stuff, but I'll end it with this because condition of time. On June 8th, I believe that was a Tuesday. Let me double check. 7th was a Tuesday. I attended the temporary emergency housing facility groundbreaking on Arbor Avenue in Tracy. Supervisor Patty mentioned that, and that's the only reason that's getting done, that groundbreaking ceremony, is because of this board, the money that we, gave them, that $3.6 million. So hopefully by the end of the year, that will be built. So I think we, I want to thank this board for your help with that. I know we're expecting good things from that. So with that, last thing, I'm sorry, I lied. I just wanted, this is for county council and see if the board will entertain this for me. But I know from my district, we've been getting a lot of noise complaints in neighborhoods or in unincorporated areas. And, looking into the issue, this county, San Joaquin County, doesn't have a comprehensive noise ordinance like they do in Stanislaus County. And I've talked to Mr. Miles about it, and I've talked to our Sheriff Withrow about it, whether it would be beneficial for this county to look, and again, I'm just saying look at a comprehensive noise ordinance like they do in Stanislaus and bring it back to board, or not even bring it back to the board yet, just to give him authority to do some investigation to looking at it. You guys don't mind? So, that cool? Good? And that is it. So, thank you. I'm going to keep talking because we either don't get out of here till 6, so we got another 3 hours, and we got to... That's true. But thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, for your patience.
Chairman, before you close it out, I have 2 more things to add real quick. It was brought up earlier about the VSO. Maybe we can get an update of where we are on staffing. And I know it's also been requested that maybe once we have that health clinic open in French Camp, that they have an office there for a VSO representative or staff member that would be ideally located. So I don't know what's going on with staffing for the VSO's office, but at some point maybe give us a heads up on that. And then lastly, Chairman, when you close out the meeting, if we could do it in memory of Rosalva Viapudwa, who passed away on Sunday, June 12th, in memory of Miguel's mother. All right.
Real quick, 2 things. First of all, Supervisor Rickman, I think Tracy has a noise ordinance, which I've looked at, which is fairly comprehensive.
The city of Tracy?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, we do, but the county, we don't have one.
I know. Well, just so you know, we're working on it as we speak.
All right, cool.
And it's a result of some unpermitted events that have been happening around the county.
That's right.
So we're working on that. And the other part is if you're not aware, obviously, Amazon has announced that they're going to initiate a drone delivery system in Lockford, and I was out at the Municipal Advisory Council meeting in Lockford. It was interesting. There were about 52 residents there, but it wasn't really about Amazon. It was about another development. But one of the things that was kind of curious is, right in the middle of this election, and I usually say, any questions, and I raised the question about elections. Any question about elections? Not one question. I think most people are just kind of, so we need to work on that in regards to getting people more engaged. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Miles in regards to closed session.
Board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There may be an announcement following closed session.
Okay, all right. And I'll temporarily adjourn the meeting.
You want to take a 10-minute break or anything in between?
Do you want to now?
is now exiting. you.